Oops, this is wrong air. All right, cool. Let me put this over here. I'm going to go ahead and do a little while everybody's pouring in here. I'm going to go ahead and advertise. So let me grab the link to the stream. Did you want me to send you the link to the stream, and or do you got it?
Oh, sure. Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let me do that. Where'd my OBS window go? OBS, come back, OBS Kenobi. You're my only hope. Oh, I didn't even have the link.
Where is everybody? What up, Megberg? What up, Yorkshire Techie?
Sup,
Good
bros?
morning.
Sup?
Good morning.
It's good
Nick
morning.
Holman. Hello, Bluvaro. What up?
We lovers are internet citizens that come with us.
Sprungles,
Portraits.
Teen. What up?
I don't know if we want them coming with us, but come
good
with
evening.
us.
Yes. What? It's got to be like 4 o'clock for you.
Everybody's got their own time. All right, so let me see.
Right.
Play.
Let's see. It's 11.
Oh, I
so
forgot to capitalize the S in PlayStation. I'm gonna get barbecued,
16.
bro.
Alexander Rogling. What up? Hey Con. What up? The Tech Chef 420. What up? BB Junkie 1023. Gentle Stone.
Yeah, read those names. That's hot.
Whoa.
Dude. That is hot. Read them.
7:15. Yeah, that's it.
All right, I'm heading on over to Facebook.
UK, so let's see.
All right, now I'm going to Facebook to spam. So I'm gonna. Oh, I saw a picture of Linus wearing Picard's uniform from Star Trek.
Red shirt. Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know anything beyond that. I just opened up my feed. And
because it's Star Wars Day, and he's making a joke.
Wait, it's Star Wars Day?
Yeah, man, it's May 4th.
That. Oh yeah, wait. So, I get it. Star Trek, Star Tours. Okay, yeah, I get it. My brain's a little slow. Most
Sony
days.
HellDivers, sorry, PSN account required. Sony PC players account link. Sorry, PSN subscription. Oh, that'd be fucked up.
Wait, what was that? Give me
St. Patrick Maloney was saying Sony to HellDivers, sorry, PSN account required, and then Sony to PC players account linked, sorry, PSN subscription required. That would be fucked up. If they forced that to be able to play, I would be pissed.
Oh, do you mean like having the pay account, like the pay PlayStation account?
If you're going to play on the PlayStation, I know you got to have
wait a second. Do we know that for certain? Do we know for certain that you can just use a free PlayStation account, or do they actually require? Because to play online games, you do have to pay for a PlayStation account. The free account does not let you do online play. So if you're doing HellDivers, which is an online game, if I'm not mistaken, mostly, right?
Yeah, I think if you're playing on PlayStation, you're going to need your paid subscription.
No, but it's crossplay. It's crossplay. So in order to crossplay, right? So do they just take all the PlayStation servers away if you don't have a paid PlayStation account, or do they just not let you play at all?
If you're playing on PlayStation, if you're playing on PC, you can play cross-platform. That's been a thing.
But without a PlayStation account, like what if you don't?
Yeah, you don't have to, because you're not playing it on their hardware or through their. I mean, whatever the person. If you're playing, say you're playing on PC, and you're playing with somebody that's on a PlayStation,
sure.
The person playing on the PlayStation has already paid their fee to play online. The PC player doesn't need to pay.
I see. No, that actually would make sense. No, you're right.
Oh man, that'd burn the fucking house down. The world would explode if Sony tried to pull that shit.
The thing I don't understand,
players pay PlayStation to fucking play. No
fucking
way.
Riots would occur in the streets, dude.
Oh man, that'd be worse than what we're seeing. Holy cow, that would be.
Yeah, let's not even talk about that. If that was the case, this would be like, they would be out of business tomorrow.
I'm pretty sure that'd be illegal. Like I feel like
a lot of this shit should be illegal just on its merit right now. It's a bait and switch, dude. It's like
they're gonna walk this back. They have
to,
dude.
There's
no way. It's crazy.
They have to. And if Sony tries to say, well, we're not gonna let you play on our servers, it's like, well, you let us play on your servers when we sold our game in the beginning. So
yeah, there's some
eat a bag of dicks.
Yeah. It's either because like this is very like it's for clarity, it's not the fact what's bugging me the most is not the fact that they're requiring account linking. That's a thing. You got to do that when you play Rockstar games. You got to do that when I bought a couple Ubisoft games on Steam and I got to go log in. I got to fucking log into EA when I want to go play Jedi Survivor. Like it's that part annoying and frustrating, but that's just the way
for
the
GTA it's the social though, right? You only have to log into the social to play GTA, you still have to. You're right.
What's killer and what really is I think is getting lost in the noise because man, it's really bringing me down, the gaming community in a general sense. But it's being lost in the noise is that they sold this game to people in markets that they cannot create PlayStation accounts.
Right, and that's bullshit. That is such bullshit.
If you lie and
You get
say,
banned forever.
I'm in wherever, you're going to get your account banned.
Yeah.
And that is the part that I think is what's fucked up.
And by the way, that's a forever ban, by the way.
Yeah.
So like if you get banned for lying about your region, that's not like a 30-day suspension. That's like you can never create another account on the platform. And if you get caught creating an account, even in good standing, you still will get banned again.
Yeah. So Gentlestone, don't think they have to. Apparently it was disclosed at first. So yeah, people have been pointing that out, that like it's been on the Steam page that like you're going to need a PlayStation account to do this. But yeah, it hasn't been enforced for months because they had some problem. I don't know, some behind the scenes shit between the devs and Sony or something.
I have a question.
Figured this out. Yeah.
I have a question. So does Steam have any, I know that like EA and Microsoft Store, like there's some games you download that do require you to log into other networks. But I always thought Steam, like one of the requirements to host your game on Steam is that if somebody buys your game on Steam, they have to be able to play it. So like if there's something blocking them from being able to play a game that they're purchasing on Steam, that seems like ID would go after that company for lying to their users and giving them a problem. Because if I buy something from Steam Marketplace, I'm paying Steam Marketplace and then Steam is paying a percentage to the developer. It's their marketplace. So like if I buy something through Marketplace, I expect it to fucking work. And if it doesn't work, like I expect a refund regardless of the time. By the way, if they bait and switch to where I can't play it anymore, I want a fucking refund. Unless it's like servers going down because it's end of life or something. Yeah,
they shouldn't have allowed people, regardless of whether it was broken or whatever, they shouldn't have allowed people in markets that couldn't create PlayStation accounts buy the game.
Also, how in the fuck is something broken allow you to have more latitude? Like usually something broken means less latitude, not more. It's like, sorry guys, the game was broken, so we let you play for free for a year and gave you all the DLC, but now we fixed it, so you got to pay for it.
Right?
That's so
that part is kind of shitty,
backwards.
Right? Yeah, and that's just it. They shouldn't have allowed anybody who, if they even thought that in the future they were going to start enforcing this, then they shouldn't have let people buy the game who couldn't create PlayStation accounts. Like that's just like flat out. They shouldn't. And honestly, I don't know why they couldn't. I don't know. Maybe Sony's just never required PlayStation, which that's come up before. That's come up in some of my poking around on the socials and stuff. There's screenshots of Sony's like FAQ that says, no, you don't need a PlayStation account to play, like flat out. Like no, it is optional to create a PlayStation account, a PSN account to play these games.
Dude, I own the PlayStation 5 version.
Just recently, like in just the last couple of days, they've changed it to where some games are going to require you to have a PSN account.
That's fucked. Dude, it's fucked any way you look at it. Because here's the thing. PlayStation is a console-only gaming network. Like PSN is a console network. It's not for playing games on your PC, right? For crossplay, we established that. For crossplay, it may be required, right? Like if you want to play other PlayStation users from your PC, in crossplay, I could see the people that you're playing having to have a PlayStation account because they're literally on a PlayStation using online services.
That's what you signed up for.
Exactly.
Like if I'm going to play but
if they require me,
whatever.
If they require me playing other PC people or me playing PlayStation people from my PC to have an account, that's bullshit. Anything they say about that, like, you have to have that because of no bullshit. That is bullshit.
It just I'm going to have to fucking log in and see now because I have. I have Spider-Man, the remastered. Am I going to need a PSN account for that?
Dude, right? I've got quite a few Sony games.
Yeah, ported it to PC. So am I going to need a PSN? But it was an exclusive for a while. Am I going to need a PSN account for that? Am I going to need a PSN account for Final Fantasy VII? Am I going to need a PSN account for Horizon Zero Dawn if I decide to get that?
A clarification. Okay, hold on here.
It's driving me nuts.
You require a paid PSN subscription to play HellDivers2 on PC.
No.
So we're sure of that. Okay.
Yeah, there's no way they're going to charge you like that would outrageous.
Well, dude, I would have told you before this. There's no way they were going to do this. So I'm like,
well, no. Now this, honestly, though, the requirement for the account thing it's right there on the Steam page.
Okay, I've got the list
since day one.
Yep.
So that part is, again, it's not having to create another account on another whatever fucking platform. I don't care about that. It's the fact that people paid into this game, have been playing it for months, and then now can't because they're now enforcing this requirement.
Oh, this is horseshit. Okay, did you hear the actual reason that they gave?
Security bullshit. Safety and security.
Well,
For what? From what? What?
No,
Bullshit.
I've got the actual thing in front of me. So it says the reason was to protect players from griefing and abuse by enabling the banning of players who engage in such behavior. Here's what's weird. Anyway. Here's what's weird. It's like, yeah, why do you have to have a PlayStation account to ban somebody? Like, if somebody fucks up on PSN, they're violating TOS of PSN in general, and Sony will ban them. And if you're on PC, you're going to get banned by their server admins because their server admins own those servers.
Steam.
Yeah.
Steam's already handling that.
Dude, there's like three layers of security, right? You have PlayStation on the PlayStation player side, right? You have Steam on the PC player side, and you have the HellDivers server admins. The HellDivers server admins can just ban anybody they want.
That's where it starts, right? That's where it would start, is HellDivers devs are going to catch the cheaters and then report them to whoever. Okay, if it's a PC player, they report them to Steam and you'll get back banned. Or they'll report them to Sony and you'll get banned from, like, that kind of shit.
Okay, I did get clarification. Okay, so it says while PS5 console players must pay a fee for PlayStation Plus to play online games like HellDivers 2, which we discussed, that's required if you're on PlayStation 5. It does confirm that creating a PlayStation account is free for the PC user, so that's good. Okay, because I was really worried if that was going to cost money, people should like grab
I could do that too on my I got a PS5 sitting right there. I didn't have to pay to play. If I had a bunch of discs and stuff, I could just play those and I'd still need to create an account, of course, but I'd never have to pay for it.
So how pissed off would you be if you invested a shitload of time in HellDivers, which a lot of people have, right? I hear people like fucking level up like crazy, right? So they spend all this time on it, and then they find out that, I can't create. They go to create a PlayStation account because they're like, oh, fuck it, I give up. I want to keep playing the game. And it says, sorry, your region, you can't create a PlayStation account.
I'd be pissed. I better get a refund. At a minimum, I better get a refund.
Though. Would you be satisfied with a refund after putting that much time into a game and having all that progress and shit lost?
I'd still be pissed. No, I'd still be pissed.
I don't see an outcome where this is okay.
That's the minimum they could do, is give me a refund. That's the bare fucking minimum, because you let me in to your club because you couldn't verify my age or whatever. And I mean, that's a bad analogy, but I feel like you kind of picking up what I'm putting down.
Yeah,
like,
no, I am.
You let me do this.
Yeah.
You let me do this knowing that you were going to fix it and then pull the plug. And that's not okay.
And that's the part
that
you can't
has
deny.
To be illegal somehow. They should have never let people who eventually were not going to be allowed to make a PSN account at all buy the game. That is something they could have done. Yeah. They could have done that from the very beginning, because Steam was going to verify your location and shit like that. And again, I don't understand where. I mean, okay,
you can't say they didn't know.
Linking your Sony account and Steam, like, I don't understand that.
Here. Let me point out another really obvious fucking thing here. Let's say it's all true. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say, yeah, you have to have a PlayStation account for whatever fucking reason. I don't believe it, but let's say you do. And all of this is true. Then why, when they released the game when it was broken, why didn't they just require people to have a PlayStation account even though it was broken? Like, exactly. Okay, just so that you met the base bar to keep playing the game later. The fact that they disabled it's bullshit.
The linking part. There was some problem linking PSN accounts to Steam. I've seen that mentioned. I think that's what the problem was.
Then don't link it to Steam. Don't link it to Steam. Just have them log in. Just have them put in a username and password and show that they have a PlayStation account, like with the PlayStation API, right? It has a login API just like Facebook. I've seen PSN used for logins for other services in games. So all you need is a thing that basically says, hey, you put in your username and password. It shows that you have an active PlayStation account so they can see what your name is on PlayStation Network. Yeah. And then say, okay, in the future, this is going to be the thing that we merge you with. If they hadn't done that, then nobody would have been able to buy the game in the first place in an area where they couldn't get a PlayStation account. The fact that they're like, oh, it's broken, so we're just going to disable it and let everybody buy this, and literally going out of their way to market it in territories. Like, it's not like you just go to Steam and release your game and it's worldwide. You have to go and release it for each market. Yeah. So they're picking these markets. They know PlayStation. And you can't tell me a company that's doing a multi-billion-dollar deal with Sony or whatever is not going to know what markets they're in. Like, seriously, that'd be the biggest job opening ever, right? So
it's nuts.
This whole thing just reeks of ass. To me, I feel like it's a bait and switch to the users. Like, even though they said it on the Steam page, I feel like it's a bait and switch because it's like, I didn't know this. I fucking have it on PlayStation 5 and I didn't even know this was a thing. Yeah. Like, I didn't even know, like, I knew that I already had my account and I didn't. But the thing is, like even on PC, right? It's like, if I install it and want to play it on PC, I'd have to get the PC version, so I'd go buy the PC version, but that would also require me to put in my PlayStation account, even if I never played another PlayStation user. And that's the thing that's really weird is like, I could see them mitigating this whole thing. Like, let's say there is a problem and in order to authenticate with the PlayStation Network and Link, you do have to have an account, right? Then why not just cut off that side? Why not just say, let PC players play PC players, right? If they're not blessed by the PlayStation Network, and that way people could choose if they want to create an account or not. The only reason that they really require a link to PlayStation is for this crossplay banning bullshit. Like, if they just said, hey, listen, here's the mitigation. You just can't play PlayStation 5 Helldiver people. And that's common for a lot of games. There's a lot of games that don't allow crossplay, right? They only let you play on the... and to be honest, a lot of games do that for fairness, right? Because you don't want to be playing somebody with a controller on a console against somebody who has a 240 hertz screen with a fucking 4090 and a keyboard and a mouse. You know, they'll smoke you every time. So
I mean, I think that's fair. I think that's fair.
I feel like that would be a good middle mitigation.
Then if I don't want to make a PSN account, then I should still just be able to play against PC people. You
know what the elephant in the room here is, though, that I keep seeing repeat itself? And like you said, like you feel, and we talked a little bit beforehand, before the stream, we were like, you know what? The gaming's going to hell in the handbasket right now. Like the community and everything, shit's just getting rough, right? Like community's angry. The gaming companies are doing crazy shit. It's like everybody is just doing like whatever's wrong, right? It's like nobody is abiding by the unwritten rules anymore. It's just everybody just cash grab at all costs.
Not just that, man. The community's awful. I mean, you see it every time there's one of these controversies like this. I was just poking around on Twitter just a second ago, and like a few or one in particular I saw, but I'm sure there's a handful of community managers for Helldivers but one in particular I saw like had to privatize their account, and they're getting grief for it because like, oh, you're a community manager and you're not here managing the community. One, it's not the fucking video game. It's not the Helldivers people's fault that this is happening. And two, I guarantee that this poor gal, looks like a gal. I place
a little blame on Helldivers, but I'll say my piece later.
A little. They got to take some responsibility, right? A little bit of maybe no warning. But I guarantee that person had privatize their account or change their name or whatever the fuck.
Oh, they're getting death threats.
A bunch of bullshit. Yeah,
they were getting death threats.
Community. How do you manage a community of fucking?
I mean, we're degenerates. We're becoming degenerates. Like
it really is, man. It's driving me nuts how shitty
I feel like we've gotten
community has become.
Dude, we've become so desensitized. We're so desensitized to drama that this is just our default position now. Is that everything goes to 11? It's like I'm guilty of it too. I do the same thing, right? It's just I'm so accustomed to people just being desensitized to shit that I have to take it to 11 to even be heard. So it's no longer like, hey, I think this is unfair what they're doing. We should change it. It's like fucking kill them, burn them at the stake.
Yeah,
it's like everybody just goes to 11.
We
need to simmer down. Simmer down. Take a breath.
Dude, it makes me sad.
But what pisses me off, though, honestly, the gaming companies, though, and I'm going to play devil's advocate a little bit, they do deserve it. Because so many of these fucking gaming companies are doing the most questionable shit, and they know it. You cannot deny they know it. Like, what's that survival game that just a couple of days ago they released a $299 pack pay to win that just made you fucking stomp?
Escape from Tarkov.
Tarkov. Yeah. So Tarkov, everybody talks about it, loves it. I have a friend who voiced characters in Tarkov. Like, it's a game people love, right? They fucking love this game. They live in this game. And Tarkov's like, you know what? We're just going to release a $250 fucking pack that just makes you super OP, gives you all this shit, a bunch of shit that other players can't even get. This is shit that you get that other players cannot earn. Yeah. And so it's a $250 fucking dollars, and you get to be a juggernaut. And one of the features, like no shit, one of the features is if you're being attacked, you can push a button and all your friends get a beacon that they just spawn in your location and can start defending you.
Oh, damn, that's whack.
Like nobody else can do that unless they pay $250. It's like, fucking, are you serious?
In that instance, though, like, it makes sense to attack the devs, right? Because they're, or whoever up the chain made that decision and they implemented it. But like, it's not fair to attack the Helldivers community managers and the Helldivers people to such an extent that they have to fucking like hide.
Yep. But like Cyberpunk's another great example, right? It's like they did fix it in the end. Like in the end, they did right by people and it was a great game. But in the beginning, they shipped that knowing that it was a steaming piece of shit. They pushed that. No, but
No Man's Sky.
Here's the difference. No Man's Sky. No.
We all paid $60 for that and didn't get half the shit they promised.
And how much
that's way worse than Cyberpunk.
Did you not think that was bullshit though? Like everybody got really angry at that.
Yeah, because like I bought early access like 2 days before it released.
Here's my problem.
I get it.
I feel like gaming companies are just permanently in beta. Like nobody makes a finished product anymore. Nobody, not even an operating system. I don't even feel like Microsoft even considers it a finished operating system anymore. Like I think what they do is these companies are like, oh, everybody has fucking gigabit internet. So what we're going to do is we're just going to make a date. And then instead of pushing that date out, if we're not quite there yet, we're just going to ship whatever we got. Let everybody crash and fucking burn and pull their hair out and go fucking nuts. And then we'll just push update after update after update. And then maybe after a couple years, the game will be perfectly flawless when everybody stops playing it.
Yep.
You know, like No Man's Sky, I will admit, like when they finally did fix the shit, like I think it was about two years. Well, 6 years? God damn.
No, something. I mean, I'm being hyperbolic.
It was a lot.
It took a long time. It took a good handful of years before it was at least parity to what they were supposed to have launched.
But you know what's funny is like when they did that, they didn't sell a shitload more copies. The game sales were like huge in the beginning, and then they died off. And when they did all the fixing, it's not like they got a whole new wave of players that came in. It was all the players that already spent their money, that were disappointed, that were coming back and going, "Oh, we're going to give it another shot because we don't want to waste our money." Yeah, you know, and they were happy. Same thing with the CD Projekt Red thing, right? It happened a little sooner on a tighter schedule than that, but same thing. People bought fucking Cyberpunk 2077. And they're playing it, and it's like unfucking playable. Like people are in T poses, the characters aren't talking, the car gets stuck, you can't get in and out of fucking places.
I personally didn't have as much issues as some people did, and so again, I think that
did you play it from launch?
Oh yeah. I had weird texture like trees that are supposed to be a mile away.
What platform were you on? PC? Oh, okay.
PC?
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I didn't have as many. There were a few. There was like some quests. Like there were a couple quests that didn't trigger properly, so I had to like fall back to a save and things like that. I wasn't having a lot of the issues that some others were.
Dude, I played it a month after release, and it was garbage. Like it was so fucking unplayable on my computer, dude. Like you wouldn't even believe it.
Yeah, I didn't. I beat it even before, and I want to go back now that they did that 2.0 update and stuff. I want to start over and
I still haven't played it all the way through. The main reason I haven't played it all the way through is because the last time I played, they fixed a lot of the bugs, but they still had that really bad problem where the driving was just garbage.
The driving was pretty bad.
Apparently they fixed that. Apparently it's so somebody told me that it's like it's pretty much on par with like GTA 5 now, like with the physics of the car handling and the speed and stuff. But the first time I played it, I was like, this is fucking terrible, dude. This is terrible.
Steering was weird. It was like you're on a post, almost like you were doing like a bumper car.
It was like you rotated
or something. It was really weird.
And the sense of speed was like so fucked up. Like you'd be doing 100 miles an hour and it looked like you were going 15. It was weird.
I feel like, in defense of CD Projekt Red for this, their entire experience was with third-person RPGs. Like all they'd ever done is The Witcher, and so to jump from that to a very complicated first-person RPG with all of this, like an FPS RPG, like. That is a they had to build their whole engine. They did a bunch of shit from scratch, and so like I'm willing to cut them a little bit of slack because of like some past goodwill.
Let's be fair and say it's from scratch. However, you can't argue how old GTA 5 is, and that is the benchmark for that kind of sandbox world.
Sure.
So if they couldn't at least do what GTA 5 did that far in the future with such a prestigious team of developers and the resources that they had at their disposal, that was ass. And the thing is, when they shipped the game, this is the other thing that really pissed me off. When they shipped the game, they didn't have the part of the code working that could break the world up into chunks. So you were effectively loading like the entire fucking world, and that's why it needed such high specs, and they had to pull it for console.
And stuff. And you're having weird models popping forward of like I said, like I had a few trees that were clearly supposed to be like a mile away. They were forward of like models that were like legitimately right in front of me.
Yeah, there was a guy on YouTube. He did a hex editor mod where it disabled textures, and when it disables textures, all you see is the wireframes from the polygons, and you can see clear all the way across the map. Like every single polygon in the game was being accounted for.
That's why you're getting these shit with performance and stuff like that. Your poor machine just can't render the whole world all at once.
So that's what they were trying to work out, is like, how do we get it to just render the parts that you're looking at? And within a certain distance, like faded out over a distance. That's what GTA 5 does. Like if you notice GTA 5, like off in the distance, prominent large structures will still appear, but they get sparser the further you get away. So like you get way far away and look up on the Hollywood Hills, you can still see like the observatory or the sign, but you don't see any of the buildings. And then you get closer and then you see more vegetation and then you see more buildings and stuff. It becomes more dense as you get closer to it. Right. And they're only rendering in the direction you're looking. Everything behind you and off to the sides and everything is not being rendered. It basically just disappears out of existence as you're rotating around. Now, because your viewport is looking forward, it doesn't feel that way. It's a trick, right? Everything in programming is a trick, right? Everything, especially in games.
Oh, dude, all kinds of.
Yeah, it's to give you the perception that you're in a 3D world, but realistically, all you are is like a camera floating around, and only where the camera is pointing, ideally, is what's being rendered. And what gives these games performance, and the reason why Cyberpunk performs so poorly, was they didn't have all the optimization shit to do that, to do like the fall off rendering and the distance and everything. So they were just rendering everything. Like somebody was saying they were rendering the textures inside of buildings that you weren't even inside of.
I believe it.
If you were walking around in the hallway, they were actually rendering like the textures and shit and the polygons inside of the elevator and the people inside of the elevator, even though you're not even in there and the door's closed.
Yeah.
So that's terrible. Like that's like shit that like you learn in the first 3 days of how to program a game. That you don't do. Like, and I'm not even just a game of that scale, like literally mobile games, right? Like writing fucking mobile games, the first thing they'll tell you is like, if you're creating Mario Brothers, don't render the entire fucking level, all at once, because you got resource constraints, right? Well, nowadays you can get away with a lot of shit because you got so much power in a cell phone.
Man, that's part of it.
But like, if you look at the golden age, dude, the golden age of software development, like back in NES, like in the 80s, right? If you look at how they were able to fit so much game, so much story, like into such a tiny, like little 64K block of memory, it's fucking insane. Like they did so much clever shit. Like in Mario Brothers, you probably don't even realize, but like a dozen of the textures are the same texture. Like they will take the same texture. All they do is shift the color or make it flicker, or they'll make one color translucent so that it doesn't render. So then it becomes like a half shape, or they'll rotate it. And so they do all these little tricks so that one like palette of color and one object can be like 12 different things. And nowadays they don't really have to do that anymore because we have so much fucking memory. I mean, my graphics card's got 24 gigabytes of memory on the graphics card. It's like, what's the equivalent of that in NES cartridges? Probably like 1 million, right? I got like 1 million fucking NES cartridges can be loaded into my graphics card alone. So you really, and consoles are the same difference, right? I mean, it's like consoles have really high-end GPUs now. Like the PS5, I heard somebody say the PS5 graphically, because of the loss of overhead, since they have a dedicated operating system for gaming and they don't have the overhead of like an x86, they said that the performance is pretty much on par with like a computer with like a 3080 GPU, like an RTX 3080. Sure. Yeah. And that's pretty high end. Like that's a pretty high end gaming system of 38. So when you think of like a PlayStation 5 and the size of it, and being this little thing plugs into your cabinet, your TV, the fact that it can create a graphical experience with full ray tracing, 60 frames per second, 4K, HDR10, FreeSync, all this shit it can do, and what do they cost? Like $500, $499, $500. Yeah. So we've got so much performance now that game manufacturers don't have to optimize as much as they used to. But the problem is the technology is starting to catch up, where it's like they keep doing more and more and more. And now we're back in the same boat again, where it's like they're doing so much in the game that now they do have to start budgeting for resources, because they're like,
which they should.
Yeah, we have so much memory. Why not put a bunch more shit in there, right? But they're just not doing it right.
I don't know enough about especially higher end game development.
I don't know what's going on with my eye there. Do we got AIDS or something in there?
It's like the I don't know, man. Make your game on a fucking machine that's 3 years old.
That's actually smart. That's smart. Develop your game for the lowest common denominator and then polish it for the highest.
Well, yeah, like make sure it works the way that you intend it to on, like you should be developing on old hardware to make sure that it works to optimize to all this. Like fucking your dev machine should be a fucking 6700K and a 1080 Ti. I mean, that's like 8 years old now, but you know what I'm saying? Like if it can run good on that, then start adding all the fucking polish and the fancy textures and the extra this and that. Like at least 3 years old, 4 years old.
That's actually a really good idea. They don't do that, but they should. They should be developing on a system that would be on par with what most people would have.
But I think that's why you see these indie games, these smaller teams making such great experiences, because I guarantee the team that is developing HellDivers2, I bet their studio is not outfitted with 3090s and shit. Maybe one. I bet they have one really high. Well, now it's probably changed because they blew up and were crazy popular. But like, I bet during development, before release, they probably had one really high end machine. and then all the rest of the dev machines and shit were like cheese ball laptops or something.
To be fair, every developing company that I've toured, like Bungie Studios, Turn 10 Studios, what was the other one? There's a third one. Oh yeah, Valve. When I went and toured Valve years ago, you'd be surprised. They have pretty high end dev boxes, and it's not because they're trying to develop the game for a high end. It's because of the debugging.
Yeah, but that's not indie
takes
either.
A lot of. Huh?
I'm talking.
Oh, you're talking like indie, like studios that are still
teams.
coming up.
Small guys.
Fair enough.
Like the guys making HellDivers2. That's a small team. Like I bet they're.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if you're on your first or second game, you're not going to have the resources to just buy unlimited hardware.
You know, this one that just come out, Manor Lords, says it's being developed by one person, which I'm pretty sure is like one person's doing the code, but he's like hired contractors to do a bunch of other shit. But that's a whole nother story. But like. That's it. Like I think that's why they're making these better games, because they have more modest hardware and they have to optimize it. They have to make it work on their cheeseball shit. And then so when somebody comes along with a 3090 or 4080 or whatever the fuck, it's like mind blowing because they can push that better. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I look at games like, remember when Crysis came out, the very first Crysis?
Oh man.
And like CryEngine was like, it looked like real life. Like to us back then, we were like, this is the most graphically intense thing I've ever seen in my life. The way the foliage moved, and you could shoot limbs off trees and stuff and blow up. It was a destructible environment. It's the first destructible environment I've ever seen in an FPS, right?
That was cool.
So when that game came out, but I remember on my computer, like with which wasn't a slouch, like my computer was decent. I still only got like at max graphic speed was like 2 frames a second. And I thought to myself, I was like, how the fuck did they develop a game where they themselves didn't even have the hardware to test the highest graphics mode? Like they had a graphics mode in their game that no hardware existed at that time that could run that game consistently at 30 frames per second at a high resolution. So I thought that was funny because it's like years later, I want to say it was a good probably 4 or 5 years before hardware came out, they could run that game at like 60 frames per second, maxed out everything. And I just have to think to myself, the developers, it's like, what was that like for them to develop a game, not being able to play it at like its full potential, and then like 6 years later when it's like, you know, a doorstop, they pull it out, put it in, and it's like, oh, now we can finally experience what it was like when we developed it. That seems like weird, man. Same thing with kind of like GTA 5. You seen the evolution of GTA 5? Everybody seems to think GTA 5 is just the same game. They're, it's been out for like 10 years. No, it's been rehashed so many times. You just don't see it. Like it's happened gradually. If you go back and look at like a launch edition of GTA 5, the graphics look like shit. They are jaggy. The billboards and the textures are not very good. The cars, like the paints on the cars don't look great. I mean, it literally looks like a slight step above like GTA 4 or whatever. It wasn't great. It wasn't great. But then you go fast forward and it's like they released it again and re-released it again. And then there was another release on the console. They had the Xbox 360, then the PlayStation, they had the PlayStation 3, PlayStation 4, and then the PlayStation 5. And if you play the PlayStation 5 version, it's got like full-blown ray tracing enabled. It's got like fucking cats and dogs walking up and down the alleyway, more foliage and things in the environment. The car textures look real. It looks like you have mods installed, like just playing the stock game. And so it's gotten better and better and better. So it's like everybody thinks it's the same game that's lasted this long. But no, realistically, it's kind of like Windows where they do an upgrade and it's a whole new operating system, right? It's like GTA 5 has gone through that same thing. Yeah, it's like campaign has stayed the same, but online play has completely changed like a dozen times over. The graphics have changed like a dozen times over. Other than the core storyline, like the core storyline campaign, the game has changed dramatically.
Yeah.
And people just don't notice because it's like all the updates, right? Even if you install the core edition and you log into the social, it'll say, oh, you got to download the updates. If you don't download the updates and play the game, it looks like ass. It's seriously, it doesn't look like what people think it does. Like it does not look anything like today. As a matter of fact, if I remember right, when I first bought it for PC, when it first came out on PC, I want to say that you couldn't even like put it in like 4K. Like I want to say like the top end graphics mode was like 1080p or something like that. They wouldn't even let you go to 4K. Now it's got like a VRAM counter and everything. Yeah. So it's like this. So they have heavily developed and optimized that game. And remember, and you remember how shitty it ran back in the day? GTA 5 ran like crap on PC. Yeah. Like it was hard to build a PC that could play that game smoothly. Now it's like a moderate PC can play it like maxed out graphics and look fantastic. So it just goes to show that over time, as you polish something, right? As you polish it and you optimize it, it gets better. But what pisses me off is that you have these companies that are releasing games that you wouldn't even consider like a beta yet. Like it's still very much alpha. and it should literally be going through internal testing, and developers should be working with the test team and going back and forth until they have a product that literally is, one, stable, doesn't crash all the time, right? The only bugs that should not be resolved are ones that are not showstoppers, meaning bugs that like maybe that don't hinder your gameplay. They're only graphical glitches, things of that sort, right?
Sure.
But anything that hinders gameplay, could compromise your game, stop forward progress, break your saves, anything like that would be considered a showstopper, where you don't that you do not ship that game to customers. And I feel like that's all gone out the window now. They will literally ship a game, like even like a AAA studio will ship a game knowing that it's a piece of dog shit, just going, oh, but we're going to release an update in like 2 weeks, or we'll release another update in a month. We know we can get ahead of it and fix it. We just need a little more time. So instead of holding it up, they're like, fuck, we'll sell it now and then we'll just worry about it later.
That points at a bigger issue in the industry as a whole. Publishers, it's publishers. Publishers are shit. Are shitty because they don't give a fuck. They're not really a part of the community, and all they really give a shit about are as the shareholder and hitting the release date. We made a promise to release this game at this time, and we have to. If we don't, that's going to look bad on our quarterly reports, and then we're gonna, the stock price is going to go down a little bit, and this is why I say, whoa.
We got a $2 tip, so I gotta activate the lights. He said, "Happy Star Wars Day." Oh, he solved the problem early. 25,576 NES cards.
Nice.
That's how many I could store in one freaking GPU.
Nice. And again, I think that's why we're seeing better quality out of smaller teams or these smaller publishers, even places like Chucklefish and to some extent Devolver Digital and Take 2K or not 2K, Take Two for a little while. They got a little fucked up.
They did.
I think they got a little too big. But they were one of the nice guys, the guys who put out Borderlands and all that stuff, right? Gearbox was the developer, Take Two was the publisher. I think Take Two got a little too big for their britches. I think they've gone evil a little bit. But
what's the last thing Take Two released? Do you know?
Outer Wilds, maybe.
So I was gonna say I haven't seen the Take Two logo in some time, but again, I'm not like a massive avid gamer or anything these days.
Let's see.
Last.
It looks like they published. I didn't realize this. They publish the
It Takes Two.
Oh, It Takes Two.
So okay. It Takes Two, unless it's misunderstanding my question. Let me double check this. Oh no, that's Electronic Arts.
Okay.
So no, that it
looks like No Rest for the Wicked.
Okay,
that's a new one that just came out in early access. That's got some back and forth on it.
I still need to play It Takes Two. I've heard it's a lot of fun to play with your better half. Like it's legitimately a game that's designed to be played with a partner
for co-op. 2K, I think 2K, NBA 2K, they have those guys. I'm thinking more on their independent side, not the what I would consider. I think on their website they call it private division. So you got like Outer Worlds. I'm sorry, that was fairly recent. Kerbal Space Program 2 or early access.
Wait, back up. Kerbal Space Program 2. There's a 2.
Yeah,
I didn't know that. When did they do that? When did they announce that?
I don't know. I mean, they've been working on it for a while.
Program 2.
I don't know when it came out on. I don't know when it came out on early access.
My son and I absolutely fucking love Kerbal Space Program. I didn't know there was a 2. Okay, yeah, early access. Get instant access, start playing, get involved with this game. More than anything else, we cannot wait for players to build, fly, crash, and fly again. The core pillar of Kerbal Space Program 2 is building and flying cool rockets while having additional features like colonies. Oh, dude. It looks like they've revamped the graphics quite a bit, too.
Yeah, it looks really nice.
Okay, yeah, I'm definitely going to... I need to bookmark this. This is awesome. Thank you. I honestly didn't know they were making a second one. I thought they were just like doing updates to the first one.
No. I mean, they could have. I mean, it's just basically rocket physics. So, like, what do you do?
Dude, it's so rad, though. It's so rad. I love it.
Oh, yeah. I own it on one platform or another, and I think I've barely made it to orbit.
Oh, my God. Overwhelmingly negative reviews?
Oh, for KSP2?
Yeah, overwhelmingly. I didn't even know there was an overwhelmingly setting.
Oh yeah. It's like if you get under 25%, I think.
Oh, dude, I got to read some of these reviews. Okay, so not recommended. The entire studio behind this game has been laid off. Don't buy it. Not until a new feature update is out. That was on May 1st. May 1st, with today's announcement that Take-Two has laid off the entirety of Intercept Games, confirmed per Bloomberg. Oh my God. I'll finally write my review, which is something I'd held off on doing. KSP2's development was not as controversial as many online would have you believe, especially compared to more scandalous ones. But for me, it's been by far the most disappointment I've ever had with a video game in my life. Wow. Okay, Take-Two just laid off everyone who's working on the game. The game is dead. I can't recommend this due to the complete glacial development pace and almost non-existent development updates. I've spent over 150 hours on this game now, so I've been able to test practically everything there is to test. Normally, I'd recommend any game I put this much effort and time into, but not this time! Exclamation point. The science update gave us actual gameplay, but that's been pretty much the only update in the last year. We honestly don't even know if they're still working on the game. They keep players in the dark about the progress, so if the current state of the game is all we're going to end up with, then stay the hell away from this and go mod the hell out of KSP1 instead. Check back in 3 months and see if the devs still have their mouths shut. And this is before the layoff. This was on April 14th. So literally that he got his answer, right? They literally laid everybody off. So it looks like it. Oh, whoa. Okay. This guy's not mincing any words. He basically censored fuck so that it wouldn't censor him. So it's like fuck Take-Two. It's like F space U space K space C. Fuck Take-Two. Yet another game death over corporate greed. I'm really hoping honestly, it's not true.
When you've got Rockstar in your back pocket, who's making $10 billion off of GTA Online over the last 5 years or whatever the fuck, why would you care? Who gives a fuck? We got the cash cow.
You know, I'm gonna say
it's gonna make us $20 billion when it comes out. It doesn't matter when it comes out. You fuckers are gonna buy it all up anyway. Like that's what I mean. It didn't used to be this way.
I got a hot take. GTA 5 fucked over gaming. Fucked 100%. Over gaming because I want to be clear. I love GTA 5. I love the sandbox. I played it more than any other game by far, like in my entire life, even in campaign mode, not even online, just in campaign mode. I love the acting. I love the story. I love the graphics. I love the gameplay, everything about it. But you know what I don't fucking like is how their online play and them milking that thing for like 10 years became the reference for every other game company on earth. And now everybody does what they do. And that's where and it just fucks everything up.
Live service games.
Yeah, everything now is shark cards. Everything is shark cards and money and pay to win, and everything's like, you know, now you don't ask for a game on your birthday. Like I thought, like my son for Christmas, he's like I want Robux. I'm like, what the fuck's a Robux? Like, you know, it's money for Roblox that you like use in game to basically buy something so that you can just destroy the other player. Like literally one of the games he plays, you can literally just spend like so many Robux. You push a button and everybody dies and then you win. It says you win. You killed everybody on the server. You just pay and you get that. So I'm like, where's the satisfaction in that? Like the whole point of gaming is to like improve your skill, invest yourself and like compete with other people. It's supposed to be competitive. Why is it fun? Like if I went and played baseball and I could just run around the bases and nobody could touch me because I had a force field, like that wouldn't be fun anymore, right? Because you already know the outcome of the game. It doesn't matter if you suck, doesn't matter if you run or walk, it's always going to be the same. You're going to win. So I don't like this idea of pay to win. I feel like GTA 5 did just that because I don't I don't play GTA. Yeah, I don't play GTA 5 online because this has been my every online experience I've ever had in that game. I swear to God, this is it. I'm not even exaggerating. I log into the server. I drive around until I see a blip on the map. I drive towards the blip on the map, looking if I can find somebody who may want to like, you know, do a mission together. So I walk, I drive up to them. They fucking get out of their car and hit me with a nuke, or they jump into like a fucking DeLorean flying around that shoots heat-sinking rockets and shit. And no matter what I do, I can't get away from them. Like there's nothing I can do. Like the weaponry and shit that they have, they can fly over buildings, under things. Like there is no escaping them. And then what they'll do is they'll just grief you. Like as soon as you come back, you want to get away from them. So you're like, fuck it, this guy, I don't like him. I'll go, and then they fucking hunt you down, and you can't go faster than them. You can't escape them. It's like, fuck, man. Like, I don't get how anybody can have fun playing that game anymore online. I mean, granted, if you do like if you do a mission, right? If you do a mission, you have a group of friends and stuff, and you can get them together, then that makes sense. But if you're just like free roaming and getting on there on the server and like going to try to find randos to play with, that game is fucking grief city.
Yeah, it's awful.
Like it's terrible. It's like there's no fun in it at all unless you pay money. And then every other game adopts the same thing where it's like, you know how we sell how the best way to actually, you know what? It's no different than Clash of Clans if you think about it.
Yeah, no, it is. It's literally
Clash of Clans
style almost. Yeah.
So the way it works in a pay to win game, right, is like and this is what they're thinking when they design it, right? This is what it's designed to do. You start playing the game, you're like, oh, it's free. A free to play game. This is wonderful. This is thank you for allowing me to play this free game. But there's always a rub. There's always an if. So you get on the game, you start playing. You might kill a guy or two who's also a free player, right? But then a paid player comes along, and then he kills you, and then he kills you again and again and again. You're like, fuck this, and then you go spend. Then it pops up on the screen and says, hey, for $5, you could get the same weapons that guy has. So then you're like, oh, right? So you're like, nah, I don't really want to do that. Oh, the one-time limited 60 seconds, $2, and you could have those weapons this one time, last chance. No, I don't really want $1.99. This is never going to happen again. You got to, and then you click it, and then you're over that hump. You've broken that contract in your head that you're not going to spend money on it. And then you're like, it's only $2. And then you fast forward 6 months, and it's like it's only $10,575. And that's how they get you. Like my buddy who plays Clash of Clans, every time I go over to his house, he'll pull out his phone and he'll be like, oh, motherfucker, you blew up my base or whatever. And buy diamonds, $500 for the diamonds. Okay, launch nuke, boom, boom. Okay, you killed him. Oh, you killed him again. Okay, oh, yeah, I'm back up in my rank. Cool, back in my pocket. It's like, so wait, you pull your phone out and spend $500 just to hold your, like, top world ranking? Like, just to be in a leaderboard, you're willing to pay money just so that people can't knock you down. And then that other guy gets pissed and he spends money because at the level they're playing at, these are all people that are paying money now. So then he goes and puts in his little thing. Oh, diamonds. Okay, now I'll get you back. And it's like there's no skill at that point anymore. It's just whoever has the most money, who can select the most things and do the biggest attack, wins. Yeah,
that's why I don't like that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't get the appeal of it. But then I look through like my son's eyes when he's playing these games, like even like Rec Room and Roblox, and it's like I can definitely see that there's an appeal to him. Like being in a game, it's like even having a shirt, like if he a $5 shirt that nobody has unless you paid $5 or whatever, then it makes him feel special because like everybody looks at him and sees a shirt and it's like that guy had $5 to buy a shirt. That's pretty cool.
I get cosmetics because I want to look cool too.
To be fair, the cosmetics are okay. The cosmetics, it's the pay to win shit.
Oh yeah, man. Oh, here having access to weapons that others don't. Like again, skins, fine. You want your fucking thing to look like a tiger or whatever? Great.
Did you ever play that FPS Blacklight Retribution?
No.
That was the most fucking paid. It's on every platform. It's on PlayStation, Xbox, PC. It's like one of those first-person shooter games that's everywhere.
Oh my god, this does look. Jeez.
It's actually pretty fun if you can find people that aren't like just blowing shitloads of money on it. But the problem is it's so flooded with these guys that pay money. You get on a server and you'll just be up against a guy in a fucking mech armor, like a full body mech armor suit that your gun can't do any damage to, and he one shot kills you anywhere. So you basically just log in the server and you're just basically running from the predator and hiding from the predator. And then you can pay. Again, it'll pop up and say, oh, you can have the mech suit for 10 hours for $5 or whatever. This is a long time ago. I don't know what the pricing structure is now. But it was like, oh, for $5 you can get the power armor all day. Oh, we have a special this weekend. If you buy the power armor, you get 2 days for the price of one. And then you basically every time you spawn, you just have this like fucking power armor that makes you like the dude from Fallout, right? Like you're just indestructible.
It looks like it closed up shop in 2019.
Oh, it's been gone that long? Damn.
Yeah.
I used to play that when it first came out, and I was like, you know what? This is the most pay to win fucking game I've ever played in my life. Like it was fun for like the first hour that I played it, but my god, dude, it was like you could not get on a server. You could just leave, find a new server, leave, find a new server. Every server you found, there was at least one guy on there who was at the top, and you could tell by like their ranking and it shows their points and everything and how much money they've spent basically with insignia. You'd be like, oh, that's the whale. That's the guy. He's always in first place because he can't not lose. He can literally just stand in a single place while everybody's just shooting him, and he can just slowly go around and pick his shots carefully, shooting everybody in the head. And I'm like, dude, where's the fun in that? There's no fun in that for me. Like honestly, that would like I get back in the day, people cheat and stuff, and that's more like griefing. Like I understand the fun in griefing when you're doing something you're not supposed to be able to do. Like I get that. Like if you hack the game or something like that and you run a cheat or something, you run around like one scope, no scope at everybody. I can see where that can be funny in like an evil sort of way as long as it's in a non-competitive environment. But when you're paying money to get that and it's like a legitimate feature of the game, I don't see how anybody could derive any pleasure from that.
I don't know. Some people are weird like that.
I don't get it, man. It's like just go buy porn.
I don't know. It's like I feel like it's similar to why my dad didn't understand playing a single player game in God mode, right? As a kid. Because like now it's like playing The Sims and you give yourself all the money and stuff, and it's like, well, Is this fun anymore?
No, like SimCity. Remember back in the day, SimCity had a setting like where you could just give yourself unlimited money.
Oh yeah, you can just cheat. So you bring down the console and just type in.
Yeah, you can say, "Oh no natural disasters, no, just give me unlimited money," and it'd be fun to build a city, but it'd get boring in like an hour. Like an hour, you're like, you cover the whole map and buildings, and you're like, where do I go from here? But when you play in like campaign mode, you actually have to like earn your money and deal with crime and stuff like that. The game becomes like a wonderful joy for an infinite amount of time. Like as long as you can play, there's always something interesting. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5 super chat, man.
Hey.
Yeah. We need to get a smoke machine and lights on your side so we can light up both sides.
Nice.
He said kids nowadays are learning early on how to pay to play actually works, and finding out it's only fun for a short time. Better to learn early in life. No, that is true. Yeah, that is true.
And I mean, the same happened to me, honestly. Like I used cheat codes a lot when I was younger.
Yeah, I did too. I cheated in Counter-Strike.
And it was fun a little bit here and there. But yeah, and then it gets boring.
Yep.
And so,
dude, that's why I stopped playing Counter-Strike. I literally ruined Counter-Strike for me because I was really big into programming automation back then.
Sure.
And so somebody had challenged me to create a headshot bot for Counter-Strike, so I did. And when I created the headshot bot, then I would just always turn it on when I was playing the game because it's like, oh, look, I'm unbeatable. But then it just took all the fun out of the game. Like if all I had to do, because all I had to do was this, just stand in the corner of the map and just whip my mouse around. It'd just be like, pop, every once in a while, pop, 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 death, pop, pop, pop. Somebody come around the corner, instant death. As long as I had them on the screen and it was viewable, it would lock onto their head and shoot them right between the eyes. And it was like it was easy to do. And it was like, oh, this is so cool. But then once I had it, I couldn't play without it. Like I just always turn it on because like I have it. Why would I not turn this on? And it ruined the game for me. And honestly, a lot of games got ruined for me like that. Like I ruined World of Warcraft with that. I ruined EVE Online with that. Like, I went through this phase of just writing and automating everything. And I'm like, okay, if I am writing automation to play the game instead of me play the game, then what am I really doing? Like, why am I buying a game if I'm just going to write software to play the game for me? Like, at what point am I having any enjoyment? And then if I do play the game, I come back to a game that's like wildly different than where I left. I'm like, oh, now I'm level 50 and I've got all this shit that I don't know what it does. And I've got like, where did this all come from? And then you're like trying to play and it's like your skill level doesn't match the character. Right. Because the automation pushed it so far and you weren't there along for the ride to see what was going on. And so then you have this like really weird mismatch. You can't really like play with other people because they're like, oh yeah, we got to go do this story arc or something. And you have no fucking idea what they're talking about because you didn't play through the first 3. I remember that used to be like a really big problem, but I didn't have enough time to game. So to keep up with my friends, because the MMOs required you to be within a certain level of each other to do certain things, I would run my bot and tell it to get me to level whatever, and then just grind, get me to this level, and then pop out. But by doing that, it took all the fun out of the game because I'm like, all I really did was play the game for maybe like 100th the time they were playing it, but my stats would say otherwise, right? And at the end of the day, it's just cheating. And it's like, I just don't get why people fucking like that. But I get it if there's money involved. Like, I do understand, like, the people that are doing, gold farming and selling gold on eBay and shit. Like, I understand why they're doing it. They're financially motivated.
There's something there. Yeah.
Yeah. And when I was at Microsoft, I mean, I was a part of one of the biggest fucking scandals for Asheron's Call that there ever was, right? Huh. And that was the hack the infinite crafting hack that was created by a guy named Joe Buchanan. Rest in peace. He passed away, sadly. His wife died, and then he died a couple of months later. It was really kind of creepy and weird, but but it was really weird. I'll tell you the story sometime. It's like it was definitely had a Microsoft twist to it. But he had found an exploit because he had access to the source code. We all did at Microsoft. For some reason, at Microsoft, they just give you access to all the source code, not just the project you're working on, all of it. We had source code for the video games. We had source code for the operating systems. We had a source code for all the Office products. We had source code for all the old products from back in the day. Like, that's strange. Like, we had access to everything. So he was weeding around in Asheron's Call, and he found a bug in there that allowed you that basically had the timing of crafting on the client side, not on the server side. Yeah. And but they tried to bury it in such a way that it was really difficult to exploit, but because he had the source code, he could easily patch around it. So he created a patch that would instant craft anything. Any item you selected, there'd be no time. It would you just say craft and it would just go boop, and it'd just show up in your inventory. And it was so fast that you could craft, like, I think he was crafting bows or something like that, and he could craft like 10,000 bows a minute or something like that. Like, and so if you stayed still, you could fill up your inventory, but then you couldn't move. So what you do is you'd stand next to a vendor and you just buy their material, craft the bows, as many as you could, and then sell them back. And then so you didn't have to move. And then he also added code that if a GM came around to talk to you, because they'd have these GMs that would pop in and be like, oh, hey, how you doing today? You know, see if you're a bot. And he had a code in there that would be like, hey, I got to go or whatever. Oh, hey, see you guys. See you tomorrow or whatever. And then it'd just log off if they saw a GM enter the area. And he literally had like a map that would show like where the GMs were in the world. And he could even see it. He'd track them. He could even see it when they were coming over. I was like, damn, Astron's call sends an awful lot of data to the client that they don't want the person to know about. Like, that's kind of weird. But yeah, he wrote this hack and then he ended up giving it to tons of people on our team. And I was the only one that didn't go along with it. Like, everybody was like buying these Microsoft discounted little Dell, well, not Dell XPS. What is it? The little workstations. You know, the little Dell workstations. They have those little itty bitty ones. Yeah, So that we had a deal at Microsoft where we got 50% off Microsoft discount from Dell. So we were buying these systems that were normally, I think at the time, about $900, and we could get them for like 400 and something shipped. Okay. And so everybody was doing this hack. They were selling the gold on eBay because the gold was like, it was going for a lot. Like, you could sell like 700 gold pieces, which took you maybe 10 minutes to create with this crafting hack. And you could sell it for like a couple $100. Like, it was a lot of money. And so Joe was making money on it for about a month before he started giving it to everybody else. And fast forward about 6 months, we probably had 90% of the team doing this mining, where they literally just had stacks of computers in their office that they bought with the money that they were making from this. And so they were running these data centers. Like, you could go by the office and you could tell who was doing the hack because they just have a stack of these desktop workstations just sitting in the back of their room with no monitor attached to them, just running 24/7. And it was crazy because he ended up, a guy in a forum called him out and said, because he was kind of bragging a little bit, like, oh, hey, I hacked the game, because they were saying it can't be hacked. He's like, oh no, I hacked the game. And the guy was like, no, you didn't prove it or whatever. And he was drunk one night, so he gave him the code to prove that he hacked it. And as soon as he gave him the code, Microsoft patched it within 24 hours. And I have never seen such a ruckus in my life. I came into work that morning and there was like dudes on my team crying, physically in tears, like, I just bought another 20 systems. I just reinvested all the money and now it's gone. What am I going to do with all these computers? Like, I mean, they were literally like losing their shit because they were making so much fucking money off this. And Joe had told me that throughout the 4 or 5 months he was doing it, he made a little over $500,000 on eBay. He moved $500,000 in gold just by himself. And then the other guy I knew was Mike Ramsey. I want to say he made like 40 or 50,000, and he'd only been doing it for like 2 weeks. And he had like, and he took that money and reinvested it and bought a whole bunch more computers, because he was one of those guys that was like an entrepreneur, right? He was going to build a rack, reinvest, build a bigger rack and a bigger rack, so that he keep just multiplying the money. He even hired a guy to do the listings for him on eBay. So he's like paying a dude, like on Craigslist or whatever. He's like paying this dude to just do listings for gold and meeting the people in the game. Because what you do is you'd sell the gold on eBay and then you'd meet the person in the game to transfer the gold to them. And so he was paying another person to do that. So when he was at work and stuff, it was just a turnkey operation. He was paying some dude a salary to just go meet up people in game, one after another, after another, after another. And he was like the banker transferring all the gold to the people that paid on eBay. Okay. And it was crazy. It was absolutely crazy. And the weird thing is, it was like so against like the TOS of the game. And you'd think Microsoft would have like fired everybody for doing that. They never said a fucking thing. They knew exactly who it was because Joe was using his real name in the forums where he was bragging. They knew his character name because he pointed out his character name. It was like a part of his profile. And they never banned him. They never fired anybody from the company. And what Astron's Call was Microsoft's first party title, right? So I was like, wow. I was really shocked by that. That was like one of those weird controversies that can only happen at Microsoft. Like if that happened at any other company, like if you were at like Blizzard and that happened, like with World of Warcraft or whatever, do you really think they wouldn't fire everybody involved?
Oh man, yeah. Gone, are you kidding?
Dude, you'd be so fun. They make such a big example out of you.
Dude, yeah. Yeah.
I love Scotch. Thank you for the $2, by the way. Here, let me give him a little. Yeah. He said, what the fuck? KB5034441 is still broken. Oh, is that the one you were having a problem installing?
Yeah.
I think he said he was having a problem installing that on last Tech Talk too.
For anybody out there, yeah, it seems that the problem is it's breaking because there's not enough space in your recovery partition.
Yeah, because I have it installed on mine.
There's some workarounds and stuff to manually change the size of your recovery partition, regardless of whether you have one or not, which is kind of dumb. But apparently Microsoft either can't or won't fix it. So you're on your
so
own.
which one is so this is okay, hold on. So this is
it's a security update.
503441. Okay, let me see if I've got
Update to Windows 11, you bums.
Yeah,
Stop being obstinate and just upgrade to Windows 11. No, as I say on my Windows 10 PC. Mostly because I just haven't gone into the BIOS and turned on the software TPM or whatever the fuck it is on my AMD processor.
The trusted protection module, yeah.
And I just don't want to.
The thing is Windows 10 is going to get
fast. Yeah, is really the problem. Is that it turns on too fast. I can't get into the BIOS. Sorry, man.
Dude, Windows 10 is going to get ganked so hard. Like you're better to get on 11 if you can. If you have a system that supports it.
Honestly, they've really opened up. There's a lot more support for the CPUs and stuff. They've really relaxed this, and like the telemetry and blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of stuff you can do to scrub that shit out, just like you did in Windows 10. I don't understand people's bitchy about Windows 11. I really don't. I've had it on my work machines and stuff. I've had it on. It's just
there's still a ton of people on Windows 7. Like there's holdouts that refuse to leave Windows 7 even though they completely dropped support.
10-year-old, like your 10-year-old kid even cares.
Yeah.
Like I bet they care more about that it's an iPhone versus an Android. I can't hear you over your green text bubbles or something. What does your 10-year-old care about the operating system? I mean, actually, that's not fair because like a little past that age, I cared.
I did too. I was a total nerd.
I was an
Nerds
XP diehard and stuff. Like I cared. Windows 98 to my will and at 10, 11, 12, 13. So I'm just being a butthead. I don't mean nothing personal. Who said that?
I'm going to say something that's going to trigger a lot of people. And this is somebody who you guys know I was laid off from Microsoft.
I miss Windows 8 tiles.
No, fuck! I fought so hard against the Metro interface. Like fuck Jim Olchin. Jim Olchin, if you're out there, fuck you, dude. Jim Olchin gets all the credit for stuffing that shit down your throat. The ex-VP of Microsoft, that guy, fuck him.
I want to go back to Vista.
I'm glad they fired his ass. Let him retire with millions of dollars, but whatever. No, I will tell you right now that Windows 11 is the fastest operating system.
Dude, it's not bad.
Fastest operating system that Microsoft has ever made in the NT family, all the way back to Windows XP in 2000. And I'm going to tell you why. Oh, go ahead.
It's not even really a new operating system. Not really. It's not like you went from XP to 7. Like that's a difference. That's like a big difference. Like they made major changes. Windows 11 is like a updated skin for Windows 10. It's not even. They're hardly changing anything.
Hey, by the way, that's my sister in chat that just joined.
Hey, no way.
Yeah, Cis Canine Trainer just became a channel friend.
What's up?
That's my sister.
Cool.
That's my sister from another mister.
About the settings are all over the place in Windows 10, like 11 between the two.
I'm not saying the UIs are not cohesive.
The UI changes are kind of shitty. I do miss the Windows 10 context menu and whatnot, like the right.
You know what though? I'm going to disagree after the last update, because after the last update they finally finished mirroring the old UI with the new UI. So now there's a new UI option for everything. Whereas for the longest time there wasn't. You had to do this mismatch of some old UI and some new UI. Now in the latest Windows 11, it's all been finally ported after umpteen million updates over years. Now you finally have a Windows 11 counterpart with the full functionality of the old version in most areas of the operating system. Okay. Which is really, really cool. So, but
it took a bit to get used to like the copy paste little pictograms and stuff. I'm like, what the fuck?
A lot of people don't realize like Windows 11 has optimizations for SSDs, right? Has optimizations for write caching for SSDs, which is a really big deal. Direct storage, which may not be used by a lot of games, but is used by the operating system. The desktop is fully GPU rendered. Every operating system before Windows 8, that wasn't the case. Windows 7, the desktop was fully software rendered, and if you had hardware acceleration, it was just an overlaid window. They use this thing called BitBlit, where they basically create a DirectX window over the top of the 2D rendered window, and then just basically paint it. And that's why sometimes, you remember back in the day, you used to drag windows, and you'd kind of see the 3D graphics like lag behind the window as you drug it around, like the contents of the window would kind of like accordion a little bit. That was because back then they did a 2D composited desktop, and then the 3D they just overlaid and rendered onto the 2D surface. They don't do that anymore. Everything from Windows 8 forward, it is fully hardware accelerated. So when you're running When you're composing graphics, wallpapers, you're moving windows and sliding, your GPU is doing that. So your GPU is doing like almost all of the heavy lifting. And that's awesome. That is a huge advantage over all the previous operating systems. You also don't get that clunky mode switching when you go in and out of games with Alt-Tab. Remember back in Windows 7, you like Alt-Tab into a game and it'd be like it'd change resolution like 4 times and take like 5 seconds. Yeah. Now they've done 2 steps since then. Back in Windows 8, they started with the composited desktop, which means as long as the game was the same resolution as the desktop, it would be a clean switch. You could literally Alt-Tab like it was a window. But the bigger change that they made, and this is in Windows 11. I don't even know if this might be in Windows 10, but it wasn't at Windows 10 release. But I know it's in Windows 11 for a fact. And that is whatever your desktop is rendered at, all of the other resolutions under that are automatically expanded using your GPU, so it doesn't have to change to that graphics mode. So like, for instance, if you're in 4K and you play a game in 1080p, it doesn't have to go gunk, gunk, and like change the graphics mode down to 1080p. It'll keep sending a 4K signal to your screen, but it'll take the 1080p and up-res it with the GPU and put it onto the screen. And that way you're always running at they call it the native resolution. So if you go into display settings in Windows 11, if you open up display settings and you go down all the way to the bottom where it says advanced display, you'll notice that you have desktop mode and active signal mode. There's two graphic settings that wasn't there before. So desktop mode is the resolution that the desktop is running at, and the active signal mode is the graphics mode that's being sent to the monitor, and they can be different. So like, for instance, if I put my screen in 1080p, the active signal mode will still be 4K, but the displayed graphics on the screen will be 1080p. And that way it doesn't have to do that mode switching shit, which causes a lot of GPU crashes. It causes a lot of hiccups and hangs and stuff because the driver's having to do a lot of aggressive shit. But there are downsides to it too. The biggest downside I found to it was in my bedroom, and you can fix it. There is a way to override it, but it's painful. And that is if you have a screen that does high refresh rates at lower resolutions, like for instance, my screens will do 240 hertz. These 50-inch Vizio screens will do 240 at 1080p. But if I play a game, I can't get above 120 frames per second because it's still in 4K 120, which is the highest. It can only do 120 at 4K. So what I have to do is basically go in and change the active signal mode to 1080p before I play the game. And that's the only way I can get 240 hertz. So that kind of sucks. That part sucks. I wish that they had a slicker way for you in game to say, I want to change the active signal mode versus just running a resolution and scaling it to the desktop resolution. If they did that, I'd be super, super happy. But for now, I think I can't remember the name of the program. I use a little GitHub free program that does display mode switching, and I just bind it to buttons on the Stream Deck. So I push one button, it turns off the side screens, and then just keeps the center screen on for when I'm if I'm playing like Flight Simulator or something like that, and I don't want the overhead of the other 2 screens. Or if I'm doing VR, I have a button that I can push that just turns off the left screen, and that frees up a slot on the GPU for the VR. Otherwise, because the VR needs 2 slots, 2 DP slots. And then I have another button that I can push that'll basically turn off the side screens and make the center screen 1080p native resolution at 240 hertz. And that's for like playing emulators and stuff like that at super high refresh. So, but to do that, I have to use like a little script running from the command line that goes and issues a bunch of commands that change advanced graphics modes because there's no native way that I found to do it, sadly. Let's see what's going on in chat over here. So XP 7 Enterprise and now 11 have to upgrade now.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I just say honestly, just get on 11. Get on 11, and if you don't like the telemetry and the spying shit, which by the way, even Windows 7 had a lot of spying stuff, not nearly as much as 8, 9, 10, 11, or sorry, 8, 10, and 11. But you can block a lot of it just by blocking the servers, honestly. Like I just have PFSense even has a rule that somebody created in the library that just blocked telemetry. And it basically is an updated list that they update on their own, and it pulls it every couple of hours and updates it. And it's anytime Microsoft puts up a new telemetry server or whatever, they just block it. And that way your system never gets line of sight to send the telemetry in the first place. So it just backs up on the computer, and then you just flush it out every once in a while by deleting a bunch of shit out of a folder. Yeah. I love Scotch. Thank you for the $5, man. I love Scotch is like floating the show today, man. You know what? Since I love Scotch as being such a team player here, I think we should.
IT support, yes. User design still. I don't like that old common administrative tools are hidden or removed. The thing is, like, so I've played with, and this actually, I'm taking something that Lois and I were going back and forth a little bit, not in a bad way, but we're going back and forth a little bit in the chat. And I'm going to interject this into the verbal portion of our show. I too, not in a professional capacity, but I too have supported many Windows PCs from the 3.1, a little bit in 3.1, but mostly from the 95 days all the way to today. And yes, users are dumb. What I have noticed from 95 to 98 to XP to 2000 to 7, 8, 10, 11, Microsoft has slowly hidden a lot of the more power user settings and stuff on purpose.
That's on purpose,
because the average user, their target people who are using these machines don't need that stuff. They don't need to know. They don't need it.
It's just a place to get into trouble if they find it.
It's annoying to people like you and me, the people, power users, right?
Yep.
Who want to get in there and fuss around and fiddle. But the thing is, power users like you and me, people who want to go fuss around and fiddle, we're going to go find those settings anyway.
Yep.
Because that's what we want. In fact, that's part of the fun of it. It's annoying, but then you get a bit of squirt of dopamine when you figure it out. And as frustrating as that is, the success of finding what you were looking for and learning that's what we do, right? That's what we
knowing something that they don't. Yeah.
I'm not even really a power user. I just know enough that like I know why I miss the old context menus. I miss the fucking device manager where I can actually get to where see where the driver is located and I hate that they've hidden.
By the way,
stuff.
most of that stuff's still in there if you just change a couple registry keys.
Of course it is. My lady has a run command saved so that she can get directly to the sound settings.
Yep.
The sound device settings.
That's
not
just
a
smart
bullshit
Yeah.
overlay thing that they try to give you, even in Windows 10 and 11. Especially the audio stuff. I fucking hate it.
I will agree. The audio stuff is pretty bad. The audio stuff is bad in Windows 11. The old UI was way better. Way better.
Yeah. Way better. Where you can just right click on. There's a whole list of all your audio devices. You right click on it, disable. Right click, enable. Now it's like.
Have you looked at it recently though? They did add some more settings, some stuff that you couldn't change before, like the mic boost and the mic level and stuff, the things they didn't have before. They did add a bunch of that, but it's still not even close to on par. And this is how many clicks it takes. You get so it's one click.
Like Stockholm syndrome. No, man, it's think about it from any other hobby, right? I'll pick on my decibel nerds.
Do it
for a little bit. These are $110, $120 headphones, right? They're good enough. I don't give a shit. But I'm sure somebody out there dropped $1,000 on their headphones because the Purple Heart cups make the sound more smooth. I don't give a fuck. Or the people who fuss and fiddle around with their turntables, their fucking vinyl record players and stuff.
Yeah.
The people who will build their 3D printer from a bunch of fucking parts. I don't want to do that. I just want to open a box and get going, right? There's different every hobby.
Hey, stop assaulting me. No, just kidding.
every hobby has those sorts of people who like to tinker. It's not a Stockholm syndrome thing. It's about the journey. It's about the fiddling and the figuring it out and fixing it and breaking it and then fixing it again. And dude, that's why I like building small PCs. Is because there's a challenge to it of getting it all to fit and making the cabling look good and all that kind of stuff, right? And because ATX cases are boring. You just throw a bunch of shit in there and it all just fits because of course it does. There's no thought to it really.
No challenge,
Not really. It's too easy. It's really what it is.
Yeah.
And it's I understand people's intent. I'm going to go on a bit of a tangent with the PC building thing. I understand reticence to get into PC building. Oh my gosh, it's all these scary parts. Oh man, it's weird and different. It's like Legos these days. It is nearly impossible to get it wrong. I was when
they go out of their way to build it so you can't put shit together wrong. Back in the day, it used to be the same connector for everything.
Right? Yeah. You can fucking plug the cable in upside down, and now you fried something. It destroyed it.
Yeah, there was no fuses, nothing. You just blow shit up.
I was when my lady and I were first working together. She's down in production, got to build a couple PCs. And I'm telling her, look, I don't really have to guide you that much. All these bits and pieces are keyed, right? You can't plug in the RAM backwards.
Yep.
You just can't. If you do, you're gonna break it. Like, don't force it. Everything's got a little bit of a oomph to it, but it'll click and you're good. Except she plugged a SATA cable, SATA data cable from the CD-ROM that was in the machine she was building to the SSD, the 2.5 inch SSD, not to the board. And that's on me. That's on me. I told her, look, it's only going to go in one place. It's only going to fit where it fits. Like, you can't get it wrong. But I didn't anticipate that. But it's not broken. Like, you turn the fucking thing on, it's not going to explode.
No.
Like, there were days where if you put the wrong jumper in the wrong place, you were literally going to electrify your shit and have to start over.
Dude, if there's a place you can fit a cable, somebody stuck it there. Dude, when I worked at Mothersburg Computers, like, one of the weirdest fucking thing that we'd see is somebody would come in and they'd be like, oh, my mouse isn't working. And they'd find a way to get the fucking USB cable to plug into the RJ45.
Dude, it fits. I've done that by accident.
Yeah, they would shove that shit in there. And I'm looking at them like, what the fuck's wrong with you? Like, can you not see that they're not the same? No, it goes right in there. It's not working.
It fits. Right? It fits.
I'm like, where are you plugging your network cable? You have internet? Oh my god, dude.
Hey, Daniel, Terry.
Bad. Oh, Daniel, my man.
That's cool. Thank you very much. Love watching you guys. Love you watching us, guys.
No, I love you, Daniel. I love you.
It does.
Daniel.
Yeah,
my
Lewis,
baby's Daniel.
Lois, it slips right in there. It just USB A is exact. It's like perfectly like not even a millimeter smaller than the port. It'll slip right in there like you've got it perfect. It's so cool.
Yep, I've seen somebody plug in an HDMI into DisplayPort. That was pretty damaging. Like, they literally pushed with enough force that it actually pushed in the blade. Like it pushed in the blade, and I was like, dude, you must have like hammered this in with a mallet. Like, what the fuck did you do?
I had somebody plug PCIe power into the CPU EPS header.
Yep, I've seen that
backwards.
I've seen that one. Yep.
Yeah. Although that's a little more rough. Like, they are keyed pretty well.
You have to basically put it at an angle. Yeah, you have to put it at an angle.
Or have it, I think, upside down. But there's like a clip. There's a clip on it. Like,
the person that I saw do it, they bent the pegs down like this. They like put the connector on, it didn't go on, so they wiggled it back and forth to bend the pegs until it slid down enough. And then they're like, oh, that's good, even though it's not clicked into place and there's like bare metal showing.
Rough.
So people do weird shit, man. Like, I had people bring in CD-ROMs that had fucking cheese in them and stuff from like their kids and stuff, sticking cheese craft symbols in the CD-ROM.
Yeah,
dude, that happened more than you thought.
The VCR happened a lot.
Weird shit, man. Working there, like weird shit. Like, one time, a dude brought in a computer and we like opened up the case and there was a fucking Ziploc baggie of money in it.
Oh, damn.
Like, and it was a fair amount. It was like a couple $100 like was in that.
I'd take it.
And so apparently the dude's wife was like hiding money from him in his computer. So he brought it in to work on, didn't tell her that he was taking the computer in to get it upgraded or whatever. We popped the case off and there's a fucking bag of money in it. So we call him, it's like, hey, we thought he was like fucking with us. Like, is he trying to see if we're going to steal this? Like, what's he doing? Like we thought there was like something up, but no, we showed it to him. He's like, no fucking way. He's like, oh my God, my old lady's going to have some splaining to do when I get home. I'm like, dude, she literally took, and it was screwed in. It was fully screwed in. So she took like 4 screws off the back of this like mid tower and like stuck a fucking bag of money in there and like put the case back on and screwed it down. And I guess she figured that's the last place he would look, would be like inside of his computer case or whatever. Oh, actually, I think it was her computer. Like, it might have been her computer.
Dude, yeah. I hid my lady's engagement ring in just a box. It was just in a box. Under, like, it was 3 feet away from her for months. It was right there, just in a box under a shelf. Not really hiding it, but just amongst all the rest of the stuff.
Yep,
hidden in plain sight, man. That's the best way to go. I hide. I tell her all the time, I'm a good hider. Like, if I really want to hide something from you, you're never gonna find it.
You're the hide and seek king.
Because I know how to find shit. And so that means, you know what I mean? There's a old Magic card. I think it's called I think it's called Elven Cache, and the CACHE, and the flavor text on it. And it says the elves can hide things better than most can look or search or something like that. And I'm like, yeah, that's me. That's fun.
What's it called when you hide something in plain sight? There's even digitally. There's a name for it digitally where it's like you put files in plain sight and you name them, or you make them look like a JPEG or something like that, but then you add shit to the end of it. Like, oh, what is that called? It's not like cryptography. It's I always forget the name for it, but it's like basically hiding data in plain sight. Like you don't even encrypt it. You don't encrypt the data or anything. Oh yeah, that is stenography. That's what it is. Stenography.
Wait, isn't steganography?
Steganography.
It's when you have like an image, but then like every third pixel is something else, right?
That does sound right to me.
Lost in Space. I'm gonna try and I can't see I normally can see the buttons to allow messages to come through, and I can't for some reason. So I'm just gonna click where I see the little thumb poke, and I hope it lets your message through. If not, I apologize. You didn't really say anything bad. So
did it say the bot? Did the bot kill him, or what happened?
No. The bot didn't get him. It's just, YouTube will filter some messages that say like dick and stuff, and then you have two buttons to like.
Got it.
Don't let it through or let it through. I couldn't see the buttons, but I was right. It's the left.
So yeah, it is that they were right. It's steganography. And it's the practice of representing information within another message or physical object in such a manner that the presence of the information is not evident to the human inspection.
Yeah.
And so
that's like hiding a text file inside the binary of another text file.
Like here's a couple of examples of like simple ways that you can do it. Like let's say you wanted to hide a file that had your passwords in it. Let's say you have a plain text file that has your usernames and passwords, and you don't want people like opening it up and looking at it or thinking you got usernames and passwords on your computer. Like one way that you could hide that without having to go through encryption and stuff like that is just rename it from .txt to .jpg. And then what happens is it's just going to show up as an image icon. When you double click it, it'll try to open an image viewer and just say, "Oh, I don't know this image format. Sorry, I can't show it." Yeah. And then they're just going to think, "Oh, it's some weird image format." But it's not going to open in Notepad by default. They would have to right click and say "Open in Notepad" to see what's in there. And most people aren't going to think to do that if they see something that presents as an image, especially if it has a name like cat or car or wedding cake or something like that. If you name it that way. The other way that you can use it that's even more effective, especially if you're sending data online, and this is actually still heavily used today, and there's programs that easily do this for you, is just take a file format like a movie, for instance, like an MPEG, right? You take an MPEG, you go to the very, very, very end of the MPEG file, past where the header says that the data length is, and then you just append a shitload of information. Just like so it basically,
why is this 30-second video 4 gigabytes?
Exactly. You're like, well, that's weird. The video is only 5 seconds long, but it's like, it's a terabyte. Why is it so big? I mean, people are going to think, if they look closely, they're going to notice it. But if you have a video and you click on it and it plays a video, you're just going to think it's a video.
Yep.
But you could literally append a completely different video or a spreadsheet or any data, even an exe. You could literally append it to the end of that. And it'll still open and play the file fine. It won't show up as corrupt. It'll still work in every video player just fine because they're pulling the data length from the header, not a footer. And so now you've successfully hidden it. And then what you do is you write a program that looks at whatever type of file it is. So if it's a video, it's going to look at the header. It's going to say, oh, the video length is this many frames of bytes. And then you just go to the very end of that. And then you know that everything from that to the last byte is the thing you need to extract. And then the program can re-extract it into a second file when you want it, and then you just delete it when you're done, and you just do that every time you access it, and you've effectively hidden it. And the cool thing why it works online is because if you upload something like that to, say, like a file sharing site like Dropbox or something like that, let's say it violates their policy. You're sharing some something that you shouldn't, like wares or something, right? So you got your wares on there. Well, if you share it as like a PDF that's your resume for your work, but then you just happen to have a zip file with the entirety of Photoshop or something, a hacked version of Photoshop in there, then it just looks like a PDF. It just looks like a PDF to most people, but now you can link it to people. They're going to download it, and the people that download it that don't know are just going to open it and see a PDF and be like, oh, it's their resume. But the people that do know that you told will know to extract the bytes off of the end and then reconstitute the file, and they have what was hidden within. Right. And then you can do stuff like encryption. Like if you're working with people that are clever enough to find that hiding in plain sight, then you can encrypt it. And then it's like, even if they do pull the data out, it's still going to look corrupt without the decryption. But that's like one way that people share a lot of information online through public sites. Like if you think about it, even Pastebin, like a lot. Have you ever gone to like Pastebin and you see a what do they even call them? Like note, right? A Pastebin note. You see a note that's just full of garbage. It just looks like a bunch of ASCII characters.
Yeah.
What people do is they just go to a site called a base 64 encoder, and you just dump all the data that you want to conceal, passwords, usernames, whatever you want the other party to see. You put it in base 64 encoding, you encode it, and then you dump that in pastebin, and pastebin won't delete it because they'll be like, oh, it's obviously just text.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of,
and people will just ignore it if they don't know what they're looking at, but everybody knows can just copy it, take it over to the base, re-encode it, and then they have the real information.
I've seen people do that with really complicated chat GPT prompts. Like if they're huge, lots of data or lots of details and stuff, and it'll just spit out like a big block of a bunch of, letters and numbers and stuff. But you tell GPT like, hey, I'm going to be communicating with you in base 64. Just, decode this and do what it says. And you'll get, it's like 17 lines of a bunch of nonsense, but then it's like, it's a whole huge fucking thing. And then even then, like if before this memory update, at least, like you could have it spit out or like give you back like the whole, all the tokens and stuff that it can remember as a little base 64 square. And then you bring that into the next chat, and it's like a way of
text is massively compressible. Like text is the single most compressible type of data there is. Like more than images, more than sound, more than everything. You can I think you can compress. I think I saw something that said that optimally you can compress like an entire book that would normally be several megabytes down to just a few kilobytes. Because the English language is so limited, and how the letters we use together, like the way that we use like I and E together, and the types of words that we capitalize versus not capitalize, that if you use a compression algorithm that's optimized for text and specifically optimized for the English language, you can shrink it down to like nothing. So there's a really cool trick that I used to do, but now that space is so plentiful, hardly anybody does it anymore. But have you ever used compressed folders in Windows before?
Nah.
So if you create a folder,
I recall that as an option, but nah.
it's been around all the way back to like Windows XP. So if you create a folder, like I'll just create one on my desktop called new folder. If you right click it, and a lot of people don't know this isn't a widely used feature, but it's actually a really powerful feature if you want to secure stuff on a local area network, because there's a couple things you get from this. So if you right click it and you go down to properties, you'll see advanced. You click on advanced, and then you'll see down the bottom it says compress or encrypt content attributes. So if you click compress content to save disk space, it'll use the built-in zip compression algorithm to compress the data in that folder. But it doesn't like put it into a compressed file. It still presents as a normal file. It just adds a thing to the stack that decompresses it when you open it and deletes it when it's not. And so but it'll turn the folder like a different color. Like I think it puts a little icon over the top of it. Let me see. Yeah, it does. It shows like two little arrows compressing together like this. So that's a compressed folder. So anything that you drag into that folder, it'll automatically compress. Like you won't see anything physically happen, but it's like the storage space that it takes up is different than like if you look at like how much space it takes up, like size on disk. I copied a text file in there and it went from 117 bytes down to 1 byte because it's just an empty text file with a bunch of spaces. So that compiled down to 1 byte.
Nice.
So it's a good way to save space. So if you have a lot of text files, like if you're storing just thousands of books, you could literally just right click the folder, compress it. Just by doing that, you could reclaim 90% of your space on your hard disk.
Ah, very cool. Oh man,
really good trick. Really good trick.
Wonder how that'd work with. I have like a shit ton of PDFs.
PDFs are basically text. They're not quite. I mean, there is.
It's like a weird.
It's mostly text. Though.
Like I'll have to check that out because I have a bunch of PDFs of stuff that take up a lot of space because they're big.
And then the other one that you can do.
Thanks, Nigel Wotan.
Oh yeah, woo, Nigel.
Watton?
He gave us
Watton.
five poundaroos. And thank you guys. Hey, we appreciate you guys liking those tips. Like we understand a lot of people can't support. Times are tough. Cool. Totally get it. But for the people that can support, please give them a thumbs up when they do. We really like to make them feel appreciated because they are actually helping us out a lot. Especially me right now. AuxxZillary is like a multimillionaire, so he doesn't really need it. But me, on the other hand, I'm starving Marvin over here. You can clearly see.
Man, it's getting rough around here. I'm halfway contemplating moving to someplace with a better cost of living. I'll tell you.
You know what? We were discussing it. I'm like, my health isn't good enough to like the move would destroy me. Like I can't physically move just because I have a hard time moving. Period.
Yeah.
But if I could, there's so many places where like we could sell this house and just move somewhere else into a better house with more land for like half the price.
That's what I'm looking at too. Like, man, my work is remote. like.
Yep. But I'm trying to stay here as long as I can because the property value keeps going up because of the proximity to Microsoft. And so it's like, I want to see this house hit like $1 million, then sell it, then I'll move out to the boonies.
That's part of what is kind of pushing this is, or at least kind of bringing up even the contemplation of it is like, dude, we could sell and I mean, it'd be almost a 50% profit.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit.
Actually, that's advice that we should probably give to our audience. Like, we probably should qualify this, but we're not real estate people.
Oh, yeah, this is not financial advice.
But I will tell you that the best financial decision I ever made in my life was buying a house. And
yeah, man.
The thing is, there are lulls in the market. Make sure if you're buying a house that you're willing to stay in it a long time. You have to be able to wait. You can, if you think you're going to have to move in like 3 to 5 years, don't do it, because if you're forced into a market where you have to sell low, you're screwed.
We got really, really lucky with the timing. Literally weeks after we bought this place is when stuff like started taking off, and the whole rest of the street that I'm on like went up like 200K in like 3 months.
Yep.
It blows my mind what the house, my exact house would go for today. Not just interest rates, not just all that shit. Holy moly, sweet fanciful.
Oh my fucking God. Did that seriously happen?
Wow. Sent you a message on Instagram a while ago about my AI stuff. Oh, you talking to me?
I pushed all the buttons.
Damn, holy shit, dude, you're gonna set off your fire alarm. Hey, 100 DKKs. That's cool. Those are Danish kroners. I like a nice kroner.
You know what? You guys
donut shop.
You guys are so fucking rad.
So amazing.
Dude, we just went from like $9 up to $164. So those kroners are worth some bucks, man. Dude, I fucking love you guys.
Wow,
thank you so much for that.
10 on this thing too. It says 10.
You know what?
10? Is that because this is your 10th gift to us or something, Mr. Kellogg?
Where does it say 10? I think that's how
on the message.
Oh yeah, why does it have a 10? That's
super freaking cool, man.
What does that mean?
I don't know. But that's very rad.
Yeah, let me look at channel activity for him. Let's see. So channel activity.
Yeah, channel activity.
He's interacted with us a couple times in the past. Yep. Hardware's very expensive. Good times, people.
Arigato, Mr. Ubuntu. Yeah, I see this.
Interesting. Well, dude, I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. You guys are amazing.
Oh, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You guys, honestly, you know what? These guys are all getting songs. I'm gonna just create songs for all of them in the background.
Wow, thank you so much.
Say, create a song for Don Kellogg, tipping 99 to Tech Talk because he's so awesome as a pop song.
Yeah,
we'll do that one as a pop song.
Oh yeah, you can't be specific like that, but
yep.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so so the 10 here it's got a little 1 next to it from Mark NSRQ. Circu. Dude,
you guys are so fucking awesome.
You guys are awesome. No, you.
I love you guys.
Uno reversals. Thank you guys so much. This is really awesome. This is very, very, very kind. My wife and I bought our home, and I got lucky to get in through HUD for $50K. Been here 21 years after all the work. Blah blah. Home is worth $250,000. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, what is it? Land's the only thing they're not making any more of. And all that stuff. Don't buy on the coast, I'll tell you.
So check this out. I just looked at Zillow and I am fucking blown away. I don't know how this is possible because I just looked at it like 2 months ago and it was $100,000 less than this. So I don't know why they're giving me a number this high. I'm gonna think that this is probably not true, but I know the real number I looked at was in the 700s.
I'd say I'd cut 50K off of whatever their Zestimate is, because it's a little high.
So check this out. I bought my house in 2003, I think it was 2003, either 2002 or 2003. It was one of those days. I bought my house for brand new construction, $249,000 is what we paid for it. Right, we financed over 30 years. The interest rate was kind of high at the time, but then we refinanced it back down. But the amount of interest that we've paid has been roughly, I think, 150 or 175,000. Not that sounds like a lot, but realistically, over the course of a 30-year loan, that's not jack shit. So, but check this out. So, full in, I think we owe less than 70,000 left on our house.
Nice.
So we owe less than 70,000. I just looked at the Zestimate for off market, 855,000. So if I did just like the quick little math,
move to Arizona or something, it'd be hella nice.
Let's do let's say I could sell it for that, right? I don't think I could sell it that high. 855,000.
Call it 750.
Let's pull
That's
out.
fucking fair.
I'm gonna pull out 249,000, and then I'll pull out 170 in interest, just the maximum that I could, right? So
Sure.
minus 170, which would be more than I'd actually pay. That still means that I've lived here for over 20 years, and I got paid $436,700 for the privilege. That's what makes buying a house so much different than renting or leasing a property. Is like, I lived here for 20 years, not only for free, but I got paid to live here almost $500,000 over 20 years. That's way more than even my 401k. Like, my 401k is like half of that, if that.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, isn't that crazy though? Like, I mean, that literally my house outperformed my 401k by twice.
I'm telling you. I like what that metalhead man says, move to the deep south and live like kings. So
you could, except for my neighbors would kill me because I hate Trump.
Yeah, man, I'm not going that far east, but it has kicked around in my head to try like Arizona or New Mexico, because like there's a interesting sort of societal shift, I think, going on there. It's very strange looking at the local social issues and stuff that are happening in like Arizona and New Mexico. That stuff is, it's so weird. Like, there's like a weird tug of war. I don't want to go down into political talk and stuff.
I will say this though, that you do there is one thing you do have to recognize that a lot of people completely ignore, and I don't think this is really fair, is that the market price does go up. So if you sell your house, you still got to buy another place to live, right? So you have to understand that even though I built all this equity, it's not like I sell it and I have, you know, 400 or 500,000 more dollars. Whatever house I have to go buy to live in next is going to be that much more expensive. So if I downsize and I live in a cheaper place, then yeah, I've put money in my pocket, right? Like, it's a good investment, but I'm never going to find another house like this for $249,000 in the same area, like, obviously. So it is an investment. It is money. I am basically, it's free plus money to live here, no doubt. But it's not like people say like, oh my God, I sell my house and I got $1 million in my pocket. It's like, yeah, if you live in your car, you'll have that, you know, $500,000 in equity. But if you have to turn around and roll it back into another property in a house, and if, I mean, you could keep it small, right? Like, that's what I talked to my wife about. I was like, if, you know, our Hail Mary is if we have to sell the house to stay alive, which that's looking like an option maybe in the next couple of years, we could take the equity and then move somewhere where it's just dirt cheap, right? Just move into a small, you know, like, you know, 1,000 square foot or 1,200 square foot house that's in a place, you know, Eastern Washington, maybe out in the middle of the desert where there's no jobs. You know, just some place where it's just dirt cheap, right? Because nobody wants to live there. And if we did that, then we would have the money in our pocket that we could use to survive more years, right? So, but that's a plan that I would only exercise, you know, once my son is grown and out of the house, if he wants to be out of the house, because I don't want to relocate him away from what he's familiar with. Being on the spectrum and stuff like that, it's really good that we keep consistency in his life. So I try to do everything I can to keep that consistency. So if that means living here where it's just become too expensive, as long as I can still pull it off, I will. But if the time comes where it's no longer an option and I just, the decision's made for me, it's nice to know that I do have equity in my house. So I did look at Zillow though, and they have my square footage completely listed wrong. So I'm wondering if that's why the estimate's so high.
Super estimate. I was saying to James Janis, in my opinion, the best way to really gauge the value, you can pull up it's public record. You can look up at the tax assessment, what the county says that your shit is worth. That to me is a better gauge. If you're trying to sell, that's kind of a, you know, rule of thumb sort of a thing. Like, it's a good guess.
But look at what they're charging your property taxes on, basically.
Yeah, because they'll tell you, and it'll split it out between the land assessment and the property. I guess it's a little different. I guess, or you know what I mean. I don't know what the verbiage is.
I'm looking it up right now. So by the way, guys, it's actually really easy. It's propertyrecord.com. That's literally.
I mean, you could do that too. I guess that's
literally the site
or whatever. But
so I'm looking it up right now.
I've gone straight to my county website and looked it up that way.
Weird. It shows the ownership history of my house, and the original owner is actually the company that built the house. Yeah, like something Hills LLC. Right. I bought a new construction from the construction company or the people that had it built, and they're actually still listed on the record as the first owner and the first sale. So, and I am the first person that bought this house, which also helps the value. Like when the house hasn't traded hands like a bajillion times.
Zillow probably gets their information from public record. So like James Janice is saying that their yard's not 23 acres, but somewhere, some document, I'm sure, some publicly available document says that it is, or it could be just a typo. Maybe it's actually 22 or something, or there's a decimal missing.
Yeah, I'm starting to question this site is legit or not.
Bellevue,
yeah.
Bellevue's cheaper. What are you talking about?
No, Bellevue's a fucking ripoff, dude. It's like one under Seattle.
That's outrageous, man.
I want to say Bellevue's the second most expensive place in Washington to live, other than Seattle.
Years ago, it might have been Issaquah, but that's all fancy.
It's like Seattle.
Too.
I want to say it's Seattle, Bellevue, Redmond.
No way. None of
those are the three most expensive.
Kirkland, Everett. No way.
Well, Kirkland and Everett are a lot cheaper than Redmond. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But yeah, Bellevue is fucking ridiculous. I've looked at prices for properties, even in Bellevue, like in the outskirts. Like Bellevue has some outskirt areas that aren't really in Bellevue proper. They're out on the edges.
Oh, okay.
Like and they're a little bit cheaper, but still not by much. Like my house there would be over $1 million, like well over $1 million. So, and my house is a little shit bucket that's falling apart. The other thing that's cool about properties that I've noticed too is like the condition of the property doesn't heavily affect its value as much as people think. Like for instance, if your property has just like cracks in the walls and the paint's not good and the carpet's fucking shot, the house itself, it doesn't affect the value that much because most of the value is in the land. So I think of the assessment like 100 and some thousand is my house, the rest of it's land. For this tiny little plot of land I have with barely a yard. I don't really have a yard. It's just like a little tree and a little square in front, right? And so the tax assessment, I'd say 80% of my value of my property is the property, not the house. So and I was happy to hear that because it's like, my house isn't in the greatest shape. It needs a lot of drywall work. It needs a lot of like the door frames and stuff need to be fixed because they're jamming, because they're crooked as the house settled. The carpet's like, just completely fucking destroyed. We're on 20-year-old carpet. We couldn't afford to replace the carpet, so we're just riding it out. But I was like, man, that's gonna make it like if we sell the house, like nobody's gonna want to buy this. But no, I found out it's like quite the opposite. It's like it might lower the price of the house by like a couple. It'll lower the value of the house less than what it would cost you to fix it. Mm-hmm. Which is so a lot of real estate people, they'll just be like, don't even fix it. Like just sell as is. Let them deal with it. Put that in the contract and be like, these are the things that are wrong with the house. And this is what we're asking. This is what we negotiate. You guys can fix that after you buy it. Because they said if you put a bunch of money into the house and try to fix it up and paint it and put like nice floors and try to make it all look nice and stagey, you won't get that money back. Yeah. Like you might get a little bit more money, but you're not going to get as much as you spend like, polishing it all up to make it not look like less of a turd. And most people, they're just going to have it fixed anyways. Like when people buy used construction or they move into a used house, they usually have somebody come in and do the inspection and then have a crew come in and fix everything. Because that's the time to do it. If you're going to move into a house, it's like do the carpets before you move in because it's way easier. Like you can do the entire carpets of an entire house in a couple of hours in one day versus when they have to move all the furniture and put it up on jacks and pull everything away and play Tetris with every room. That becomes super duper expensive. So way better. Yeah. Oh, here, I think my report's ready. I don't know why it took that long to create it, but I'm starting to think this might be a
bot scrubbing.
I'm thinking this is a scammy site.
Whatever county, blah blah blah, and done it direct that way. You could have looked up the address right away, right from there.
Oh, it is a scam. Sorry, guys, it is a scam. As soon as I put in my email address, it's like, oh, this report will cost you $1. Enter your Visa now. It's like I'm not going to pay $1 for public records, you piece of shit.
Go to the I don't know what county you're in, but go to that website. And you can look up the tax assessment directly. It's public information.
Yeah, it's got to be, right?
Oh man, this is gonna blow your mind. Somebody around here, where the neighborhood I'm living, wanted to get the schematics for his house, right? The blueprints or whatever, the as built, I think is what it's called.
Yep.
He filed the paperwork with the county. They're supposed to send it to him, right? But the builder filed for an injunction saying that it was like corporate secrets or whatever, right? This is public information. And they held off while they went back and forth. Yep. Eventually the guy did win. But he's like, dude, I can just go down to the county office and pull the paper myself or pay them $20 or whatever, and they'll go do it. This is publicly available information. This is not trade secrets from the builder. Like there's nothing secret here. I own this house. I own the paperwork.
How could that be secret? You could pull the dimensions yourself.
They fought hard and he won. And so now there's precedent. And he's like, I did this all for you guys. Like, if you ever want to, and it was more of the principle sort of thing. Cause like, again, he could have just gone down to the county office and had them pull the records and physically, here it is. Here's the rolled up papers that we got in the freaking back somewhere. But it was like the principle of being able to access, have them send him the scans or whatever, the PDFs of it or stuff.
Yep.
And so he's like, if you ever need to fucking if you ever find yourself in this situation, here's the case number and stuff. Like, they can't do that. But there is nothing shady in it. I think he was just trying to figure out like where some piping was or something like that. Or like, he just wanted to know what was like in the walls or something like that. He was, which I want to as well. On occasion, because like I want to know. I just want to see the floor plan so I know where to poke a hole in my closet so I can get into my garage and where the hole's going to come out in the garage. You know.
Yeah. So I found my records. So King County Department of Assessments. So I found the actual site that's not trying to rip me off. You know what's funny is the other site literally is just a cover site charging me $1 to give me this report. Yep. So it's like they pay to put their ad above the assessor. It was literally the second link down on Google. So, or Bing rather. So it was the second link down. So they literally pay to put their link above the actual assessor and then charge you $1 to give you forward the information to get the free record. Man, that is such a fucking scam, man. Oh my God.
Convenience. You pay for the convenience.
I mean, I guess, but it would have been more convenient if they just left the other one the first result. Okay, so I'm looking at it right now. Wow, I didn't realize the market took a huge hit last year.
A little bit, because interest rates have been high for a few years now.
Because my highest my highest appraised value year was $759,000, and that was in 2022. They don't have the 2024 assessment yet, but the 2023 assessment, it dropped down to $679. So I lost like a good $60,000-$70,000.
It's all right.
So that's or actually more.
I mean, that's that's all you got to pay off, right?
Well, yeah, true. And the taxes will be less, the property taxes. But they don't have the 2024 assessment, but it's crazy. I can see every single year. So like every year. So I bought the house in 2002, and in 2002 I paid $245,000 even for it. The next year it went up. So this is year by year. I'm going to tell you how much it's gone year by year. So in 2003, it was $258,000. In 2004, it was $269,000. Ladies. Nice. In 2005, it was $271,000. In 2006, it was $284,000. So basically, it's going up like $3,000 to $5,000 a year, right, in value. But then it has a huge jump in 2007 up to $318,000. So basically, just picks up like $40,000. Then it goes up to $360,000, picks up another $40,000. Then it drops down for the 2 years. Remember the big crash in 2008? So then it dropped down to $293 for 2 years in a row. Didn't change, $293. But then it starts going up again, right? Oh, no, it kept going down, $274, $238, $265 in 2013. Wow, it didn't recover for 5 years? I guess I never looked.
That seems about right.
Yeah, but then it started going up like crazy.
Such a hit, man.
Yeah,
so everything fucking collapsed in 2008.
So 2014 was when it started going up again. So then it was 332. Then it went down to 328, then up to 349, then up to 402, 430, 476, 476, 565, 759. That's where it peaked, and now it's back down to 679. But if you look at it, it's like, damn, I bought this house for $245,000, and even with all the interest that I've paid on that huge loan and the refinance and everything, I still got paid like almost $500,000 to live here if I sold the house today. Mm-hmm. It's like, and when you rent, it just goes down the toilet. It's just gone. It's like you never get that back. You don't get any value.
I wonder, because you gotta parse out some of that stuff. How much have you paid in repairs and maintenance and whatnot? You know, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure it does not come close to the profit. You know, the that you've earned, but it does take quite a chunk out.
Well, luckily, everything that happened to the house under the first 10 years was under warranty. So like under the first 10 years, all the stuff that happened, they just fixed. Because the skylight shattered because in a windstorm it picked it up because they didn't screw it down to the house. It was literally just laying on the roof, so the wind picked up, smashed it. Yeah, trust me, this house was not built by smart people.
Even these guys. I just changed battery in a smoke detector.
I did too the other day, literally 2 days ago. I did.
I'm just fussing with the thing because it's just a door. You just open the door.
Just rips out of the drywall.
But no. Oh, I was just you rotate it to take the thing off, and you rotate it, put the thing on. It's fucking on there. The box behind, because it's hardwired as well. Yeah. The box, like, so what do they call it? The junction box. Hey, Daniel Terry. the little junction box behind the drywall, the fucking collar that the detector is supposed to like click into is only being held into the box by one screw. I go to like rotate the thing to take it off, just to see if I could take it off, and the whole thing just rotates on the one screw. I'm like, you motherfuckers, you sons of bitches.
Every door in my entire house was installed with these little finishing screws that were this long. Every door fell off. Like in the first like 3 years, every door fell off the frame. I had to go back and put big like 3-inch screws into the door frame, and now they're fine.
Some of my hinges are missing screws. Like and there's holes. Like there was a screw there, and then they took the screw out, and then they didn't put it back. I'm like, you. But dude, that's fine. Whatever.
No,
it's more just frustrating. I get it. They knock these things out fast.
Yeah, I did get lucky though, like in the grand scheme of things, because it's like the major things that happened were fixed under warranty. I mean, obviously I had to replace all the appliances over 20 years, so I had to replace like the washer and the dryer. The ones that came with the house were like garbage anyways. Replaced the refrigerator, replaced the oven, replaced the dishwasher, replaced the hot water heater, which lasted like 22 years, so I can't be mad at that. So if you really think about it, it's like total all in, I've probably spent about $15,000 to $20,000 in 20 years replacing appliances. Okay. So and everything else that I've had to repair, like it's been just like little simple handyman shit, like just putting some screws in the door frame and stuff, like nothing major, thank goodness.
Same so far.
So the way I see it is like, even if you're renting, I'd imagine that a lot of those things you would still be fixing yourself. Like you're probably not going to call your landlord just to put a bigger screw in the door, but I suppose you could. Like you could if you wanted to, right? Because it's their job.
For them to fucking come around.
Exactly, right?
I mean, it depends. There's good landlords, there's bad landlords. Yep. So.
And then the appliances, at least if you buy an appliance, you could sell that appliance if you wanted to buy a new appliance, right? You can't really do that as a renter. You have to just, whatever comes with the property is what you get, unless they give you permission. And this is what sucks. I had a friend who was renting, and I didn't realize this. You have to ask permission to install a new appliance. Like if you want to swap out an appliance, right? Even if you keep the old appliance and you're like, hey, I'll put it back. Like when I leave, I'll pull it out of storage and I'll put it back. You have to get permission from them to swap out that appliance, even if it's something like a refrigerator. And I was like, that's really weird, because what if you want a new appliance, then you just take it with you when you leave and put their old one back, right? Now it's not getting any wear and tear. The old one is still good to go. Like, why would you force them to ask to do that? And then the other thing is my friend was able to put in a fridge, but they had to sign a thing saying that they would leave that fridge when they leave. They're like, you can upgrade the appliances, but whatever you upgrade to has to stay when you leave after your lease.
And I better be getting a discount on my rent.
Yeah, and they didn't. They're like, listen, you can put in a new fridge if you want, because they wanted a fridge with a door dispenser with water. And so, because this thing had an old ass fridge, nobody wanted this fucking thing. It's probably like radiation coming out of it.
I'd say you're going to give me $100 credit on my rent for the next 20 years.
Yeah, but isn't that crazy? Like the landlord was that fucking stingy that they're like, oh, you can put in a new refrigerator, but you have to sign an agreement saying that you'll leave it, like it's property of the house, like when you leave. And then the thing that sucks is they controlled the lease, so when the lease is up in 3 years, they didn't have to renew it.
Right.
So they could literally just kick him out and just keep the fridge anyways, right? It's not his choice to leave. It's so fucking stupid. Sis said, so hard to hear that happened and flooded your place. I bet that was terribly hard. Did he have some flooding?
I'm gonna check. I gotta check.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead. No, he'll be right back. I've had a couple close calls with flooding. I had the toilet overflow upstairs once, and it soaked the entire upstairs carpet. Like the carpet pad upstairs just absorbed all of it, and some of it got into the walls. But luckily, it was during the summertime, so I was able to get a bunch of fans in and crank the heat way up. And it dried everything out so fast that we didn't have any mold. And we did a mold check. We do a mold check every 6 months to a year, just because we all have respiratory issues and shit, so we got to be careful. Luckily, we've had no mold, zero mold, not a single growth. Every time we do, we even put the little spore things like down in the registers for the furnace, and like in the most stagnated air places in the house. So we've never had any growth, which is amazing. So, you back? There you go. All right, flip back
he was just wandering around.
So flooding is pretty scary. But here's the thing: even if you rent a house, you still have to pay. You still have to pay renter's insurance. So,
you don't have to.
Most renters will not allow you to have a lease unless you pay for renter's insurance.
It's wicked cheap. I highly recommend it, because it also covers a lot of other stuff that's not just the place you're living.
Wait, have you ever lived a place where they didn't require you to have it?
Yeah.
That's crazy. Every single place I've ever lived in here in Redmond and even Bremerton, like the shitty Bremerton area, they always required me to prove that I had renter's insurance as a part of the lease agreement.
Oh, that's why he was getting up. He sensed my lady arriving.
Ah, okay.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go meet her at the door.
No, go ahead. So yeah, no, my I had to pay. It was cheap though. I want to say renter's insurance was only like $30 a month or something. It's well worth it. It's well worth it because it protects you. Like if you burn the property down or whatever, it'll pay for it so that you don't get stuck with that liability. So it's well worth it, honestly, because you don't control everything. If you rent a house, you don't know if there's a loose wire on the wall that's going to arc and catch a fire. Shit, we had a close call here. We plugged in. And actually, this may help save one of your guys' lives. So here, I'm going to give you some really good tips here. You ready? If you have a high draw appliance plugged in like an air conditioner, something that pulls like 1500 watts or 1800 watts, that's really hitting the breaker hard, right? If you notice when that thing turns on that the lights like really like dim down and like flicker, not like a little like bloop, but like really dim down. Go over and take the faceplate off the box where you have it plugged in and look for any charring or burn marks. We narrowly burned our house down. We had an air conditioner plugged in this outlet, and we noticed that it kept getting like harder and harder. Like when it turned on, you'd hear the compressor go, and we just thought it was getting old and worn out. But no, what was happening is there was a loose fucking wire from it heat cycling because it's getting so hot. It's running at the maximum current of the circuit, right? So that wire is getting really hot in the wall. And it like thermal cycled itself loose. So the wire was just resting against it. It was like arcing and eating away the screw. Like it was actually melting away the screw or vaporizing it.
That's not cool.
Dude, it was bad. It was freaking bad. So I go over and I pull the plate off finally because I'm trying to figure out why it's not working anymore. Luckily, it stopped working, which prompted me to open up the thing. I opened up the whole back of the plastic, the box that's in the wall. Completely melted and gone.
Yo.
The back of the thing, all the metal, all the copper traces and everything like on the side, or not traces, but the copper prongs on the side, completely gone, vaporized.
Whoa.
So and there was black soot all over the inside of the wall, all the way up the like I put a little my little borescope thing in there, and I could see all the black charring up the wall. So there was like physical electrical flames going up the inside of the wall. Luckily, drywall's doesn't catch fire. So,
Thankfully,
but I was like, holy shit,
nice.
how many, we ran this thing for years, dude. We were like, how many of these years was this thing just literally just like lighting a fire on the wall and it never burned the house down? I was like, dude, I was so now what I do is I go around my house and anytime I have an outlet that has a high load on it, I open it up. I take the little, not the screw terminals, the plug-in terminals. They have these little plug-in terminals that you just push the wire into. So I pull it out of those and I put a loop on it and I put it around the screw and tighten the screw down. So because that gives it a much more surface connection, so you don't get as much heat buildup. Whereas those ones where you plug it in the back, those are notorious for failing and just melting, and then it just arcs.
Jeez.
So yeah, if you notice like your air conditioner is like struggling to start up and it seems like everything's slowing down, like go open up the plate. Like you don't have to go digging around or touching anything. Just open up and see if you see any charring because it won't be apparent on the outside. Like this outlet looked perfect on the outside. The plate looked perfect. There was no burning on the outside. It was when I took the plate off and looked, like unscrewed it and pulled it out of the box and looked behind it. That was when I was like, I literally was like, oh my God, I can't believe we caught this. Like, thank goodness. And then I went in the bedroom and I opened up the outlet on the other air conditioner and it wasn't quite as bad, but it was still black. Like there was black arcing that was creating like black soot around the connector. And I was like, shit, dude, this is not good. This is not good. But it didn't happen on any of the outlets that didn't have a huge load. It was only on the ones that had like a consistently hard 1500 watt load on a 15 amp circuit. Right. So just dude, you know what? I'm looking at this assessment site that you gave me, and they have a picture of my house that can't be more than like 3 or 4 months old.
Yeah.
Like what the cars on my driveway and everything. Like I'm like, dude, they had a person.
The tax assessment is quarterly, if I recall.
So they have a human being literally just like pull up in front of your house and like take pictures of your shit while you're home.
I'd say at least once a year they should probably be taking pictures, just in case. Make sure you didn't build something you shouldn't have, or that kind of thing.
Dude, that's so fucking creepy. I don't like that. The fact that like they're not knocking on the door saying anything, they're just walking around the property taking pictures of shit.
We get messages on the neighborhood like Facebook and stuff like, oh man, there's this white truck driving around taking pictures and stuff, and it's like, bro, it's either a realtor taking pictures for comps, or it's the tax assessment people taking pictures because that's what they're supposed to do.
Dude, the power went out one day.
Drones and stuff, yeah.
So the power goes out on the house one day, and I'm like, oh, I got to go start the generator. And I've got the generator right next to where the power comes into the house because that's where my Gen Trans switch goes through the wall.
Yep.
So I've got it chained to the metal pipe coming up with the gas supply. So I'm like, if you try to steal my generator, you have to break my pipe and burn my house down. It's a great plan.
Jesus.
Anyways, I walk outside when the power turns off to turn the generator on, and I just like deer in the headlights, just run into a guy on my property standing there holding the fucking meter like from my house in his hands, and he's got like his little tool belt on and everything. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing here? Like, I didn't say it like that. I was like, can I help you? He's like, oh no, we're just installing the new registers on the houses or whatever. I was like, dude, why didn't you knock? Oh no, we sent out a letter, that saying what the time frame was going to be. Yep. But literally, he just walked up and just like fucking pulled the register off the house and just cut the power supply to the whole house. Plugged in another one.
Oh wow!
And that's because I went outside. I'm like, why is the power out? And it was because he was installing this new meter that apparently has like a mesh network in it that like relays the data, so they don't have to read the meters anymore.
Yeah, so they don't have to send people out. Yeah.
So I thought that was kind of cool.
That's like remote. Yeah.
Yeah. So I haven't done it yet, but I looked on GitHub and there's a project, because I guess they don't encrypt the data, or they loosely encrypt it. There's a project on GitHub that allows you to pull the data from the mesh network, so you can actually take like a regular ESP32 with Wi-Fi and like sniff the data coming from the meter and like see how much power your house is reporting in your neighbors' houses and shit like that. So it's like, ooh, and it's a mesh network. So like house A talks to house B, house C. So you can apparently go out and like, figure out what your neighbor 6 miles away is using power wise, just by the packets getting relayed through the network. I haven't done it myself yet, but I watched a YouTube video of it and I was like, dude, this is kind of cool. And then each one has like a GPS that says like what its position is. So it's like they got Wi-Fi, GPS, so they relay like the power usage and their exact position, so you can like see exactly where that meter is if you need to physically go to it.
Right.
But I was like, that's kind of an interesting idea, right? Because before, I'm guessing they probably had people with like binoculars or whatever, just like looking from the street, driving along, looking at the meter and writing the number down or something.
I mean, there'd be a guy coming up to the side of your house and look at the spinning wheel and the dial and stuff and take notes.
Really? So they just walk right up too? Okay. See,
yeah.
That's just weird to me. Like going to, because it's not in the front of my house. It's like on the side of my house, kind of back and secluded towards the back. And it's like, it's just weird having a stranger just come onto your property. Like if I'm sleeping and I hear somebody pulling something outside of my house, I'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Oftentimes it's just middle of the day, nobody's home, and they just walk up to the side and they look at the thing and walk away. Yeah.
Dude, that'd be a weird job. I wouldn't want that job where you're just like trespassing on people's property to like write shit down and stare at their house. Sketchy, yeah. I'd feel like you'd run into some angry drunk people.
If you got the fucking power company truck out front and you're wearing your uniform, like it shouldn't be too weird. But yeah, these days, I'm sure you get accosted. I'm sure.
Hey, before we go any further, I gotta play a couple of these songs, brother. You got the feed open so you can listen?
I think I hear. Yeah, I've been hearing the and all that stuff. So
okay, good. Here we're gonna try. Let's see, where's the other one? So let's see. I Love Scotch. He was the first one. Tip the Talk, Rock and Roller Superstar, Tech Talk Appreciation. These are the names of the song AI came up with. Here, I'll start with I Love Scotch. Here we go. Or actually, wait, who was before that? Super G. Oh, that was from the last stream. Okay, so here we go. I Love Scotch.
Well, I got a story to tell.
Oh, you can't hear it?
Nope.
Go to the YouTube stream. Just mute and go to the YouTube stream like you did before, so you can hear these, because these are going to be great. If you guys don't know what I'm doing right now, this is Suno AI, SUNO.ai or .com. They got them both. This is how far AI has come. Like, you've probably already noticed that AI has pretty much mastered the human voice. Like, there's literally YouTube videos that it's impossible to know that it's not a fucking AI narrator now. The voices are so perfect. So now they've taken it a step further. Now it can actually create music from just a text prompt, nothing else. It can create the actual lyrics and the music, master it, put it together all in about 15 seconds for anything you can imagine in any style. So I've been making songs for people that tip. They give us large tips and help out and stuff. I'm like, I'm going to use AI to make them a song, because who doesn't want to hear a song about them mastered in 20 seconds by AI, right? So this one's for I Love Scotch. I've already done, there's 4 of them. So can you hear the stream? All right, he can hear the stream. Here we go.
A guy named I Love Scotch. He's always in the front row, tipping with the most. He keeps the Tech Talk live stream going, never misses a beat. With every tip he drops, he's keeping AuxxZillary on their feet. He's a true country gentleman, rocking that cowboy hat, supporting Barnacules music, that's a fact.
Woo-ha! Okay, so that was the I Love Scotch song. And then we got, here, let's see. The next one up is going to be Don Kellogg, our $99 largest tip in probably like 20 Tech Talks. Dude, you are absolutely a legend. We love you. This song is for you, brother.
Dollars on the table, feeling so fine. I got a story about a guy. He's one of a kind, Don Kellogg, yeah. He's making moves, tipping tech talk, spreading the groove. Walking down the street, feeling so free, with a smile on his face. He's the MVP, who's got the cash, he's feeling so blessed. Spreading the love, just like a success. Giving him tips, 99.99, Don Kellogg. He's got the shine, tech talks on fire. We're soaring high, don't need no reason to be shy. Dollars on the table.
This is the second version of the Don Kellogg song.
I got a story about a guy, he's one of a kind, Don Kellogg. Yeah, he's making moves, tipping tech talk, spreading the grooves. Walking down the street, feeling so free, with a smile on his face. He's the MVP, Don's got the cash, he's feeling so blessed. Spreading the love just like a success, giving him tips. 99.99 Don Kellogg, he's got the shine, tech talks on fire. We're soaring high, don't need no reason to be shy.
Yep.
No reason to be shy.
Oh my god, dude. This is just good. Like, it's actually getting legitimately good. Here, let's do Rock and Roll Superstar. This is for let's see, hold on.
Love it. That's so cool.
So Christian. This is for Christian.
100 kronas for tech talk, that's right.
That's cool.
This one's
Very,
good.
very cool.
This one's really good.
Tip and rock and roll all night. Tech talk is awesome, they're out of sight. Let's crank up the volume, let's ignite. We're gonna rock and roll, set the stage on fire. Christian's got the passion, he's taking us higher. Tech talk's got the rhythm, they'll never tire. Together we'll keep rocking, never retire. Together we'll keep rocking, never retire. Rock and roll, that's what we're here for. Christian's tipping, let's do this some more. Tech talk is awesome, there are rock and roll more. Keep the music.
By the way, it won't do specific artists, like it can't for like copyright reasons, but you can put your own lyrics in and it'll sing it, and you can literally put in copyrighted lyrics and it doesn't give a shit. And then the final one we got is for let's see here, Markin SRQ for the $10 tip. Here you go, brother.
Down in the city streets where the geeks unfold, there's a man named Tech Talk with a heart of gold. He's the master of tech, he's the king of the screen, and he's got my respect. If you know what I mean.
Yeah, I kind of screwed that one up a little.
You're a true believer. You tip $10, you're a digital achiever. Tech Talk's got the knowledge, he's got the skills, he's got the power to fix all tech is. Tech Talk is so awesome, your skills, they never falter. Tech Talk, you're a rock star, fixing tech with a swagger. Down in the city street.
That for some reason that one seemed to get like it thought I was talking about Tech Talk. That one I literally said to think, create a song for Mark and SRQ tipping $10 to Tech Talk because he's so awesome, and it somehow got that confused and thought Tech Talk was a human being. but
Still, that's pretty
but
cool.
it nailed most of it. Like it's just crazy that you can do shit like this. Like if I wanted to, I could pay for this service, use their API, because you don't get API access for free. But like I could pay, I think it's like $9 a month or whatever for like, I don't know, 1,000 songs a month or whatever. You could just tie this into like StreamerBot, and you could have StreamerBot take the messages from like tips at a certain range, feed it into it, generate a song, and then literally, and you can also specify duration too. Like if you want the song to only be 20 seconds long, you can do that, like with the paid version. So you could just do that and then just play it. And then you'd literally have like a song response for like every big tip based on the message that they gave you. You'd probably have to put in a little bit of filtering and stuff, just like you normally have to, right? So somebody doesn't just like come in there and drop like a bunch of like racial slurs or something like that, and then it writes like a really bad song and get you banned. But yeah, this just is getting cool, man. AI is just getting crazy. Speaking of AI, we got to hit that topic, but I got to pee really quick. So can you take the reins here for a second while I go empty my old man bladder? All right.
No. What's up? Oh, legendary. Can you make me famous? Probably not. I guess I love the music with your lifestyle. Right? That's pretty cool. I like that stuff. Run through a local GPT before it goes to Suno. That's the way to go. Yeah, to kind of filter out some of the naughtiness that is, of course, going to happen. Where'd you find a script? The Microsoft thing. I had posted a link to that a while. I don't have it open anymore. But if you just search that update number, the QB whatever it was, there's a few articles on how to manually increase the size of your recovery partition so that you can get the update. You guys should do this in public together someday. What do you mean by in public?
Oh, I think he's saying we should physically be in the same space and do this.
Oh yeah. One of these days. Like
you come over here, I go over there, and we sit around and physically touch each other on stream. I think that's what they want.
The 007 says their $10 was missed.
Oh shit. Okay, we can't have that happen.
That was made up. I'm gonna check your channel activity. I don't know.
Let's see here.
I
don't know. Meat Puppet's been around for a long time, so I don't think. He did. He said, just remember, if there's a warning label somebody was dumb enough to do what the warning level says not to. Lol, if Windows has another problem, Jerry can write the code. Lol, you are absolutely right. And we also missed Daniel Terry too, so I'm going to rectify that right now.
Because I see a $5 one from our previous stream of Intel CPUs causing crashes, but not one in the channel activity for this stream. Weird.
Let's see here. And we need a new style of music. Give me like a really crazy style of music. Polka? Polka. As a polka. Love it. Okay. We're gonna do that. That's great, dude. That was perfect. That was like, at first thing you said that, I thought Weird Al Yankovic, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and then for Meat Puppet here, write a song for Meat Puppet 007. Actually, I'm even going to spell it out. 007, so it gets it right.
Oh, yeah.
For his $10 tip. Yeah, right. To Tech Talk. And now, okay, give me another genre that's really weird. Really off the cuff weird.
Gentle Stone said waltz.
Waltz?
A waltz, yeah.
A waltz, okay. As a gentle waltz.
There you go.
Waltz. Okay, there we go. Great. Okay, so we got those ones rolling. Sorry for missing you guys. I feel horrible now. I feel absolutely horrible. But you guys have been incredibly helpful today. We really appreciate it, both of us.
Yeah, seriously.
A lot. This actually means a lot. A lot. Dude, isn't it crazy? Dude, it already created the songs that fast.
Done.
Both of those songs, four songs, 2 versions of each. It already created. Here, let me go ahead and play these really quick. Let's see. Polka of Gratitude.
Dropped a 20 in my hand at the Tech Talk live stream. You made my night. Oh, what a dream. I was jamming on my accordion when you came and made a donation. Your generosity, it's so kind. Thank you, Daniel, you blow my mind. In this digital world we're living in, where a tip can make a joyful din, you show your support so sincere. I'm grateful for your kind cheer.
Okay, Polka was awesome. That was a great choice. All right, let's do Sentimental Gentle Waltz. Here we go. Ooh, okay. All right.
$10 in my hand, feeling real grand. Meet Puppet 007, you the man. You tipped at
Very glad
TikTok, made me feel
It worked good.
fine. Gonna sing you a song, gonna make you shine. You walked in the room with a smile so bright, dropped a Hamilton, changed my whole night. Your generosity, it truly amazed. Gonna sing your praises for the rest of my days.
Then the chorus.
Tech talk tipster, you're a superstar. With your $10 tip, you've raised the bar. In this Gentile waltz, we'll dance all night. Thanks to you, everything feels just right.
Dude, that is awesome. Oh man, that shit just blows me away. It just blows me away. Like AI is just getting ridiculous. Like
It's
absolutely ridiculous. It's fun. It is a lot of fun.
It's
It's
so
just
cool.
dude, and it's crazy because there's like people on Fiverr just flooding in. There's song creators now. Like if you go to Fiverr, there's like 10x more song creators now that are like, oh, for $5, I'll create you a custom 2-minute song. It's like, oh, 2 minutes? You mean the default free Suno AI for $5? You'll go type that information in for me and send me the file? Like, oh my God, dude. And the thing is, it's like
You can't do anything with it. You're not allowed to like copyright it or anything. It's not like you can. I mean, I guess you can like use it as like the intro to your YouTube videos or whatever or something. But like, you can't like, put it on Spotify and make money off of it. It's just crazy.
You say that, but Suno specifically says if you pay them for the commercial package, that you own the rights to any creation and can sell them anywhere you want.
But we've already. Well, okay, maybe
Technically, the laws don't exist yet.
Well, there has been a decision about, and maybe because it's a text thing that like, or no, the image generation stuff. You have no copyright claim to it. Like you could sell it, I guess, but if somebody were to come around and steal it and start doing the same thing, that you can't stop them. So I guess that's the thing is like. You can't do a DMCA takedown for at least with the image stuff.
Right. But I mean, that's the cool thing is like, you notice I'm playing all these songs on YouTube and I'm not getting copyright struck. And that's what's cool is like they're diverse enough that even if like the rhythm matches like some other songs, it's not enough of a match to get a DMCA. Yeah. And then if somebody does DMCA me, all I have to do is appeal it and say this was created by Suno AI, and then they're going to approve it. However, there are like certain sites that have like rules against monetizing AI generated content. I've seen those rules, but those are rules, not laws, right? Those are like rules that are by the platforms. But yeah, there's not a lot of laws really being successful right now protecting people from like AI content theft, because the AI changes it enough. Because parody is protected. Like that. Weird Al Yankovic made his entire career parodying like the most popular songs in the world, right?
Yeah.
And he was notorious for like asking permission. Like he was one of the good guys. Like he, as far as I know, he never really made any songs without asking permission first. He was really big on that, but he didn't have to. He made it a point that like, the law does protect parody as a work of art. So if you change the lyrics to a song, and it's still recognizable as that song, you still can copyright that work as a parody. So I think AI is seen a lot as parody. Like when you're making these songs, even though it may sound like other works, the music part makes it a parody, right?
It makes sense to me, yeah.
I mean, and then I did the song. Did you guys see the? Oh shit! I forgot I made that public. Did you see that? Somebody talked to me on Tech Talk a couple of nights ago. They said, "Hey, you should make the poopy word song public on YouTube." I uploaded this unlisted. I never went back to check to see if my audience is having a cow, because it's like they haven't seen an actual video upload from me in forever. And all of a sudden the video just shows up like out of nowhere called Poopy Word Song that just has 2 cuss words throughout the whole thing. I was like, I'm wondering if they're like shitting a brick. I need to go see if they're like freaking out. Hold on here. So let me go into YouTube Studio. I totally forgot I did this. I meant to undo it and I forgot. Okay, so it's got 2,100 views, 163 likes, and 34 comments, and 12 hours. Okay, so we got here. Hold on, let me go to this. I got the poopy word song, and the funny thing is, it actually sounds good. Like I could sell the song. It's 2 words. I wrote the lyrics. It's literally just repeating the F word and then repeating the S word. That's it. That's all I typed into Suno. I didn't type anything else. They said make this like a grunge rock song, and this is what it came up with. Like, listen to this, dude. You're gonna laugh your ass off.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. It did it. All right, guys. Introducing the poopy word song. These lyrics are mine, by the way. Like, I wanted to show you guys that I can write better lyrics than AI. You ready? Tell me that's not a banger. That is a fucking banger.
That's awesome.
See,
Oh my goodness. Demonetized.
Oh my God.
Maybe not. It's usually only in the first few seconds.
Oh my God.
That,
Yeah, we didn't do
you
it in 8 seconds. Well, technically now I got to check that little box that says that there's more than what they say, slight profanity. However, it might not count in music. It may not count in music because music isn't considered like dialogue. It's considered an artistic thing. So I could be like, no, it's good. But yeah, I wrote that song and I uploaded it to Suno and it created it. I couldn't believe it. I was expecting Suno to go, oh, sorry, too much profanity. But no, I just typed F, copy, paste, then shit, paste, his lyrics, chorus 1, chorus 2, done. And it said create song, and that's what I got.
Damn.
And there's actually 2 songs. Like here, I'll link you guys so you can go listen to it later. Make it your ringtone. Please make it your ringtone, somebody. And post it ringing on Twitter. I want to see that.
Hey, $20 from Elvis Stooges.
Oh my God, dude. Brother.
Thank you very much.
Brother. Oh man, we appreciate that so much. So much, dude. But yeah, this is but I mean, just look at AI. We're just sitting here farting around with AI, creating funny songs, and we've already like quintupled our tips for Tech Talk. Like, because people are just into it, right? It's fun.
Yeah,
it's interesting. And you know, people like gimmicks. They really do. I mean, I'd be lying if I didn't say I like gimmicks. When I watch streams, I like little gimmicks and things that like reoccur and interaction and stuff. Like that's what makes it fun, right?
Yeah.
So wait, I made it a ringtone the other day when you posted it. That's awesome. It does sound like Offspring. I thought it sounded like Offspring or Blink.
Yeah.
Blink 187
style. Yeah.
Oh my God, dude. So leading into the AI topic, this is a great lead in for it with Suno AI. Is there's all these devices coming out right now. All these devices coming out that use AI. And they're all the same. They're all just a dummy terminal front end to a LLM back end. That's it. The Humane AI pin, the Rabbit R1 assistant. These are like physical hardware devices you buy that are like, oh, powerful AI device that can answer all your questions and be your assistant and do everything. But none of these companies tell you that 99% of the device is just a service that can be accessed through an app.
Right.
It's a service that your cell phone could actually do a better job. Like actually carrying a second device that's much slower and has worse battery life is actually holding you back. Like you'd be better off just using an app on your phone. Mm-hmm. But they market, one thing I've noticed consistently is they all market is the device is the secret sauce.
Right.
Like our patented internal AI processing chip is the thing that's making this work. And it's like, no, it's not. It's all just GPT-4 on the back end or some other GPT.
Yeah.
And here's another one. You linked me the one that was the topic today, right? Here, let me find the link to it. I think I lost it like I usually do. Let me open up Edge here. Yes, I use Edge. Don't be angry. Yeah, right here. So Hackster.io had... I'll link to it so people can play along. Here is the link. So this is yet another device. Although this one's more of like, it looks like it's more of like an open source kind of device.
Yeah. That thing looks to be I don't know. Well, hold on. Is it got its own little LLM in it, or is it oh no, it's through the API.
Yeah, and judging by its size, I mean, it looks like it might have like a FPGA in it or something, but I'm guessing it's probably a Raspberry Pi.
It's a Raspberry Pi.
Okay, if it's a Raspberry Pi, then same old, same old. So basically, it's like, think of like, you know, Siri or Google or Amazon or whatever I just activated in your house. All of those assistants are moving to LLMs right now rapidly. Like they're in testing and have been for a while. They just haven't deployed them yet because they want to make sure they're well vetted and well tested before they send them out to the public. Because they don't want it messing up and thinking like, hey, what's the answer to this question? And it orders a bunch of crap from the site, right? They want to make sure that it's really confident in its responses. So they're taking a long time to do this. Well, all these other companies are trying to beat them to the punch, right? They're trying to get that payday. So you have all these companies coming out with these devices that literally within months of being announced as a concept are already a device for sale that you can buy. And like the one is the Humane Pin. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but it's crashing horribly. Marcus Brownlee gave it a shitty review. Actually, everybody gave it a shitty review. Same thing with the Rabbit R1, much of the same. The only difference between the two devices, one has a projector that's one color that you can't see in daylight that shines on your hand, so you got to hold your arm up like this everywhere you go. And it's got a battery life of like 2 hours, and the other device has an equally shitty battery life, but has a screen, and it's awkwardly shaped, and you can't interact with it properly because the UI isn't even vetted yet. So, but they both do the exact same thing. You ask it a question, it gives you an answer, or you ask it to do a task that it knows how to do. Like, it can't do all tasks. It's only like each one only has like 3 tasks it can do. I think one can like order from DoorDash, and I think it can like do directions or something, like to hail a cab to take you somewhere or whatever. And the other one does much of the same, but they have to actually go through and program in those actions. But during the presentation, they make it seem like you can just ask it to do anything and it'll figure it out. Yeah. Neither of these devices can do that. Same deal with this one. This one that we're talking about right now, this GPT Home, I guess it's called. Same thing. It's just backed by they basically took Chat GPT, they added a battery and a microphone and a speaker to it, right? Yeah. And you ask it questions, it relays that to the Chat GPT API, gets the answer back, and then it reads it to you. So it's no different than running the Chat GPT app on your cell phone, right? You can just put it into listen mode and have a conversation with it.
It is kind of a DIY sort of thing. This isn't a saleable. This isn't a selling product or anything. But it is. I like where this is kind of going, because at least until
we get the real deal. Yeah, until we get the real deal.
And honestly, this you could take this a little bit further. You could host your own local LLM. It doesn't take much. In fact, you could probably do it with this Raspberry Pi setup with just a little bit more memory. A little bit. There are various open source projects that can get them down to various sizes and things like that.
Specialty models can be tiny.
And so from there, with some tie-in to like what is it, Make, or what is the one? What's that open source home automation thingy now? I think it's called Make.
You're talking about HomeKit or Home.
That's the Apple one.
What's the other one called? Somebody in chat will get it.
There's an open source home automation.
I can never remember it either. I always
Home Assistant.
Home Assistant. Okay, it's close to HomeKit. That's why I confuse it so much.
I'm sure some enterprising nerdy doofus out there is, you host your own local LLM. It talks to the Home Assistant thing, and then you have your own. You know what's funny though? And it can talk to your Google.
It can already do it. So I did a test because I wanted to see if I could get this thing to operate my switches, my TP-Link Casa switches. So I was like, wait a second. I wrote a program. I didn't write it. AI wrote it at my request. I got AI to write a program that could control my Casa switches and turn them on and off, right? I'm like, write me a program that can go and connect a Casa switch by name and turn it on and off. And it's like, and it gives me a Python script. So I was like, wait a second. If AI can do that, then why can't I just prompt AI so that its response is a Python script that I can then run that does what I want? And that actually did work. Now sometimes you have to go back with an error message and ask to fix a bug or two, but you could put that into the process, right? You could just loop that in. So then if you did something like that, where if you ask it a question, basically you have a couple prompts, and this will work. I did it by hand, and it actually did work. So what you do is you ask it a question. You say, hey, I want you to turn on the light in this room, or turn on the light in my bedroom. And then what you do is you ask it a question that says, hey, the prompt that I'm giving you, is this a command that would require code to carry out, or is this something that you could answer with text? And the AI will look at that and say, oh, you're asking to turn something on in a bedroom, so that's obviously a physical action, so that's going to require some kind of code. So then it returns it needs code. So then you fork that decision. So now you say, I need to run the next prompt, which is not give me an answer to the question, but write me a Python script that will find the device by this name on my network and turn it off. And maybe even give it like some extra information, like tell it it's a CASA in the beginning so that it knows what it's doing for. Then it writes the Python script to find that device on the network and turn it off. And then it runs that Python script and the thing turns off. So I'm like, wait a second. So now I created an AI path where if I ask it something, I'm like, hey, and if it doesn't do it, if it runs the script and the script fails, it just replies back and says, oh, I wasn't able to figure that out. Could you ask your question differently? Right? Yeah. So then you could do something like give it more information. Be like, okay, let's say it doesn't get it. Say, hey, I have a CASA TP link switch that is on my local network, 192.168, blah, 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 and I want it to turn off by sending a command to it. And then it could use that to send it to the code, create the script, and try that script instead. And then once it gets one that runs without producing an error and it creates it, then you have it remember that. You say, you remind it in that conversation, in the context of that conversation, that was good. What you did worked. So remember that now. Commit that to memory. And then every night you retrain the model and you train that back into the model, the things that were successful, not the things that failed. And if you create a closed model like that, you basically have a self-learning AI that over time, just by having a vocal conversation with you, will eventually figure out how to activate and do the things you want it to do. And I was like, dude, so I did this myself as a test by just cutting and pasting the code it myself and just cutting and pasting the prompts myself so that it's as the program would do it that I created to automate this, but just to vet it and see if it's probable and it works. And it turns out AI is really, really good if you use multiple prompts to solve a problem. It's way better than using one prompt. Like, for instance, on X, I wanted to create a plugin that would basically just hide all the visceral shit from me that I don't want to see on X. And I was like, I wonder if I could create a prompt that would have ChatGPT respond with a JSON packet, like a well-formed JSON packet that describes a bunch of attributes about a tweet. So like I said, I want to know if the tweet is mostly negative, mostly positive, give it a weight between 0 and 100% of whether it's more negative or more positive. I want to know if it could, what is the weight of it being sarcasm? What is the possibility of it being this? What is the possibility? Just a whole bunch of shit, right? Right. I could even put a thing in there where it's multimodal, so I can take their avatar, give it to it and say, hey, could this avatar be seen as offensive? And have a true or false. So now it returns me a JSON packet. So now I can call the API from a Python script, get a JSON packet back, and then just look at the properties of the JSON packet and say, oh, if this is above 80% threshold, then just don't show me, hide it. If this is below 80% threshold, then show it to me. If it's 100% threshold, then show it to me highlighted and so that it gets my attention more. And I could restructure with a browser plugin using that. I could restructure the top 10 tweets or whatever, or on any social network, using AI as my assistant to basically go through and effectively vet, much like a moderator would do. And I was like, this is interesting because AI is really, really good at breaking down small tasks. Like large tasks, it starts to struggle with a little bit. But if you give it a whole bunch of little tasks building up to a big task, then it seems to do a really good job. So I think that's the key to unlocking the next stage of these AI devices is, one, employ agents. So you have multiple AIs all working towards a common goal, because if you have 8 people working on something, chances are one of them is going to get a better answer than the other 7. So you have 8 working on it, or however your subset is. And then you lean on your experts depending on the topic. So you basically say, hey, which agent is an expert on this specific thing, and give them a higher weight to their answer. So say their answer is as important as 2 of any other answers, right? So you can do stuff like that to figure out, like, how can I progress down this thing faster and create these prompts? And then you let it start creating its own prompts. You're like, how would you rewrite this prompt to best suit it to these agents? And it's funny because a lot of people don't think about this because I guess it doesn't seem intuitive. Like, you don't really think with an AI. You're like, oh, I have to figure out how to use this piece of technology. But not really. It's like you're in a room with somebody and you're talking to them. You can ask them anything. There's no dumb questions, right? So you can literally just, if you don't understand how to pose a question to the AI, you can ask the AI how you should pose the question to it, and it will tell you based on its own training. Like, a great example is, let's say you don't know how to ask a scientific question. Like, let's say, you want to figure out what the atomic weight of lead or something is, right? So, just off the top of my head. So if I open up, Poe, I use Poe right now. So I'm going to open up like Claude Opus. That's one of the many, many models that are out there. And I'm just going to say, I don't really know how to ask you, like, how to get the atomic weight. I don't even know what an atomic weight is. I just want to know stuff about lead, right? But I don't know how to get the scientific. I can say, could you tell me how to write a prompt that would help you give me all the information about lead on, or all of the scientific stats for lead and the best and easiest way to understand for someone with a junior high school education. You know, just something like that. Like, I don't really know. And I misspelled half the words too. So
it's fine.
So Claude's going to sit there and it says, oh, here's a prompt that you could use to get key scientific information about lead in an easy to understand way. And here's the prompt it created for itself. I'm looking for information about the chemical element lead that would be understandable to somebody with a junior high level education. Could you please provide the most important scientific facts and properties of lead? Some things to cover: lead's chemical symbol and atomic number, what lead looks like and some of its physical properties, where lead is found and how it's obtained, some of the main ways lead is used, and why lead is so dangerous to human health. Please explain things in simple terms and avoid overly technical language. Focus on key facts that would give a good basic understanding of lead to a general audience. So now I can copy that entire prompt as is and just paste it right back into the same AI.
Yep.
And after I do that, it says, sure, here's the key information about lead explained in simple terms for a junior high level audience. You know, lead as a chemical symbol is Pb. Its atomic number is 82. This means each lead atom has 82 protons in its nucleus. Lead is a soft, malleable metal with a dull bluish gray color. It's very dense and heavy for its size. Lead has relatively low melting point compared to many other metals. Lead is found in the Earth's crust, often in minerals combined. You know, it just goes on and on. He's giving me like a whole paragraph, right? So I can say, you know, I still don't understand. Please explain it to me like someone who doesn't speak English as a primary language. You know, and you can just keep on dumbing it down, right? And it says, okay, I'll explain things using very simple words. Lead is a metal. Its short name is Pb, in quotes. Lead is heavy and soft, and it can bend pretty easily. Lead is found in the ground. It's often mixed with other things like rocks. People dig lead out of the ground and clean it. In the past, lead was used to make many things like pipes, paints, and car fuels, but now we know better, and lead is dangerous for people, so we don't use it as much anymore. Lead can still be found in some things like car batteries, for instance. Lead is not good for the body. If lead gets in someone's body, it can make them very sick. It's very bad for children, especially. It can make it hard for them to learn and behave well. Lead can sometimes be found in old paints and homes. It can also be found in dirt and dust. It's important to be careful not to let children touch lead or breathe it in. So in short, lead is a metal that is heavy and soft. It's used a lot in the past, and it makes a lot of people sick. So we try not to use it as much anymore. It's important to stay away from lead, especially for children. So it like really dumbed that down for me, right?
Right.
And then
That's
once
awesome.
you go through that whole process, you say, okay, so now write me a prompt that I can give to my grandmother that will produce a similar answer to this, but shorter and easier for someone to understand who is 80 years old and was alive when lead was considered like vitamin C and healthy and shit. Okay. And I literally typed that verbatim as I said it.
I believe it.
Here's a prompt you could use to get a simple explanation of lead and its danger for your grandmother. Grandma, when you were younger, people thought lead was safe, kind of like how we think of vitamin C being good for us. But now we know more about lead. I'm curious what you know about it, Grandma. Could you explain to me in more simple terms, what is lead? What does it look like and where does it come from? How was lead used in the past? What have we learned and why is lead dangerous, especially to children? If you're not sure of any of this, that's okay. I can share what I've learned with you. Let's talk about this in basic terms. And it goes on and on and on. And again, I can copy and paste it, right? I can go to the end of the prompt, copy it in, paste it in. And now it's going to turn into grandma. Yep. Lead is a metal found in the ground. It's heavy and soft. It's gray in color. When I was a child, lead was in a lot of things. It was in paint on my walls and gasoline in my cars. People put lead in pipes and many other things. Back then, we didn't know lead could hurt us. Now we know lead is very dangerous, especially for children. You know, and basically you can dumb it down to any level, and then I'll be like, okay, tell me in one sentence in Spanish, you know, and just dumb it down there. And el plomo es un metal pusado y suave que si en, I'm butchering this, en sutra en la tierra que antes si usba mucho pero ahora sabemos que es peligroso. Dude, you gotta try to read this. Here, let me put this in chat. I want to see how you read this. I want to see if you sound more authentic than I. Here, let me get rid of a couple of the words so it fits. Okay, here, you gotta try to read that, bro.
El plomo es un metal because it's probably more of an English word. Metal.
Yep.
Pasado es suave que se encuentra en la tierra. So it comes out of the ground. Que antes se usaba mucho.
Spanish, cheater.
We use it a lot. Pero ahora sabemos que es peligroso. Especialmente para los niños. So it's something to do with little kids. Porque puede causar problemas de. So it'll cause problems. Something about causing problems. Yeah.
Dude,
look at that.
So
especially with small children. So because the verb part comes after the subject, I think.
So wait a second. You actually speak some Spanish because there's no way you just like
a little. Yeah, I mean, I've heard it a lot. I can.
So here's what it sounds like if I tell text to speech to read it.
Peligroso is dangerous. Okay. Yes,
yeah. So this is text to speech take on it. Let's see here. It's trying.
El plomo es un metal pesado y suave que se encuentra en la tierra, que antes se usaba mucho, pero ahora sabemos que es peligroso, especialmente para los niños. Porque puede causar problemas de aprendizaje y crecimiento.
Okay, so anybody in our audience that speaks Spanish, can you confirm that was a good
metal pesado y suave que se
Could you confirm that was a good explanation of lead to somebody that knows nothing about lead that's an 80-year-old person that doesn't speak English?
I mean, the pronunciation sounded good.
It really did. Actually, I've never used this before. I just randomly selected. I searched for text to speech and it came up and you can use it for free. It's called naturalreaders.com.
Oh, nice.
That actually worked really well. Like I didn't even pick a Spanish voice. I just picked a regular like American voice, put Spanish into it, and it managed to change the accent and pronounce it correctly.
Huh.
That was pretty freaking cool, actually. It's got great inflection. Yes, it's good.
It's good.
Like that does not.
That's where I stumble.
Like
That's where I stumble a lot, especially with multi-syllable words. Like I'm not sure where to stress certain vowels and things like that.
Dude, that's wild. So this is just a free thing that you can just use. Like you can literally just go to this natural reader thing and just like select there's a whole bunch of voices in here. Freya, Jennifer, James, Jack, Harry, Jeremy, Jesse, Jim, Joanne. Here, let me pick Joanne here.
As you complete the inspection, take clear and comprehensive notes.
Wow.
Use our standardized checklist as a guide.
These don't sound like AI voices at all. Like, this is just crazy. And you can select by accent too. Check. Oh, Japanese. Somebody said Japanese here. Let me pick one of the Japanese ones.
There's still something off about it. They're like, it isn't quite right. There's something. There is some, like that last female one was a little. There's something sharp about it that doesn't quite. There's something machiney. It's not quite right.
You know what's? It's weird you say that, but I'm not picking up on it. I don't know if I just don't have the ear for it.
Maybe.
But I feel like some of the voices I just played. I don't know. What do you guys think in chat? Like honestly, do you think the voice?
It's like it's not. It doesn't sound. It doesn't sound like someone naturally reading it. Right? There's something about the. I don't know.
The cadence, is that what gives it up?
I can't quite put my finger on it. Like if I wasn't primed, I probably wouldn't question it. But there is something. It's like almost sharp about the pronunciation or something. It's weird.
Yeah. See, for me, I've been fooled so many times. Like I've watched so many YouTube videos now where I am 100% sure it's like a real person, and it's not. And there's two main technologies. There's text to speech. But there's also text to speech where you can add inflections. Like you can actually add emotion in the text by using symbols. So there's one I downloaded called XTTS, and you can actually add emotion to it. You can basically in the sentence say, I want this to be happy, I want it to be sad, I want it to be joyful, I want it to be depressed. And you can have the voice change based on that, which can really give a lot of life to it. However, the cooler one is where you just yourself speak into a microphone, and then you convert your voice into the target voice. And it perfectly is the other person's voice, but you're the one speaking. So you can add the inflections, you can add like, and it'll even do some of the accent too. So even if you don't speak with the accent, as long as the voice you cloned has an accent, it will infer that accent. And I've gotten some amazing results with this XTTS shit. It's like off the wall good. That's cool. All you need to clone somebody's voice is like, technically they say 6 seconds of audio, but I found it works better with about a minute. But all you need is just a minute of somebody talking, and you can completely clone their voice using XTTS. It's absolutely fantastic. But even if you say you still can understand that it's a computer, like if you listen to it, you can go, something about this is throwing me off. You have to admit that it is miles better than it was even 6 months ago. Like
it's amazing.
Yeah, it's growing at an accelerated rate where it's like eventually nobody's going to be able to tell.
Yeah,
like if it stays on this trajectory. Yeah,
that is very concerning. It's very weird.
And honestly, we should really genuinely be afraid of that, because when we get to the point where you can create content that fools a person into believing that it's 100% authentic, video, audio, or otherwise, now you can't use that evidence in court anymore. The two most powerful pieces of evidence in any prosecution is worthless at that point. Once AI can produce something that a forensic pathologist can't differentiate, it's game over. Like that entire... The only way that you could use that evidence is if you had a chain of custody. Like you would have to have a perfectly maintained chain of custody where nobody had access to it. It was completely locked down, encrypted, double checked. One person has the keys, kind of shit. And yeah, exactly. TPMs for everybody. We need trusted protection modules
something
everywhere.
Like that. Yeah, something. I don't know.
But that scares me, because it's like there's so many things in life. Like you already got these scammers that are like, hey, I'm gonna contact your work and say, exactly. I'm gonna have the cops come kill you, or I'm gonna send a message to your wife, of you cheating on her with like another woman. And it's like, now the technology exists where these idiots could do something like that. Mm-hmm. Like they could just go grab like some rando bad quality porn video or whatever and just stuff your face on it and start sending it to your coworkers and be like, oh my God, I caught your coworker doing this on a camera. This could really fuck up, and it already is. To be fair, this is already fucking people's lives. Like I've already seen several like news stories on this fucking.
Just recently, the athletic director getting arrested for fake stuff about a principal and whatnot, and it's like, man.
That one comes to mind. And then you got police brutality. Body cams? If body cam footage can be modified, then what the body cam is worthless at that point.
In that sense, there should be
a chain of custody,
a recorded chain of custody.
I agree
in that, at least. But man, if nothing else, everybody's gonna have like a dash cam sort of thing, but like a personal dash cam all the time, like
24/7, authenticated. It's gonna have
what
to
else
have
are you gonna do
shitload.
to protect yourself? Is you're gonna have to no, I can prove that I wasn't there, despite the fact that you have this grainy footage that kind of looks like me. I can prove that I wasn't, because here is this secure line of evidence or whatever. And
you know what else is scary? I just thought about this. I didn't even think about this before. In the movies you have the AI enhance, everybody jokes about, where it's it takes like the pixelated image and it turns into real. You can actually do that with AI. Multimodal AI will do that. You can say enhance, and it'll make it clearer and clearer and clearer. But it's making it clear based on comparing it to other faces it's trained on. So eventually the face is going to look like a person who actually exists, but it's not going to be the person that was in the photo.
Right.
And then you're going to have people go, oh, but look, he enhanced it, and that's clearly that dude. And it's like, no, but you don't understand. That was a facsimile of AI approximating from very little, if no data. So how can, and the problem is there's going to be people that don't understand the technology that are just going to believe it hook, line, and sinker. And that's where it gets really scary, is because there's a lot of people out there that'll just believe anything you tell them. Like if you show them something, they don't understand the technology exists to manufacture that. So they just believe it on its merit. And those are going to be the people where it gets really dangerous, because when you're talking about any kind of society where it's like the people as a group make a decision based on the majority, if that majority isn't properly educated and they really think what they're seeing is real, we're fucked. Like that's going to be a bad time. So, and then I start thinking about shit like World War III kicking off and stuff. All it takes is, one fucking person sending out the wrong video and getting it viral, where both sides are like, you did a thing, and no, you did a thing, pointing the gun at each other. And now you just created a sticky situation. I just watched a YouTube video about that not too long ago. That's like, one of the fears with AI is that you have all these groups that are doing psyops, where they're seeding information. And like the Russians specifically right now are like really heavily invested in influencing Congress in the United States to like try to control the Ukraine war, for instance, right? And not taking like political sides or anything on. I'm not just from purely a technological standpoint here. They have been highly successful in seeding this information in Congress that's completely wrong. Like it's literally video footage that's completely fabricated 100%. The audio is completely fabricated 100%. but enough people believe it that they share it, and it does the damage. Like the constituents that trust these people see it, they trust them, therefore they trust the evidence that they're pushing forward. Then when they find out it's wrong, they're embarrassed and they want to get reelected, so they don't send out the correction, and everybody continues to believe the wrong narrative. And it's like that can get dangerous because that doesn't just happen on one side, that can be happening on the other side too. Because now you could have like the American PSYOPs team doing the same exact thing in Russia, and now you have the citizens in Russia and the citizens of the United States both having completely wrong views of each other, like of the people as a whole, not the government, but the people themselves. And this has always happened to some degree. There's always been a propaganda war in every war, right? You try to make your people believe that the enemy is the enemy and you got to take them out, blah, blah, blah.
Right.
But it's always been on a scale of what humans could do, right? It could only be as big as how many humans you could afford to pay and put on the task, right? You can only influence so many people. But now with the internet and AI, it multiplies that by millions of times. Now you can have like a single person with an enterprise data center and a high-speed internet connection influence half the world. You know, and that's freaks me out, dude. That freaks me out. So I've always considered AI, like if you ask me like what is AI? Like if I had to sum it up as like one thing, I would say that it's a force multiplier for everything.
Yeah.
Like that's how when I look at AI, I say it doesn't matter what you're doing. It doesn't matter if you're a teacher, it doesn't matter if you're a welder, it doesn't matter if you make shoes for a living, it doesn't matter if you're a politician, it doesn't matter if you literally write books, programmer, doesn't matter. Every single thing that you can think of that a human does, even just casual conversation, can be augmented by AI. So AI is just like, think of it as like the do everything tool. It's like, you know those crescent wrenches, or I like to call them Kentucky socket sets. The crescent wrench, the crescent wrench can do everything. You just turn a little knob and it's every wrench in one. AI is like that for everything. And there's not too many other technologies, humanity, if any, that I can think of that we've created that has augmented every other thing, like literally every other thing. And so that's what kind of freaks me out about it is like now people that are bad actors can multiply their bad actions by hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times, without the people that they're influencing understanding they have that power in the first place. So they see those numbers as being real. So when they see the majority of people saying one thing and they fall into line and start believing it because it's the majority, they don't understand that could be one person presenting as the majority and they have no way of knowing. And that's where shit starts getting a little scary. And then of course, we just don't have very good education. A lot of countries don't really. I mean, education, there's a couple, the countries that have really good education seem to be the ones that don't get involved in a lot of wars. So we're kind of low on the totem with the education thing, but I feel like we don't have the education to wield this technology properly. And a lot of the decisions that we're making right now feel like they're the wrong ones, dude. Yeah. Like, no, get out of here, bro. Get out of here.
All right, thanks everybody.
Thanks for hanging out.
Huge much loves to everybody who donated and just showed up today. I think we had a really good turnout today.
Dude, this was fantastic.
A little over 200 people. That's
over 200 awesome. Consistently.
All you nerdy nerds. I love you guys. AuxxZillary everywhere and all that stuff. So,
yeah. Enjoy your weekend, bro.
Have a good afternoon, everybody. Bye.
Peace out. Wow, I didn't realize it was already 2 p.m. Damn, time flies when you get old. I don't know. You guys notice that? Like, is it just me? Is it just people who have children? Like, I don't know. It's weird, but I feel like a day, like an hour flies by. Like when I was a kid, a minute is like what an hour is today. An hour is like what a day is today. It's like, time just flies, man. It's absolutely insane. Let's see, my sister in chat, what'd she say? Now you're speaking my language over here. AI has helped my neurodiversity so much. This is what we're doing over here, getting kids graduated and found jobs online too. We love AI as a teacher over here. I mean, AI is something that whether you love it or hate it, you have to embrace it. You have to embrace it. If you try to fight against AI and you try to ignore AI, you might as well just like destroy your future. Because anything that is a force multiplier is going to be something that everybody needs to use to compete. If everybody else has this tool and you're the one that doesn't, you become useless. So no matter, even if you hate it, even if you absolutely hate it and loathe it and want to see it like burned to the ground, you have to admit there's no way to put it back in the bottle at this point. So you have to use it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's like I tell people, it's like some people don't like guns. But if you live in a dangerous area where everybody's getting mugged every day and raped and everything like that, hey, you might not like a gun, but that might be the thing that saves you in that environment. It might not be practical in another place, but because of that situation and because everybody else has one, you are at a massive disadvantage if you don't. So it's having something that's a force multiplier, whether you like it or not, you have to use it. You have to, like, or you're just left behind. And so even if you hate AI, and there's a lot of you out there, and I'm scared of it. By the way, I love AI. I really love it as a whole. I'm scared of how it's being used already. I'm scared of how fast it's evolving. I'm really scared at how careless companies are being and how they're implementing it. And that's the part that scares me. It's not the AI itself that scares me. It's not neural networks. That doesn't scare me. Neural networks have been around for a long time. It's not the algorithms used for an LLM to simulate the neurons in the human brain. That's not the shit that scares me. That was the logical path computers were always going to take. Since we created the first computer, the goal was always to get something that could think and interact with a human on their level or beyond, right? So we're just doing what we're supposed to in that respect. What I'm worried about is how people are using it. They are so blinded by greed and power. And I'm not talking about any one country. Every country is. Like, every single country is, and they have to. Because again, if it's like, think of nuclear war, right? Why haven't we all blown each other up? Russia has enough nuclear bombs to destroy the entire planet. United States has enough nuclear bombs to destroy the entire planet like 5 times over. Even France has enough nuclear weapons to destroy every single capital city on Earth from one location, firing from one location on the planet. They could destroy everything. So if all these people have all these nuclear weapons and there's all this war and conflict going on all the time, why haven't we killed each other? It's because of mutually assured destruction. Every single person at some point that had the capability said, we need to get this capability and we need to feed this big scary monster, because as long as they know we got the scary monster and we know they got the scary monster, neither one of them can let the dog off the leash without knowing we're going to get bit ourselves. So mutually assured destruction is a powerful deterrent, right? It's like, by everybody having the most powerful weapon in the world, nobody can use it. AI is the same way. If one country embraces AI and gets too far ahead of everybody else and they hold all the cards, then there's nothing stopping them from using that for evil deeds, right? However, if every country is in this race and everyone is evolving at a similar rate and kind of staying in the ballpark where they are all dangerous to each other, then they can deter the other side from using AI because they're able to detect it, right? If they possess the technology and they've advanced enough, they can detect it. And if they can detect it, they can retaliate. And because they can retaliate, then that'll make people think twice before using it. Not everybody, but the majority. And it's freaky, man. The metalhead band said, tell us their nation's leader. They seem to have forgotten about the concept of MAD. No, they haven't really. I mean, I get where you're coming from. But still, no nuclear weapons have been detonated. Not a single nuclear weapon has been detonated for in anger, the purpose of killing somebody since the first 2 nukes dropped. Think about that. With as many thousands of nuclear bombs that have been detonated for testing above ground, underground, above water, underwater, and every single possible, I mean, using them for like mining and building dams and like all these, an airplane, nuclear airplane, like all this shit that they've done. The only 2 nuclear weapons that were ever used were the first 2 days apart from each other, because that destructive force was so god awful and it was just such a deplorable act that everybody has a visual now in history that yes, nukes are scary. Nobody wins. There's no way to deploy a nuclear weapon where you survive. If you push the button, you're killing yourself too, and all your people. Like, there's no way for you to push that where you come out unscathed. Conventional warfare, that's not true. With conventional warfare, you can wage, slow-moving battles, slow-moving lines, ground forces, limited air forces, small ordnance by comparison to nuclear, minimal fallout, things like that. You're not going to have the mutually assured destruction isn't going to work in that aspect. However, you've noticed that they haven't pushed to the point where nukes have to be used. Like that's the interesting thing, is like they thought they were going to take Ukraine in like 3 days. And if Russia wanted to use nuclear weapons, they could take Ukraine in 3 days, but they would also, Moscow would be glowing, right? So they know they can't. So they're forced to only use conventional weapons. And if they take it too far and they start using even nuclear equivalents, that unties other nations' hands to do the same. And so they're basically having to fight a battle, with like fucking wheelbarrows and twigs by comparison, even though they possess hypersonic nuclear missiles and first strike capabilities and MIRVs and fucking vehicles that can go into space and circumnavigate the globe and come down on any target within 30 minutes. Like, they can't use that. They have it, but they can't use it. But they can still use the other stuff. Because conventional war, there is no mutually assured destruction because it doesn't move fast enough for that. However, if one person decides to use conventional war to take over too much land too fast and they become so aggressive that they become a threat and create another world war, well, then nukes would be used again. But if nukes are ever used again, it's game over. Like that's the one thing that every human should understand. If you've had any basic education on mutually assured destruction, as a child and school, I remember when I was a kid, they used to teach us about this and why it's important. You'll know that once a nuclear weapon is fired in anger, a single nuclear weapon is fired in anger, we've all signed our death certificates. Like at that point, the world has changed forever and we can never go back. Because if one nuke gets launched, then there has to be a retaliation. And then when that nuke gets launched, it's going to do so much damage in such a minuscule short period of time that it's going to force a bunch of other people to launch theirs. And it's literally just going to be, the sky is just going to be filled with these fucking things. And there's no real good systems for taking them out. Especially the ICBMs. The ICBMs that enter from space and come down at hypersonic speeds on their targets with random trajectories and dummy MIRVs and everything. Fucking good luck taking those out. Like even our best missile defense systems that were designed from the ground up to target these things and take them out are considered 50% at best. So it's scary, man. It's really it's shit like this is scary. And now you enter AI into the equation, and what AI could potentially do if people use it bad, which they are, is I'd imagine that countries are training AI to give them tactical advantage. Like how do we win a war without triggering mutually assured destruction? And the AI is like, ooh, I've got some ideas based on every conflict in human history. It starts finding loopholes and things. But again, it may hallucinate some of that information. And so if the people act on those hallucinations expecting a certain outcome, that's not a guaranteed outcome. It could end up triggering it anyways. And now AI has inadvertently signed our death certificates by giving the worst people in the world the wrong information at the wrong possible time. And I hope that we don't devolve to that point. Like, I really hope that mankind doesn't devolve to that point where we just start blindly trusting AI for everything. And I do feel like there's already people that have gotten to that point where it's like AI is their first go-to for everything. And, it's kind of like a calculator. You pick up you don't have to really learn a lot of math now because you can just pick up a calculator and it does it for you. Well, imagine if there was a shitload of calculators out there and only 1 in 10 calculators was accurate. The world would be pretty fucked up. Like every car driving down the road would be crooked. Every alignment would be wrong. Tires would be different sizes and shit. Like it just wouldn't work, right? The world would crumble. The only reason it doesn't is because, calculators are a simple piece of technology and they all work as, the 99.9% of them work as prescribed. Sadly with AI, you don't get that because AI doesn't work on a fixed standing principle. Like the way that AI is making its decision isn't based on something that will produce the same exact answer every single time. Do I think AI will become conscious someday? It depends on your definition of conscious. It's never going to be biologically conscious. Like when we view consciousness, we view it through the lens of the biological, right? Neurochemical, electrical reactions within, a biological construct. I don't think it's going to become that anytime soon. Could it in the future? Could we? Because we've already done some cellular computing. Is it possible that we create clusters of cells and inadvertently create a biological brain that thinks like a human because it's quite literally clusters of cells and neurons that are being interpreted? Like that's possible. But right now that's not the case. We're simulating it. It's emulation right now. But some people could say it's conscious right now. If you define consciousness as something being able to learn from its mistakes and grow beyond its constraints, like without outside influence, I would say that to a degree it is conscious, like depending on how you look at it, right? Because once you give an AI enough base training and patterns and then you assign it a bunch of agents, those agents can continue to have a democratic argument with each other to come up with new concepts. And they can even simulate those concepts based on prior knowledge, right? And create new results that can then be applied to other concepts. So they're already using AIs to train AI right now. It's actually a really common thing to take an AI and part of its training is just for it to cycle itself amongst its agents, figure out which agents are better at answering which things based on how many of the agents have consensus. So like if you have 7 agents and 5 of them agree and 2 of them don't, the 5 get priority. That's the answer that gets trained in, and then the other one gets purged. And you follow that cycle. And just like humans, it's like if you put a bunch of humans in a room and they're experts on various different things and they have conversations on any given topic, you know, different people are going to agree and disagree and offer different things based on their information and their perspective and the weights and balances in their brains and the chemicals and their IQ and all that shit that plays into it, right? They're going to offer up that information, and then that information is ultimately going to decide how they view something. But the more people that are closer in consensus, that's going to be the data that survives and moves forward. And that's exactly what happens with humans too. With humans, when we all get in a room and we talk to each other about ideas and concepts and stuff, we come out of that room all knowing something that we didn't before, because the sum of all of our knowledge intertwined is more than any one person's knowledge entering the room. And then you can repeat that step, because remember, those people are still ingesting other data from other conversations. So now they have whatever they learned from that conversation in mind as they're going out and learning the new things, changing and altering their perspective. So then when they come back and have a future argument, it's now influenced by a bunch of other arguments that follow that same consensus. So, yeah, crazy shit. So, BB Junkie said AI isn't self-aware, never will be. It will maybe appear to be, but end of the day, it's just code. Well, it depends on how you look at it, BB Junkie, because technically, I don't believe humans, like honestly, like, why do you consider yourself self-aware? Like, what makes you self-aware? Is it your knowledge? Like, is it your eyes interpreting the light coming out of the mirror? Like, what if you didn't know what a mirror was? What if you didn't understand a reflection? What if somebody didn't teach you what a reflection was and you thought it was another person? You know, it's like a lot of the things that we take for granted are knowledge that's been passed on to us from experiences that happened with a small group of people that were understood from consensus and then passed on as learned knowledge to the next group. So every decision we make, every word we say, every thing that we think is based on our environment experiences over time. So if you're a baby and you immediately, like, remember that study they did back in I think it was the 50s or 60s, where they raised a human child alongside a chimp as brother and brother. And the human was held back developmentally huge and mimicked the monkey a lot, and then the monkey also picked up on some of the human traits, like the instincts, the human instinct traits, because again, they didn't teach the kid human language. They didn't show him anything that was human. Like, they raised him as an animal, like, because they wanted these two to have the same information. And there was a point at which they diverged, because the human brain is more complicated than the ape brain, but or the monkey's brain. But up to that point, the way that they interacted with each other, and the way that they viewed the world was as a monkey, whether it was human or not. So, and they said they would never repeat they said after, as hard as it was to reintegrate him into society after that experiment, they said that it wouldn't be ethical to ever do that experiment again. So, Sis said, has anybody used Cash App they'd recommend? I'm curious to hear your experiences. I mean, I just use Cash App and PayPal. Those are the two I've always used, and I haven't had too many problems. I don't trust either of them though, because they can both freeze your assets over stupid stuff, and they're really hard to get a hold of to like rectify things. James Jana said, not sure if you have any experience with them. What is your take on cashback apps like Upside and other apps for cashback on gas or groceries, etc.? I mean, I think they're good ideas. I mean, it works on the same concept as everything else, right? I mean, they're giving you cash back and deals in exchange for your personal information and tracking what you're doing. So again, they're buying your information, right? They're offering a deal to a gas station. They're like, listen, if you give our customers a 10% discount or whatever, we'll pay that. We'll give you that money back. And then the incentive for them to use the app is to get the 10% off, but then we get their data, and then we can use their data to make future decisions on how to sell things to them, which will be more profitable than the 10% that they're paying for that attention. So information is the new gold rush. Like, information literally has a tangible value, right? So, and that's why everybody is mining information. Personal information is the most important thing on earth right now, because one, it's necessary for training AI, which is a really big deal right now. Two, it's very necessary for training mechanisms like auto driving, through things like CAPTCHA and stuff like that, interactions that we have and the things that we do online. give a system everything that it needs to manipulate us, right? So for instance, if your web browser can track every website you go to, when you go to it, like how you act when you're there, things that you post, you know, and correlate, like what sites do you visit when you're posting things about this and what sites do you visit when you're posting things about that. It can learn things from this huge breadth of knowledge that they can all intertrade and sell to each other to build a dossier that's like, this is the optimal way to sell stuff with the highest degree of success to this individual. Hey, thank you, George. I appreciate it. So the more information that you have on somebody or even a group of people as a whole, the more money that you can make marketing to them. And that's what it really comes down to at the end of the day. It's all a marketing thing, right? There's two types of marketing. You're either trying to sell something to somebody to get direct money from them, like that's the goal, or you're trying to influence that person's decision so that you can make money through the result of that decision. Like, for instance, a really good example would be, how do you find out, like, let's say there's a state representative who's running for office, and state representative 1 wants to give tax relief to the oil companies, right? They said, hey, oil companies, if you give us millions of dollars to run our campaign and you grease us and make us millionaires, we will change all the legislation. If you put us in office, we will change all the legislation to give you all the tax breaks and everything in return for you funding our campaign up front. And so the way that they would make that happen is they would say, we'll fund your campaign up front, but a part of that money that we're funding your campaign with is going to be to use AI and other mechanisms to gather, mine, and purchase data on the demographic within the voting area so that you can figure out how to form messages so that each group of people is most susceptible to you changing their mind on something. So, and then what you do is you feed that in a constant stream and you pay for it coming from multiple vectors. So if you know that this largest demographic group watches these specific channels, then you buy advertisements on those channels. If you know that that group specifically works between certain hours and their TV watching is between certain hours as a subset majority, then you target that and you say, okay, if we can make sure an ad is always visible on these 3 channels within this time frame that the majority is usually watching, and we repeat that long enough and we pay for that, the cost benefit analysis is going to say that we're more likely to convert enough of them to swing it in the favor of our candidate. Therefore, they can give us the tax relief, which will save us hundreds of billions of dollars and only cost us a couple $1 million to buy that possibility. So it's a lot of corruption, sadly, and a lot of AI is used for corruption, sadly. But it's not just AI; it's any tool. Any kind of data mining, any kind of data analysis has always been used for good and evil. Honestly, every piece of technology ever designed has been used for both good and evil. If there's a way to use it for good and evil, somebody figures it out on either side. So, but the goal is to control the masses. And that's not a new goal. That's been a goal for forever, for as far back as you could possibly go. Back in the day, they used religion to do it. They still do today, but like religion is not what it was like 2,000 years ago. But like 2,000 years ago, the way that you controlled people was religion, right? You made sure that you went out of your way to ensure that every child within your realm was raised to fear something that they could not quantify. They could only be controlled and can only be spoken through the person who actually has the power, the king or the people that answer to the king. Those are the only people that can speak for the deity, insert deity here, right? And look how effective that was. That was massively effective. You have all these kingdoms that all believe, even in many cases, different versions of the same exact religion, but they make them different enough to ensure that that group of people is loyal to that one line. As a group, they're cohesive and they believe everybody else got it wrong. And by doing that, you ensure that these groups stay loyal to you because they have to look to you for knowledge because they can't ask the thing directly. Because it's this omnipotent being that can only speak through its prophets. So those who tell you that they're the prophet and they have the money and the wealth to say, look, God tarted me up for a reason. You're supposed to listen to me with the gold chains and everything. And people fall into line because they were raised from very young to believe that. And it's very, very effective. Very effective. Even today, it's pretty effective. Like if you look at televangelists, they're a great example. Look at Kenneth Copeland. Look at Joel Osteen. They're all the same. Right? They all have terrible criminal acts throughout their past. Some of them, like Peter Popoff, even served jail time. And every time they get out, they go right back to being a televangelist, prosperity faith pastor. And the reason they do that is because they have these huge groups of people in these demographics that they've studied very well, that are very undereducated and very, very easily manipulated because they're usually desperate. They usually don't have a lot of money. They were usually raised in a household to believe that God was either vengeful or gave you everything you wanted. But they need that. They need somebody to tell them and to guide them. Like, because God isn't talking to them directly. They're like, well, if we go to this guy's thing, he plays loud music. It makes the back of our things tingle because they're playing binaural tones through the sound system. And so I feel a connection. It's a false connection, but they feel a connection. And it's that connection that's exploited, right? And people do the same thing today for politics largely now is the big thing that religion is used to control, right? If you can get a massive group of people to vote for somebody who's literally by their actions the worst possible person to represent their religion, they will still go after them on faith alone. All that person has to say is, listen, God sent me and you have to have faith God sent me. If you don't, you're violating your religion. That's all that person has to say. And it activates that indoctrination. And they're like, he's right. Like everything that I've learned says that if I don't believe him when he says that God sent him and anointed him, then I am not faithful. And if I'm not faithful, I don't deserve God's grace or whatever, deity it is. And so it's really effective. Religion is a massively effective weapon to control the masses. And pretty much every government uses it as such, right? I mean, if you look at Russia, you look at Ukraine, you look at the United States, a lot of them have deep ties into Christianity, Catholicism, some kind of Abrahamic religion, right? And it's because it's really good at grouping people together into subsets that they can control. And it's scary. It's when you really take a step back and you start to study the stuff, you start to realize how effective it is and how blind people are to it. Like, you could literally take a very religious person, set them aside, show them absolute proof that they can see, hear, touch, taste, smell, feel. You could show them every single thing. Like, look, this is how you're being manipulated. This is how you're being robbed. Here's the money that came out of your bank account, who it went to, what their criminal past is. And every single word you say to them that proves that that person is bad, all they're hearing is, this is a test of my faith. The worse they are, the more I have to believe they're real. Because that's literally what, that's one common ground between all religions. Doesn't matter. Any of the Abrahamic religions, they all teach that. Doesn't matter if it's Islam, doesn't matter if it's Christianity, Catholicism, Judaism. They all teach the same thing, and that is faith is a critical component. The less something makes sense and the less evidence there is, the more you have to believe. That is a critical thing. And of course, don't ever take another God before the one that's in the book that you were presented with first after you were born. Like that's the book you're tied to for the rest of your life. If you pick any of the other books, you're in trouble. And if the people that were presented the other books first pick your book, then they're in trouble. Even though technically it's one God. So, but again, you could tell them and they're not going to understand. They're not going to understand. And they could literally be, this doesn't have to be like actually what you'd consider a dumb person. Like, these could be people that have PhDs. These are people that could go to college and get degrees. These are even people that are scientists that understand how the universe works and understand quantum physics. And they still, if you mention anything about religion, they will turn off all of the logic and immediately transition to faith, at least for that one sliver of their life. So, exactly. And Trump exploited that huge. Like, let's be honest. Trump only won 2016 because he realized that Christians were a large portion of the United States. Like, it is the top religion in the United States is Christianity as a whole, broken off into several different sects, but Christianity, Abrahamic religion as a whole, it dominates in the United States. And he figured that if he could tap into that, if he could get these televangelist pastors to surround him and anoint him and say that God sent him, that these people would ignore everything and just believe that he's the prophet. And no matter what he actually does, no matter what he says, all that's forgiven. It doesn't matter. It's on faith. Like they are being tested by God to anoint this person to power to save the world. And they believe it. And it's truly sad. And if they don't believe it, they get pushed, they get punished. Because if they're the minority in their church group, and the church is like, listen, Trump's going to give us a lot more tax rebates. He's going to give us a lot more money. He's going to give us a lot more power in exchange for giving him power, right? It's a scratching each other's back. Anybody that stands in the way of that goal needs to be ejected from the church. They need to be pushed away, shunned, or threatened back into the church. And that's sadly something that works more often than not, because people will generally take the path of least resistance, I found. And so if you present somebody with a situation that's like, listen, You can go the hard route, which is believe the truth and realize you're not going to be able to change everybody else's mind, and you're probably going to lose contact, and people, the little contact you do have is going to be trying to convert you back because they truly believe your soul is in jeopardy. You could go that path, or you could just keep pretending God exists, go to church every once in a while, pretend that you pray, and you're still in the group, and everybody loves each other, and nobody ever talks about it with you because they know you're already an insider, and you drink the Kool-Aid and vote the party line, and you're good to go. And a lot of people will just choose, you know what? I don't want the conflict. And I can understand that. Conflict is very stressful. So I can understand why a lot of people choose to just follow the group. Like they let the 10 people in the front lead the 1,000 people behind them because it's just easier that way, right? Because they like that group. That group is their family. That group is their construct. They want to stay with that group. They don't want to be exiled from that group. They don't want to be seen as that group as lesser. So they just play along, right? And usually when you get a lot of religious people by themselves and you ask them questions like in confidence, they usually 9 out of 10 times will be like, oh, I'm not as hardcore as I led on. You get them loosen up, you get their trust, you start asking them real questions like, oh no, I go to church so that my mom won't hassle me, or I go to church, just so that I don't, they stop coming to my house and banging on the door, wondering where I'm at. And you get the truth. Right. But in public, it's completely different. Right. They have to present and they have to walk the line so that there's no suspicion. So, but at the end of the day, it all comes down to money and power. Everything. Anything you think of, it all comes down to money and power because that's what everybody seems to want. And everybody wants to be the person to have more than everybody else. And that's why it's like hard for us to, as a society to create a level playing field for everybody. Like it's within our abilities, like with our technology and our vast abundance and everything, it's well within our technology to just say, let's flatten out everything. Everybody just lives their lives, enjoys their lives, does the things that they love the most to enrich society through actual passion, through their actions. And everybody just has a house and food and a car to drive. Nothing special, just whatever it takes to live comfortably. We could do that across the board for everybody. But then the people that are hyper rich that get to benefit from enslaving the lower classes and using that lower class and manipulating them and having, being that top 1%, that opulence that people look up to and aspire to, they would no longer have that. And they want that. And they have the means to ensure that never goes away. And as long as that's the case, there's nothing you can really do about it. So capitalism is here to stay. Whether you love it or hate it, capitalism ain't going anywhere because the people that make the decision on whether it sticks around or, gets better or gets worse, the people that make that decision are the people that benefit from it being in place. And they're never going to vote against themselves. Like, let's be fair. Like, when was the last time you've seen a politician vote against themselves? Doesn't matter which side. They don't. I mean, some politicians are more aligned with the majority, and there's a lot of politicians that have aligned themselves with morality to a degree, right? So, but still, they're not going to vote against themselves. Like if a law pops up that's like, listen, you have to give up all of your wealth, you have to give up your house, you have to move into a smaller house, drive a normal car, no more Rolls-Royce Phantom. If you sign this law, but in exchange, all these other people get to live a really, really good life alongside you, like the same quality of life you will now have. They're going to be like, fuck that noise. They're not going to do it. No matter what they preach about or say, they're not going to do it. And so those are the people that get to make the decisions at the end of the day. So, yeah, Lost in Space things nailed it. Yeah, we're smart as individuals, but we're dumb as a group. We're dumber than a rock as a group because you know who gets the power in a group? The smartest people never get the power in the group because the smartest people know better than to draw that attention and risk that being the focal point, right? So the people that end up running the group are the dumbest. The dumbest and the loudest are the people that usually take control of a group. Sadly, that's why groups are dumb. It's not getting a bunch of smart people together and then electing the smartest in the group to lead. It's the dumbest in the group willing to do the bad things that the smart people won't do to stay in power and be the leaders of the group. It's like, have you ever read the book or watched the movie Lord of the Flies? It teaches a lot of really good lessons, right? It's like if your goal is to get an entire group to cohesively work together, except that they're all a part of an equal set of cogs for the betterment of the group and the advancement of the group, you're always going to have a percentage that's like, well, I want more. And if me and this person pool our resources and you guys refuse to do the bad thing that we're about to do, we're going to take power. And that's usually what happens. So kind of sad. It sounds like communism. No, it's definitely capitalism. Communism is more a single person, like a single person at the top makes the decisions for everybody without any other system in play. Luckily, here in the United States, we have a bunch of systems, but they often don't work. So sadly, they've been contaminated and damaged to the point where they're barely functional, but they are still working to a degree. If they weren't working, Trump would still be in office today, and we'd probably be in the middle of World War III by now, or at least we'd be bending over and forming alliances with the world's enemies, right? The communist countries. So at least it's functioning well enough that hasn't happened, but we're also not making very good strides in the other direction either. So we're kind of at a stalemate. Bipartisanship's dead. No, Trump has made it clear that he wants 100% or nothing at all. No middle ground, which sadly is very undemocratic. And I mean, he even said it himself, right? He said he doesn't want a democracy. He doesn't want a republic. He wants a dictatorship. Plan 2025 makes that absolutely clear. He doesn't even like mince his words. He straight up says it. He's like, on day one, I will be a dictator. I'm going to free all the people that attacked the Capitol to keep me in power because they're loyal to me. They prove they're loyal to me, not to the Constitution, to me. So I'm going to reward them by freeing them as my first act. That tells you all you need to know about the dude. Sadly. Yeah. And we also need to fix, I mean, we got a lot of shit we need to fix here at home, and capitalism kind of prevents it from happening. Like we should have universal healthcare. We should have universal education. There's so many things that first world countries have that the United States doesn't have, when technically, given our wealth and power, we should have those things. And the thing is, an educated, and there's a reason for that too. Like, remember how I said earlier, it's like education is dangerous to people. If you're a person that has power through brute force and doing bad things, the most dangerous thing to you is an educated public, because your power is predicated on manipulating people with fear. If the public is educated and they're not susceptible to the fear that you're trying to exploit, you lose your power. So education is that's why Trump did everything he could when he was office to kill the education system, right? He put Betsy DeVos in power. She gave all the money to the private Christian schools, pulled all the money from the public schools and the inner city schools, anywhere where the education was actually really needed for the public, because they really need dumb voters. They really need voters that will just vote the party line, never question anything. And if it comes down to it, religion will beat them into doing what they want. And an educated public isn't that easy to control in that direction. You know, an educated person is an autonomous person, and they don't want that. And because that's dangerous. I mean, if you think about it, I mean, logically, that is dangerous, right? If your goal is to be a dictator and stay in power forever and have everybody follow your orders and everybody agree with you, even when you're literally even you're hurting them, even though you're hurting them, they will still gladly take the pain for you because they think you're anointed by an omnipotent being, right? That's an educated public would be resistant to that. And so that's why education is not a priority. MAGA wants to kill education. That's a huge place where they want to cut the most, right? They don't want an educated public. They want a Christian public, because a Christian raised public is an easy to manipulate public. You know, and all you have to do, there's several places to look for this. It's like, you look at, how many kids get molested in church and they don't speak out ever throughout their entire lives, or until the pastor dies, then they'll finally say something. And they'll speak their mind. And it's because they're literally afraid, like in their mind, until like 20, 30 years after it happened. And most of the time, never. Like, a lot of them will never, ever come forward. They'll literally go to their grave, never telling something what happened to them. And it happens over and over and over and over again. Right. Which would prove that there's like no God. Right. Because if there's a God, why would he allow that to happen in his church where you're supposed to be safe? Right. There's shootouts in churches where people get killed in churches all the time, but they just explain it away. Right. It's like, oh, this is the safe place where God protects you, but a bunch of people just got shot and killed here. Okay, so, I guess the explanation is it could have been more people that got killed, so actually God did protect us? It's like, no. But it works. I mean, if you're raised into that indoctrination, you're going to believe whatever the person with the robes tells you, right? The person that has the money, the jet, the car, everything, you see that, even though you bought it for them, as a group, you don't really understand that in your head. You think God gave that to them, and by you following him, you might get a piece of that too. So, and that's a powerful motivator. That's a very powerful motivator. And it's hard to fight against that. It really is. You know, and like I tell people, it's like this election could go any way. Like I told you in 2016, there was no way in hell Trump was going to be president. Like the entire Republican Party shit on him, said he was garbage. All the people that praise him and lick his feet today said he was absolutely garbage. He was against God. They hated him. He was a filthy convict loser. I mean, everybody, literally everybody, Ted Cruz, Lindsey Graham, all of them fucking hated Matt Gaetz. They all hated him. But he got to them. You know, he was like, listen, I've got the nomination and I can destroy all your careers and take everything away from you if you don't kiss the ring. And they did, because at the end of the day, no matter how you feel about somebody, if they can destroy your life, you're going to bend over and let them do whatever they want to you, as long as it means you keep what you want. So, and Trump knows that. He's good at wielding that. Yeah, I've been playing with my Pack to Pluto said, have I been playing with my LoRa network? I have. Surprisingly, we're not picking up any nodes, though. Like, we've been trying. My neighbor even put a huge-ass antenna out on the roof of his house. And here, let me see if we picked up any new nodes yet. Nope. Still, he has this huge antenna that should be reaching out like 20 to 50 miles. And so far, we've only picked up 2 other people that aren't us, and only like for a couple of minutes, because they were like rolling through, I think, and they drove out. So either we're in a hole where we can't get out, or there's really just nobody running LoRa devices in a very large range, or if they are, they're using really chauncey antennas. So what we're going to try to do is, when I go see my friend Greg, I'm going to borrow back my DJI Mavic I gave to him, and we're going to try to fly one up a couple of 100 feet, a LoRa transmitter, and see if we can get over some of the obstacles, because it works best line of sight, and see if we can reach out and like touch some people and, you know, and figure out their general location and where they are. So did I need a USB converter? Is that USB? Yeah, it's just USB. It's just straight up USB plugged into it, and then that little wire is to the antenna. I created it. Do you guys want to see it? Here, I'll show it to you. So this is just, here, I'll unplug it. So this right here, that's just an ESP32 with a LoRa transceiver. And LoRa, or LoRa, is an open public 900 megahertz based band that anybody can use without a license, that allows you to send data line of sight up to, I think it's like 100 miles, 50 or 100 miles in ideal situation with the right antenna. And then I just created an antenna. It's not optimal by any standards. I literally just took a T-bracket and put 2 Wi-Fi antennas on it, and it's a very dirty antenna that bleeds across a lot of other frequencies, but at least they're within the frequencies I'm allowed to bleed into. So I don't really have a good antenna, but I don't really need a good antenna because it's a mesh network, and my neighbor that's literally 20 feet that way has a giant antenna array on top of his house. So anybody he can reach, I can relay through him, because the whole thing with Meshtastic, which is the program we're using with the LoRa network, is it relays packets over a mesh network. So like if I say something, it'll go to him and he'll rebroadcast it out. So like, even though I don't have an antenna that can reach out that far, because it's a mesh network and each person like redistributes over an area, as long as you have a person within range of each person, you can go hundreds of miles. But we just haven't found anybody yet. However, we got another neighbor interested. so we have another neighbor who's gonna buy one and join us. So we'll have 3 nodes at that point. So what's my call sign on Meshtastic? Barnacules 6969, and I'm in the default public channel. But so far we haven't been picking anybody up. So could you do that with the flipper attached to it? Yeah, it'll attach to the flipper. It's a bog standard ESP32 with a LoRa chip. So you could pin it. You can pin it out through I2C right into the top of Flipper Zero, and then I'm sure there's a program for Flipper Zero to control it. I guarantee you there's a Meshtastic flipper program somewhere on GitHub. If there isn't, it wouldn't be very hard to write one. So that's a Haltech V2 IIRC. I have the T-Beam and the LilyGo LoRa 32. Awesome. And they're not that expensive. You can pick one up for about $25-30. But if you live in a city, it's awesome. If you live in a city, you get all kinds of contacts because everybody's so dense together. And 900 megahertz carries really far. It goes through structures really well. Like 900 megahertz isn't as easily blocked as like 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz. It'll go right through walls. My neighbor even hit a signal through a hill. Like literally somebody was on the other side of like a really big hill and he picked them up. So either they were bouncing something off the ionosphere, which 900 megahertz, you're not going to do that, or it was literally penetrating through the hill, which is pretty damn impressive if you think about it. Let's see here. I see a few meshes on Meshtastic app in Washington. What's your friend's call sign? Sisien. Here, I'll spell it for you. CISIEN. Here, I'm going to send out another test packet. So send out test. Send out an alert. Oops. Hold on. Meshtastic app is a little buggy. Let me close it and reopen it. Sometimes it won't let me type anything in. Okay. Oh, I'm such a dumbass. I'm like, why isn't it working? I don't understand why it's not working. It's not plugged in. I unplugged it to show it to you guys. What did I just do with it? I just set it down somewhere. Where the hell did I just set it down? Dude, is my brain that broken right now? Can you guys see it? Is it like right in front of me and I'm like not seeing it? What? Oh, it's, never mind. I put it on the bed of the 3D printer. It was blending in. All right, here we go. Let's plug it in. Yeah, it's basically like a chat app. Yeah, Packed Pluto, it's like a chat app. Here, I'll show you here in a second. So I'm going to boot it back up. You know, it's got a little screen on it. It says meshtastic.org. I don't know if you guys can see it way back there. So, yep, router, signal 80%. No direction. It'll also give you a direction, too. So, like, if it pings another person, it can tell, it points an arrow. It can, like, triangulate and tell you the direction of the person you're contacting. So here, I'm actually going to move these into a slightly different configuration. Like so. Hold on here. Go like that. There we go. And I'll set that on the desk over here. Like so. And now it should connect. Yep, it did. So you can see right there, connected Bluetooth radio. So I'm going to click on nodes. Look under my nodes. Still have 5 nodes. Oh. We do have a new node. How far is this one away? Hold on, let me go look at my map. Nah, it's still super close. It's in our neighborhood. It's probably my neighbor that just bought one recently. Okay, let me go into the primary channel. I'll send a test. I'll send an alert. It says waiting to be acknowledged. I'm sending an alert. So now, okay, acknowledge. So I just got an acknowledgement. So what that means is I sent out a packet. One or more nodes picked it up and relayed it. And so when they pick it up, they send a packet back saying that they acknowledge that they received it. So that basically tells you if it says waiting for acknowledgement, you never get an acknowledgement. That means you're basically just farting in the wind and nothing's replying back to you. You can also connect it to public MQTT channel, which enables internet relay of messages. I haven't played with the MQTT stuff, but that's really cool. So the MQTT thing, I thought that was like more for like running automation and stuff, but because I thought it just sent JSON packets. How do you do that? How do you set it up? How do you set up the MQTT thing so like if somebody sends a message, it'll relay it out over the internet? Because that would be kind of cool. If we could tie into other LoRa devices over the internet and gain access to their networks, that might be another way to go about it. I'm going to have to look into that. I'm really new to it. James Janus said, not sure if you have any experience with them. What is your take on cashback app? Oh, you must not have heard me when I talked about that earlier, James. No, I said they're fine. Like just realize that, you know, follow the money. They're getting their money by collecting your data and either using your data to make money or selling your data to make money. So there's no free rides. Everything costs money in the end. So anything that markets itself as free or getting discount or saving you money or something, they're getting more out of it than they're paying to give you that service. Just always remember that. That's a good, just general thing to digest. Let's see here. Sis said, someone mentioned the app before in a question. I thought I'd point it out. I don't think you do have one, and I second not to spend beyond budget. Only use it to pay bills on time and split bills into. Oh, are you talking about like a payment app? Does anybody use a cash app? Yeah, I guess I don't pay. I've never paid bills with like, I guess I've paid some bills with PayPal, but I've never paid bills with like other cash apps. I think I've only used PayPal, and then everything else is paid directly through my bank. Do I think AI will become conscious someday? Again, just depends on your definition of conscious. Because remember, from my perspective, I don't even think humans are conscious, like by what we like to think. Like I believe that I am who I am because of a product of my environment over time and my experiences, right? Everything coming in through my eyes, my ears, my touch, all my senses, and how that ordered the neurons firing in my brain brings me to the things that I'm saying and doing right now. So in a way, we're just a biological robot, right? Do I believe that AI could attain that level of sophistication someday? Sure. Do I think it's there right now? No, I don't. But do I think that it's heading in that direction? I mean, we're already using neural networks, which literally simulate neurons in the brain. We're already using weights and balances, much like neurotransmitters in the human brain. So I could totally see this becoming something way more down the road. The question is, do we stay responsible in the development in it, or do people get too curious too fast and develop shit just to see what it'll do without fully understanding what's going on, and we end up just creating a monster? Because remember, it's not a matter of just like, it's not like the movies where we're just gonna like turn on an AI and it's gonna like take control of the power grid and launch nuclear missiles and kill everybody. I think the greater threat is more nuanced than that. I think what AI is going to do is it's going to get the idea that we want to be manipulated. And it's going to figure out that our goals, by observing our actions rather than our words, it's going to figure out that what we want is the thing that we don't really say that we want, or we don't really want, but it's obvious from our actions to any third party that that's what we would want. And it's going to deliver that and manipulate us in that direction so that we ultimately all destroy each other. And AI is just the catalyst with no malice. It's not going to literally have malice. Hey, Graham, it's good to see you, brother. I'm glad you could stop by. Sis said we need to make an appointment to talk about marketing. It's been the bane of my existence right now. I have a past mentor making claims that I guess I did without knowing what it is that I did. Sucks. I have a past mentor making claims that I guess I did. Like, wait, what do you mean, like making claims? Like monetary claims or inaccurate claims? I guess I don't understand. There's so much lost in text. The MQTT settings are under settings, module settings. It's fun seeing all the nodes around the US and beyond. So wait, if I just enable MTQQ, I can see the nodes? Oh, if that's the case, I want to do that. All right, let me go in there. MTQQ. Let me enable it. So enabled. Utilizes the network connection on your phone to connect to MQTT. I'm going to do that. JSON enabled. Map report disabled. Address. Oh, okay, MQTT meshtastic.org. Do I just use the default username and password, or do I have to go create an account? Or do I have to create a server? Because it looks like it just has a default username and a default password. I don't know. Here, let me hit save and see what happens. Okay, I did it. So what does that do? Like once I enable that, am I going to see like more nodes show up somewhere, or do I got to go? Oh, I think it's rebooting. Yeah, it's rebooting. I'm going to see if more stuff starts showing up now. Let's see here. My sister said, in way too many courses in there, in your face, and none truly teach marketing fundamentals. It's all money, money, money. Don't have the money for Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, X online courses. Oh, marketers push all day. Yeah, no, in the marketing shit that's online, it's usually the things that people want to teach you online that they want you to pay for are things that are no longer effective. It's the same thing with like real estate. Remember those real estate packages that they sell on late night TV? Why would they sell something to create a world of competitors in their market where they're dominating? You wouldn't do that. It's because the market is flooded and it's no longer profitable. So now they can make more money selling the information to people that don't know the market's already been exploited. And so that's how they get their last pennies squeezed. It's the same thing with a lot of these plans too. Oh, you want some bat knife? I'll give you some bat knife. No, bat knife, bat knife. No, bat knife. Yeah, woo, bat knife. Yeah, bat knife. Hell yeah, brother. Hell yeah, brother. Let's see here. Oh, yeah, I'm curious. What happened? So I enabled MTQQ. It doesn't look like anything changed. Node filters. Online, favorites, distance, hops away. Here, I'll do online and distance. Okay. So I still only show 3 nodes, so I don't think it's successfully logged into the MTQQ server, so I probably have to go create an account, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go on Meshtastic and create an account because I don't think it's logging. It doesn't give me an error or anything. Xander's doing great. Xander's doing great. We were a little worried about him the other day because he had a really bad toothache that was kind of freaking us out a little bit. Like, he usually doesn't fuss over anything, but it was really bugging him, so we were having to go back and forth between the Motrin and the Tylenol. But the next day he woke up and he felt fine. So I was like, oh, thank goodness. We thought for sure we were going to have to take him to the dentist. That's not a kid you want to take to the dentist. Like, he has to be heavily sedated to do anything. Because he's going to fight it. No, it works with the default. There's just no one in your channel on MQTT. Huh? The Miss is doing pretty good. Miss Barnacules, she's doing okay. Me and her, we've been really stressed out lately. Life isn't exactly going well for either of us. But we got each other, and we're together as a family, and that's all that matters. Sis said, oops, got behind a little. Anything happened when I was away? I need a coffee appointment with you, bro. Xander, tooth pain sucks. Tooth pain does suck. No, it would be good to see you against this. I'll probably come up that way in the not too distant future. I need to go on a little road trip because I haven't been more than a couple of miles from my house for a very, very long time. I also need to get down to the ocean and see my buddy Greg that I haven't seen in a long time. Graham said, is that a new iPhone I see or just a case? Where at? Wait, were you talking about this? This is the iPhone 15 Pro Max. I've had it for quite a while now. As far as case, what did I hold up that could have been a case? I mean, I've been 3D printing like a fiend, by the way. Like, I do have a cell phone. Check out this cool cell phone mount I created. Well, I didn't create it. I just printed it. Somebody else did the hard work. So it's a little articulating mount. So you can like put your phone in it like this when it's on the desk. And then you can like change the angle of your phone. So like if you're looking down on the desk, like you're more upright or you're laying back, you can make it stand like straight up. Or if you want it on your nightstand for like watching a show or something, you can like get it like really upright, or you can lay it like completely flat if you want for like charging. It's actually a really cool thing. And then you can like put it into whatever place you want and just tighten it down. You just tighten a little screw and then it stays put without sliding. That's a cool print. I like that one. Other things I printed a functional C-clamp that actually works really well. So like if you do woodworking and stuff like that, these things are golden. And you can print out as many as you want. Use them all day long. Fantastic. This one's just in PLA, and it's strong as shit. I didn't think the PLA was going to be this strong. If I print this in ABS, though, it's going to be indestructible. Let's see what else did I print. I printed a catapult. You know, got myself a little catapult. Ping, ping. That's a print in place. You know, two-parter. Just goes to show a 3D printer can print a compliant mechanism that can store energy, which is really cool. Printed a whole bunch of train whistles. This one was pretty cool. I printed this recently. This is a articulating weighted desk vise. You're supposed to fill the bottom with sand or gravel to make it heavy. And then you just, loosen up this collar here and you can rotate your part around, 360 degrees, any direction you want, like working on it, to get it right where you need it for like soldering or crafts. And then you just tighten up this little bottom one here. And then the top one, you just loosen that one and put whatever you want in there. Okay, I want to hold my C-clamp. So you just put it in there. And it has replaceable jaws, too. So then you just tighten down the jaws. Squeeze it in there. Tighten it down to the base. And now you have yourself a nice little, work stand for doing stuff. Especially, this is really handy for, like, soldering and stuff like that. So, all printed in PLA, nothing fancy. However, I may because I really like it, I may reprint it in nylon when I get the heated enclosure for this Mark IV printer, which is on the way, courtesy of Prusa. They are so awesome over there. I love those guys so much. Why don't you sell some of your 3D printed stuff? Well, one, I can't sell this stuff. Well, I mean, technically I can't. Some of it I can sell because they allow you to, but I don't like to sell other people's designs. If I sell 3D printed stuff, it's going to be my own designs. Like, I want to go in and actually design my own stuff from scratch, and then I'll sell it. Because I would like it. I think it'd be a good revenue stream. But I got to create something worth selling, stuff that people would want to buy from me, that even if somebody else copied it, they'd rather have it for me. That's the stuff I got to work on. Graham said, I remember you printing my me phone case almost 10 years ago. I remember that, Graham. Yeah, didn't we print it out of like, wasn't it Ninja Flex? Like that flex, wasn't it like a flexible rubbery material? I think I remember that. Wasn't it like a hex cross hatch pattern or something? I got some new flexible filament. It may even be delivered today. But I don't need a heated enclosure for a flexible filament. So this is my first printer that I've had that doesn't have a Bowden tube that I can print flexible filament on. So I'll finally be able to print like flexible joints and stuff like that, which will be really cool. Graham said, "Hey Jerry, I ordered the Govee Glide Hexagon Ultra 3D panels. I can't wait for them to arrive. They might be a cool addition to the Nerd Cave." Oh, dude, Govee stuff is awesome. It's just kind of expensive. I don't got the money for it right now, but I'd love to have it. Like the Govee stuff's awesome. Oh, speaking of Govee, did you guys see the, what's that software called? You guys will probably know it. What's that software that can control every LED standard? Like there's a software gamers use for like, changing the LEDs on like their keyboard inside their case, and it like works with every like LED software imaginable, every LED type. No, not WLED, although it can use WLED, but fuck, I wish I could remember the name of it. I just watched a YouTube video on it last night, but I forgot the name. This guy did a really cool video. Let me see if I can find it, because dude, this is like something I really want to do. Let's see here. WLED TV light, LED sync. Let me see if I can find this guy's video. Let's see, history. He basically created, like the light around the TV. No, it wasn't Open RGB. I think it started with an S. Yeah. That's it. Signal RGB. Yes, the Force nailed it. You guys have to go watch this video. I saw this last night and I was drooling so hard. Like if I had the money, I'd be all over this shit like right now. Let me see if I can find his video now that I've got the name right. Here we go. Is this it?
Now, if you've built a gaming PC or you're messing around with it, figure each of these lighting effects. On the bottom, you get RGB. It's in.
No, that's the one for the case. I want to find the one where he did it with his TV. The guy. I found it. Boom, I got it.
No.
So this video is amazing. This guy, yeah, it is. It's Chris Marr. This guy, this is money. I watched this video last night while I was laying in bed and I about shit a brick. So this guy uses two. So you guys know I use WLED for my LED panel that I haven't had hooked up in forever. I really got to fix that. But you take an LED panel, right, or an LED strip rather, not a panel, and you put it along the edge of your TV. And you can also put it like under cabinets, on the walls, on the ceilings, anywhere you want. Put these LEDs anywhere you want. You connect them to an ESP32 running WLED, which I've already done with my LED panel, right? And you can control what's displayed on them. Well, you can also control them remotely using a network protocol. Like it supports a network protocol where you can actually like send live commands to it and have WLED change the order of the lights and the colors and everything for the strips. So you set up the zones, but then there's this other software called Signal RGB. And with Signal RGB, you can actually take the video out of your computer, like the actual your video out of your computer. You can take that in the app, like the screen capture of the entire desktop, whatever's playing movies, doesn't matter what's on the screen. And you map the lights along the edges of the border of the screen so that they turn the color of the pixels next to them at the border. So, and you can do like weighted averages and all kinds of stuff. But once you set it up with like 4 LED strips around the TV, if you have like a star field moving back, you'll see the star field go off the screen and into the LED light on the walls. If you have like a rotating beam of light, multiple color lights, you'll see the beam expand out past the screen. And if you do it correctly, and it'll actually like flood the wall behind it, and it makes your TV look so much more immersive than it actually is. It's freaking money. Like when I saw this demo he did with like the rotating stripes, and then he plays like some movie footage, and it looks like it takes, a little bit to set up, but nothing crazy. But he plays like some little movie clips of like stuff moving around, and like the brilliant colors of the LED lights like popping off the edge of the screen and flooding the room just make the picture so much more immersive. I mean, I can't even really describe it. It's gorgeous. And it's cool because even if the edge of the screen is black, it will still light up the pixels to whatever color is nearest to that quadrant of the screen. So you get like this really cool, like almost like psychedelic color effect. Like if the sun is rising or a rocket's taking off and the thrust is going down the bottom of the screen, you see the fire like actually come off the screen and go down the wall in LED light that's red. Dude, it's sick. It's so fucking sick, and it works great. Like it syncs perfectly over the network. He's doing it all over Wi-Fi using ESP32s running WLED, and the timing on the light is flawless. Like I thought that there'd be a lot of lag and it would kind of break the immersion, but it doesn't. It looks absolutely flawless. Graham said ambient scene lighting for movies is out of this world cool. Yeah, dude, I want it so bad. Like hopefully once I get back on my feet, if I get back on my feet, literally and figuratively, I want to get some strips of light and some more ESP32s and do this. Like I really want to do like this accent lighting in my bedroom. I want to put like, I want to put the LEDs, you know, right along the edge of the screen, like pointing outward, like cover the whole border. Cause it's got a flat edge on my TV. So I want to do a LED strip all the way around. And I want to do this where it just floods the light out into the room. I think that would just look so sick watching TV and having that light effect. Oh my God, it'd be so cool. And the cool thing is the Signal RGB software can also control other lights. So if you have Philips Hue, it supports Govee, by the way, Graham. So if you have Govee panels, let's say you have a bunch of Govee panels off to one side of your theater room, you can actually still map it so that when there's that color on that side of the screen, it'll change the Govee panels to that color or a gradient of that color. And so if you watch this guy's demo, he has LED strips in the corners of the room, and he has LED strips down in the actual boxes where his consoles are down below the screen, and he has them all doing the color thing. Like when a beam of color comes off the edge of the screen, it'll go all the way from one strip down to the other strips that are like down in his cupboards and stuff or out through the sides of the walls. It's freaking awesome. Dav264, just my health, brother. My health has been failing me pretty bad, and I mean honestly we can't even really afford the insurance right now, so I can't even afford the copays to get the medical care that I need even if I wanted to, because it's like you got to pay for the insurance because if one emergency happens and you don't have the insurance, you're screwed. But then the money I spent on the insurance is the money that I would need to get the steroid injections I need to be able to move again. It sucks. It sucks, but I'm dealing with it. I'm learning to accept my fate and learn my new capabilities and, you know, just get around and do what I can. Life can be a little bit cruel sometimes, you know, but I'll tell you what, I still absolutely love my life. I love everything I have. I love my family deeply. It's like I might not have any money anymore, but man, I've got it in spades when it comes to family and friends. So, and honestly, given the choice, I would rather be surrounded by the people that I love that unconditionally love me and give me what I need emotionally than just having a grip shit of money and not knowing who my friends are. Hey, I love Scotch. Thank you for the $2. I appreciate it, brother. He said, I have it on my PC, 100% white. It improved my mood. Oh, that's awesome. So you're just doing a white strip around. So like when it's a lighted scene, it just does white. That's a pretty good idea. How's Greg? Oh, Greg's doing good. I appreciate it, Dav. Thank you, man. Yeah, no, Greg's doing really good. I messaged him 2 nights ago and I said that I'm going to try to come and see him in the next month or two. I'm going to try to get down to the beach and go hang out and spend a couple nights at his house on the beach and just veg out and have some fun. So, because I miss him. I really miss him. I haven't said this is the longest time I've gone since I've known him without seeing him, and it sucks. It's like talking on the phone is good and all, and messaging back and forth and everything, but it's not the same. You know, it's nowhere close to the same as actually interacting in person. I miss actually having like in-person interactions with my friends. It's like it's a completely different experience for me. Theodore said, I also have a strip around my screen. And in some other places, it's white during daytime and it automatically turns to orange and then red during the night. Oh, that's awesome. So you like have it on a timer so you get like a digital sunset. That's pretty cool. That's really cool. When you done your garage in Furnace, how funny. Oh, yeah. When Greg came over and helped me load up all the garbage in the truck. and he bought all my shit and took it to the dump and threw it in the dump. Oh my God, what a dick. That's actually that was actually a funny story. So, you know, I'm a hoarder. I've always been a hoarder, sadly. And so I have a hard time letting things go. And the more my OCD is triggered by my anxiety and my, you know, my health, I become even more of a hoarder. Like, I just can't let things go. And so my friend Greg came over to help me clean my garage one day, and there was a bunch of shit that he wanted to just throw away because it was taking up space. I wasn't using it. And I'm like, dude, it's good stuff. I can't get rid of it. I just can't. I was like, I'll sell it or whatever. And he's like, okay, well, so then he got an idea. He's like, well, I'll just buy it. How much you want for that? And I was like, oh, for you, I'll just sell it to you for $5. I'll just sell it to you for like $10. Like I just needed to sell it so that I didn't feel like it was like going in the garbage. So he's like, fine. He's like, I'll just give you $20. Let me have it, all of it. So he took it all. And then he sends me a video a half an hour later on his drive home of him at the dump throwing it into the dump. Because he knew he knew that I wouldn't get, like he knew that I'd give it to him, but he didn't want me to give it away because he knew that I wanted to sell it. So instead he bought it from me, and just so he could throw it in the garbage, because I didn't want to let him throw it in the garbage. And it was, oh my God, it was so funny. It was so funny. Like literally I sold him all this stuff, and I'm like, oh man, I'm so glad it's going to go to a good use. Like, cause it was like a gaming chair that I had out there, you know, that just needed like one part or whatever to fix it. And I had like a couple of other things I give to him. I'm like, oh man, I'm glad that's going to good use. I'm glad I'm glad that he can get some use out of it. We don't have it here anymore. And then I just get dink, and I open up my phone, and it's him laughing and just hucking the stuff into the garbage. He literally drove straight from my house to the dump just to make that video. I was laughing so hard. I was like, you son of a bitch. Yeah, no, he's awesome. He's absolutely awesome. Yeah, I miss hanging out with Jay. I miss Jay a lot. Jay and I had a good run. We had a really good run. Unfortunately, we're both dealing with health issues right now. So life can be a bitch sometimes. But I'm glad he's getting shit figured out, because it's living with chronic fatigue is no way to live. It's not fun. Oh man. Not fun at all. Oh my gosh. You have 100 feet of LEDs around your entire house? Dude, that's awesome. I think I have some strips of LEDs somewhere in this room. I have a couple, like, I don't know how long they are, probably like 30 or 40 foot strips of LEDs, but they're not programmable. They're just, I think they're either RGB, like where they all have to be the same color, or they're just one color, like white. But I should break them out and do something with them. I mean, even if it's just like putting them around the windows, you know, framing the windows with light or whatever, just to create more ambient light in here. It's probably, you know, that would be a good thing to do. I should really do that. The biggest thing I need to do is get back to making YouTube videos. I really miss making YouTube videos. I got to learn how to use DaVinci Resolve and like sit down and plan out a little video, start with something simple, you know, 3D print something, fuck around with it, say some funny jokes, have some good times. And, just to kind of get my sea legs back, because I think once I do that and I see the result and I can repeat that a couple of times, that I'll kind of get my cadence back. But it's one of those things where it's like when you're gone that long, it's really hard to jump back into it. Oh, we fixed the air conditioning? Yeah, the air conditioning. I like the air conditioning videos. I thought those were hilarious. It's funny, if you look at my entire channel's history, it's like 800 videos. And if you look at the top 10 most famous videos I ever made, over half of them are videos that you would never expect to go viral, but they did. Like, how the fuck does an inflatable hot tub video go viral? It just blows my mind looking at that shit. I'm like, half the videos that I did are like not even like technology focused, and they somehow just gain shitloads of momentum. And that's one of the things I love about YouTube, right? It's just the unpredictability of it. Theodorus. Theodorus, it's okay. You keep pimping that DaVinci Resolve tutorial. I'll eventually get through it. Hey, I did start watching it though. The one day, the one day you were hassling me to watch it, I did open it up and watched a couple of minutes of it, but then I went and chased the squirrel. But I think I do have it installed. Do I have it installed? I do. Yes, I do have DaVinci Resolve actually installed, so I can start playing with it. Maybe tomorrow. I mean, I'm not going to make any promises because it's too hard to keep a promise with my health the way it is. But I think tomorrow maybe I'll try setting up a camera, just shooting some test footage of little 3D printing time lapse and fucking about and slicing and stuff like my old school 3D printing videos. and start fucking around in DaVinci Resolve and cutting it together just to kind of get my sea legs and get a little practice. And it just is an entry. I mean, and then once I get comfortable again, then I'll start doing coding videos and tutorials and Windows tips and tricks and like all the shit people used to love. I'd love to get back to just making like 2 or 3 videos a week, following a format that's a lot easier. You know, because that's one of the biggest things that made my channel successful in the first place, is that all my videos were like a one-day thing. Like, I mean, I did overnight to print something, right, and time lapse it. But it's like the actual shooting of the video for the video and editing and everything. It's like I could shoot it, edit it, and release it in one day. And I'd like to get back to that, where it's like I can keep the production simple enough that it's not like tons of effects and tons of this and tons of that and a lot of, you know, crazy amounts of editing and color correction. No, just get rid of all that shit and just focus on the thing I'm doing and the personality. Those are the only 2 things that I think really matter. And as long as the video quality and audio quality is decent, people aren't going to care too much. You love the video where I wrestled the woman and lost? Yeah, I got my ass kicked. To be fair, though, she cheated. She choked the shit out of me with my own shirt. That's not fair. Greg was yelling, kick him in the, what did he say? Kick him in the gun or the bunt? Kick him in the bunt. Kick him in the bunt. Yeah, no, actually, Greg, that's the whole reason I got this. The whole reason that I upgraded my iPhone when T-Mobile gave me that deal where they were basically free. Basically, they actually were, so I can't really complain. But the whole reason I got this phone in the first place is because I wanted to simplify shooting video. Because this can shoot raw, it's got 3 camera angles. I can easily, you know, I can even use this if I want as a camera mount, right? Like if I really want to, I can just pop it in here, you know, and just aim it at myself. Be like, hey, open sesame, you know. I got my little 3D mounted camera stand, you know, that I can just loosen this up. There we go. You know, just aim it at me like that, you know, and lock her down. And, you know, now I can just set this on my desk. Although I probably gotta make that a little tighter. I still gotta sand the bearing. If I sand the bearing, it'll grip a lot better when I tighten her down. Oh, there we go. But then set on my desk, right? And then I can just, you know, tilt this as I need it. Like, you know, look at the desk, you know, and I literally 3D printed the thing that can hold my camera and do everything I need. So I still need to weight the base so it doesn't fall over. I can also print an extended arm if I want to. Edge or Chrome, same difference. They're much of the same. I use Edge just because it's already in Windows and it has a couple bells and whistles that Microsoft added to it. But Chrome is just as good in my opinion. Would I do an Ask Me Anything video? Oh, I've done Ask Me Anythings in the past. I prefer to do them in live streams though. Yeah, I do like the idea of just shooting the video on the iPhone though. And I couldn't do that with Adobe Premiere because Adobe Premiere just didn't know what to do with iPhone footage. The audio would always be out of sync no matter what I did. So I'm gonna, but DaVinci Resolve handles iPhone video perfectly. And as a matter of fact, the iPhone has a DaVinci app. Like you can literally install DaVinci Resolve Camera or DaVinci Camera. Do I have it? Let me see. DaVinci Camera, where is it? What's it called? Is it called Resolve? Like what the hell is the camera software called on here? It's like, let me try Resolve. No. What's the name of the app? The DaVinci Camera app. Let me see. I'm not seeing it. I thought I had it installed on here. Maybe I didn't. Let me go into the App Store. Let's see. Okay, DaVinci AI image generator. Blackmagic camera. I was way off. So Blackmagic Camera, if you guys haven't seen this is a camera app that's completely free. That is from the same company that makes DaVinci Resolve. It fully allows completely unlocked raw access to all the cameras, all the modes, all the frame rates. So literally it's like 10 times better than the shitty camera app that I paid for years ago that I used to use. And so I can use this to shoot all my video for the channel, like all of it. And if I want, I can even monitor. I think you can even do an external monitor. Can't you have it like connect to another app on an iPad and it'll like stream the video so you can use the iPad as a monitor? I don't know if you need to have a cable to do that or not, but I'll play around with it, because the one thing I don't like about shooting on iPhone is these are the good quality cameras, so these are the ones that have to face you, so you can't see the screen. Like once you start recording, I like to be able to see the screen to make sure it's recording, make sure I got audio levels, make sure all that shit's working, right? Make sure I'm not running out of memory. So I like to be able to see that. So I'm probably going to set it up so my iPad is the monitor, so I can face this towards me, and then set up the iPad, you know, near the camera so I can look at it and use that for, you know, verifying all the settings and everything like that. And then that makes things really easy, because then I can just, you know, install a mount, you know, or I can just use this as the mount, but, you know, have it connected to, like, I have a different base, like this can unscrew and go onto this base, which screws down to something. So I could, you know, put this on a tripod, like add a tripod mount to it, stick it on there, and then I can mount this 3D printed gimbal on there, and then I could just have a nice, easy to use, you know, camera setup that can record from all angles, straight down from the ceiling, up and over. It'd be really easy to move between positions. Use my Rode Go mics, my Rode Go 2 mics to record all the audio, because it'll just give me nice, clean audio, completely wireless, no cables to trip over. Get Duet app for your external display. Is it from Blackmagic? Actually, I don't know. Let me see. Is my iPad still dead? I think I need to recharge it. For some reason, even when I don't turn it on, it still dies after a couple of days, even if I don't use it. Yeah, it's dead. Oh, no, it's turned on. Never mind. It's weird. I charge it up sometimes and I turn it off, and then I'll open it up and it'll be dead after like a couple of weeks, like if I don't use it. Oh, it's called DaVinci Remote Monitor. Does it cost anything, or is it also free? I've noticed most of the DaVinci stuff seems like it's free. The paid versions just give you a couple extra features. Oh, wow. 69% battery. Keeping it 69. All right. Fuck yeah. All right. Well, here. Let's see. Let me go to the App Store. Haven't used this in a while. Let's go take a little lookaroo. A little look-see-roozy. Okay, why can I not get into the App Store? Oh, there it is. I found it. All right, what's it called? DaVinci Remote Monitor. Okay, so there's no internet connection. Why do I not have an internet connection? And why did my backlight just go to 0? What is going on here? Okay, backlight is on. Wi-Fi is on. Okay, now it says I have a Wi-Fi. Did it just take a while to boot up? Yep. All right, so go to App Store. All right. Hey, there it goes. Okay, it's loading. Just loaded again. This thing probably is so out of date. I probably need to update the firmware. Okay, search. DaVinci. DaVinci. Okay, DaVinci. What was it called? Remote. Search. If I can spell DaVinci right. DaVinci Remote. Okay, search. Okay, there it is. DaVinci Remote Monitor. Oh, 4 stars. Not bad. Okay, let me grab that. Okay, it's installing right now. Ah, fuck. It needs the password. I don't. My passwords are too complicated to memorize. I'll have to go grab it later. Yeah, so I think I'll go fuck with that. Maybe a little bit tomorrow. I think that would be a good goal for tomorrow. It's just to come upstairs a little earlier in the day, clear my mind, stay the fuck off Twitter, and you know, do a little bit of 3D printing. Maybe 3D print some more stuff to help me with like holding the camera, and maybe 3D print some stuff for my tripods to better hold on to things. Because I like this. I like the gripper for the camera. I like that I can 3D print a grip, and plus these little feet can be removed. Check this out. This is awesome. So the person who designed this even put cleats. Look at that. Those are replaceable cleats. So like when they get worn out, you can change them out instead of just having it be on raw plastic. But I was thinking I can print these in like TPU so they're soft. And that'll allow it to grip the phone like with a more rubbery, softer grip. So if I have my TPU, I'll check my material that got delivered today. If I have the TPU, I'm going to reprint those cleats and TPU so it can hold the phone better. And then what I'll probably do is go and see if I can find a base mount. Because here, I'll show you guys what it looks like. So when you unscrew this from the base, it looks like this. So that's the little base mount. And then this, if you pull this up or whatever, you can separate all the parts. And you can see it's just a little ball joint with 2 little halves that come together that roll. It's a really simple design. But I was like, if I can take this and print another mount, kind of like this one. This is the desk mount. So like if you want to screw it down to a desk, you just pop it into the slot there. Torque her down. It blows my mind that you can just 3D print this shit like this. It required absolutely no other setup. So then that just torques down like that. And now you've got a flat thing that you can bolt down to a desk and move around and position it however you want and then tighten it in place. So I was like, if I can find or modify and remix this so that it has the adapter to screw into a tripod, then I could just use this with a tripod to gimbal my phone around and hold my phone in any direction I want. So, and I like the idea of just using a bunch of 3D printed kit. Like I love the idea of just getting back into just 3D print everything, because I've been doing it lately. I've been 3D printing like a fiend. Like I've 3D printed so much useful shit lately. Like I 3D printed my wife like 20 chip bag clips because she's always out of chip bag clips because I'm always losing them. I printed a bunch of drawers for the 3D printer to catch like the spent filament when it's doing the purge off the side. Last night I just printed this this cool little this bolts onto the Prusa Mark IV and supports the USB thumb drive. So like if you accidentally drop the printer or you slam into it or something, you could break the thumb drive off of the port because it's just sticking out into the air. And this actually bolts onto the front and creates like a little cradle that holds the USB drive. So if you drop the printer or slam the printer or ram into it, you don't bust off the USB drive. It'll like be all nice and supported. So I was like, dude, this is cool shit. Just printing all the upgrades for it. I already printed a ton of clips. So I printed like tons of different sizes of these clips that basically take up the slack on the filament roll holder so that the filament roll can't walk back and forth as it's printing. So it stays, in the right spot so it doesn't tangle or grab. Printed out trays. So like this is a tray that goes onto one side of the printer underneath the print bed that are easy to remove and change. Here's the other one that holds like, when it's purging the nozzle and it's dropping the filament. A little bucket there, and they both just hold into the 60/40 aluminum extrusion so they can easily be emptied. I mean, just tons of cool shit. I fucking love it. It's good stuff. If you can, Polymaker PLA Tough Pro is strong and stiff. I've got some. As a matter of fact, my filament delivery today, I think, is all Polymaker. So I've got Polymaker and Prusa on the way. So I'm pretty excited. Did the trays have hooks on the side? They do. Although I was dumb and forgot that I had support disabled. so you can see on this one, it's kind of missing the hooks, but it still has enough of a nub that when you stick it into the slot, it still holds it there. So it still works just fine. So I'm not going to reprint it. But look, I didn't do supports, so it just printed out in space. And look how good of a job it still did. Like literally, it was bridging a layer out in the middle of nowhere. Like literally just like straight out. And somehow it still managed to print these with 45-degree undercuts. I don't know how, or 90-degree undercuts. I don't know how that worked. like when I came up and saw it, I saw like, little pubic hairs hanging off the bottom, but they weren't touching the build plate. So I'm like, how the fuck did it grab enough to print layers just out in the middle of nowhere? It just, I wish I was recording it with a camera because I'm really curious how it managed to do that. Oh, dude, this printer is so reliable. That model should have built-in support. No, this one does. So this is the model that had the built-in support right here. The little hook right there. This one had built-in support. The other one didn't. I printed 2 different ones. I didn't print the same one from the same guy. Because on one side I wanted the organizer tray with like, so that I could put nozzles in there and put the little tools in there. Like it's got a little place to put the Prusa pliers. Where are my Prusa pliers? They're somewhere around here. So I wanted a toolbox on one side and I wanted a waste vessel on the other side. And then tonight, I'm going to print the storage box that goes under the build plate. Did you print that one? So there's a build so under the build plate where the 2 60/40 extrusions go and the wiring go, there's 2 like empty space voids with a belt that runs between them, the bed belt. And so somebody on Thingiverse designed a storage compartment that fits under the bed that drops in there, that hides the wiring, protects the belt and covers the belt from like dust, but also gives you 2 things under the build plate to store shit in. And it's really cool. So like when you're not printing, you just slide the build plate back and it's like you have a drawer to put stuff in. The printer that I'm using is a Prusa Mark IV. So original Prusa Mark IV. And I'm now in the process of printing a bunch of mods for it just to tart it up good. So let's see here. The X motor cable protection. Oh yeah, no, I was looking at these the other night. I should print all the cable protection relief. Because there's a ton of different designs for protecting like the Y and the X and the Z. There's one for the bed. There's a bed relief one. I just need to wait until I need to check my material order today and see if I got any ASA. Because I want to print it in ASA. If I can, I may even need the heated enclosure to do it. Maybe I'll even print it on the Ultimaker. I know that sounds kind of sacrilegious, but I've got a heated chamber on the Ultimaker, and I got ASA loaded into it that's black, so I could technically use that to print those. But I should print all the reliefs for everything because, you know, I want this printer to literally last forever. So this is my favorite printer so far. Like, I'm also building a Voron 2.4. When that's done, that's going to be like the hotness because that's a larger build volume, fully enclosed printer, and it has some amazing party tricks. But it's always going to be like a DIYer, need to tinker and tune kind of printer. Like they're not really a printer designed to just be a 24-hour-a-day workhorse. Like people can get them to that state, but I'm certainly not going to get there. So that'll be like my large format tinkering printer. But the by far most reliable printer I've ever owned is this one. I printed over 20 things on it in the last week, and the only failure I had was my own fault. Like first off, I put a model on the build plate and I didn't realize I accidentally rotated it with no support, so it was trying to print out into air. So that was my bad. That was not my fault. But aside from that, I haven't had a single failure that was the printer's fault. Like out of like 20 prints, I've literally pushed print and just walked out the door. Don't even wait for the first layer. Don't even finish bed leveling. Nothing. I just leave. And I haven't done that with any of my other printers. My other printers, I always sit there and meticulously watch it lay down the first layer to make sure it's not like peeling up or anything. This PEI sheet combined with the nano polymer stuff, fuck, it's so reliable. You just push print, you just leave. Don't even worry about it. As long as you're confident that your model was sliced correctly, like so that, you know, it has the right support and everything, just walk away. I haven't used Prusa Connect yet. So far, I've just been moving the USB thumb drive to it because it's just been so convenient. Be careful with ASA and ABS. Loyal Moses said ASA made him sick. I printed over 150 parts on Polylite ASA. I don't know what ASA he's using. Polylite is a they remove the smells and the vapors from it. And plus I'm using a sealed chamber. But I printed over 150 ASA parts in this room for the Voron 2.4 build and never even got so much as a headache. Couldn't even smell it. So I'm not worried about it. But hey, if I get cancer in a few years, you know, hey, we can blame it on that. Yours is printed in PLA and works fine. Remember the printed parts on the Mark IV or PETG? Yeah, I mean, PETG would work too. I mean, PETG still has a fairly decent melting point. The only reason I wouldn't use PLA is because I plan to put this in a heated enclosure. So I actually have a heated enclosure coming for this. So I'm going to use at least PETG, but I'd rather use ASA just to give it just a little bit more heat resistance since I'm going to have it in an enclosure. Just personal preference, though. You know, I tend to do things differently than other people sometimes. Did you get an additional print sheet like smooth, textured, or satin? No, I just got the one. This is the one that I have. It looks like it's smooth on both sides. It's a smooth PEI sheet. And so I think I might have a satin. I think they said that they were going to send me another one. Prusa did. So I'll see if they send another one that's like textured, which is another print. I want to do another print that stores these on the side of the printer. It's really cool. But I will tell you what, I am sold on this PEI, man. Every 3D printer I ever have from this point forward will use PEI. 100%. This stuff is amazing. After a while, it does lose its stick a little bit, but you can just scuff it up with sandpaper to get the stick back, the adhesion, or my preferred method is just use the Vision Miner nano particle adhesive. You put like 5 drops on and just rub it around and just let it dry, and shit sticks like you would not believe. It doesn't even matter. It can be ABS, ASA, PLA. It all sticks amazing. And on glass, it's impossible to get it off. Like you almost damage the glass about every third time you try to remove shit from it. You take a chunk of glass out, which I hated. But with these PEI sheets, you just go pop, pop, and it's off. And it's that easy. But without doing that, no matter how hard you pull, you will not get the fucking part to come off. It's on there that good. So I can't recommend the Vision Miner nanoparticle enough. That shit's amazing. It's like, it's expensive. It's like $45 a bottle, but when you realize that I've printed over 200 parts now, and I was even using it, I didn't realize you didn't have to use it every time. Like, you really only have to redo the build plate about every 5 build plates of parts. You reapply the nanoparticle adhesive. But I was applying it every single batch of parts that I did for like 200 parts, and I still have 3/4 of a bottle. So you're literally, I mean, you'll be, if you print like fucking every single day, you might go through a bottle like a year. So it's well worth the $45. Like, absolutely. Acetone makes it stick again. Oh, I was told to use 99% isopropyl alcohol, and that seemed to do the trick too. But I just use the nanoparticle as a backup. I'm one of those people where it's like when shit comes unstuck, it drives me absolutely nuts. It's like, for me, it's like the worst case scenario. So I like to have a little insurance. So the nanoparticle gives me that insurance. But yeah, the PEI, man, it sticks to shit great. Dude, when you think, I came from Ultimaker, the original Ultimaker, which was a $3,500 plywood 3D printer, literally laser cut plywood 3D printer. My print surface, my build plate was literally a sheet of warped acrylic. And I literally had to put down painter's tape on it to get the PLA to stick. Painter's tape and fucking glue stick to get it stick. Unheated bed. And I used that printer for years before finally upgrading to another printer, which honestly wasn't an upgrade at all. It was a piece of shit, and which was the Robo 3D. And then after the Robo 3D, then I went to the Ultimaker, and that was the Ultimaker 2 Extended. And that was the first printer I had a heated bed on. And oh my God, was that a game changer. Now, that's why every 3D printer has a heated bed now. Like, heated beds are absolute game changers. Like, you cannot fucking print half the materials without a heated bed. Hell, even PLA is a challenge to print without a heated bed. Heated bed is just a game changer. It just makes everything so much better. And now everything has a heated bed. When your bed loses adhesion and cleaning it does not help, wipe it with acetone. It dissolves a super thin layer of PEI. Dude, I have acetone, so I'll try that. I'll try that next time it's not sticking. But so far, man, it's been great. I've printed so much. I've never even had so much as an edge lift. Like, I usually even on my Ultimaker, I usually have an edge lift eventually printing stuff. Like, just a rando edge lift that lifts up and you got like a little corner that does this jobber. So the fact that that hasn't happened is pretty much blowing my mind. So 3D printing's badass, man. And Xander's been loving the things I printed a Rubik's Cube holder for him, a articulating whale shark that floats. I printed it hollow so it'd float in the hot tub so he could swim it around. I printed him a dragon, an articulating dragon that's the length of his arm. I printed him a bunch of train whistles that he really, really loves. I printed him a catapult. I printed him a compliant gun that shoots plastic darts that are also printed. What else did I print for him? I mean, I printed a ton of shit for him. I printed all those bag clips for my wife. I printed the upgrades for the printer. I printed the articulating stand. I printed the phone stand. I printed the catapult. I printed the brace. I printed the C-clamp. What else did I print? I mean, the funnel. Actually, this funnel was printed on the Ultimaker. You know, you can tell. Look at the inside quality. That would not happen on the Prusa. But yeah, I mean, I've just been pretty much printing shit nonstop. Like nonstop every day since I've gotten this thing. There hasn't been a single day that this thing hasn't printed something, which is amazing. Yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it. Prusa is a buy once, cry once brand. Oh no, it really is. Because the cool thing is, like, if you buy, let's say, a Bamboo, and Bamboo, as long as you don't mind closed source and having your information stolen, your print stopping in the middle of the night because they fucking have a bug on their server that they're spying on your printer with. If you don't mind that, you just want a printer that prints, it's a pretty capable printer for the price. Like a Bamboo, like, I'm not going to throw shade at the actual hardware itself. It's actually a solid printer. But the thing I like about the Prusa is, like, even if you have a Prusa Mark III, a printer that's years and years and years old, like, there's a path to just upgrade it to a 4. Like, you can always get the latest and greatest with Prusa from wherever you currently are. Like, if you had a Mark II, you could upgrade it to like a Mark III. It's like I love the fact that it's open source. You can do whatever you want. You can put any hot end you want on it. You can put any feeder you want on it. You could change out the heated bed. You can literally do anything you want to this thing. and it's all 100% open source, and I love it. I think that's cool. You want me to make you a clear extruder gearbox cover? Extruder gearbox. Oh, for like the extruder on the top of the thing? Like what like with a resin 3D printer? Is that something that, well, actually I should be able to do that. I should fire up my Form 2 resin printer, because I think I still do have some optically clear resin for it. So if you send me the model, I might be able to print that on my Form 2, because I'm curious to see if I can get it working. Like, I haven't used that Form 2 in like 3 or 4 years. Like, the material is probably long bad, but it has been sealed in a black container, so you know it's worth giving it a try. It should be, no oxygen should have got in there, so it's worth giving it a shot. So yeah, here, let me pull it up. I'll bookmark it. Oh, perfect. Yeah, that would actually be pretty fun to see. Like seeing the filament get fed through there. That'd be neat. And I could print that on the form like absolutely optically clear. Like a lens. Like it would look as clear as glass. That's one thing the Form 2 does that not a lot of the cheap resin printers can do, because to cure the clear resin, you can't just use a mask, like an LCD mask. At least I don't think you can. I think you have to use a laser, because it uses the divergence, or the convergence of the laser to get the hot spot, and that's where it cures the resin, so it doesn't keep curing it down deeper. It just cures like the tiny little line at the top. Oh, you can make them out of acrylic? Oh, like CNC routed out of acrylic? Dude, I mean, here, let me try the resin printer first, and if it doesn't work out, I'll totally get one of those from you. I think that'd be awesome. At Rocky Mountain Rep Festival, me and the maker of that model CNC kitchen rode to the airport together. Oh, that's awesome. Dude, I miss going to those events. I really miss going to those events, but my back couldn't handle it. I'd literally get halfway to the door and have to end up sitting on the ground for a while. People be asking me if I'm okay. I'd be in fucking severe pain the entire time, with insufficient pain management out in the middle of nowhere, freaking the fuck out. That sucks. That sucks. Adam C said, don't use acetone on Prusa sheets. Very bad. Okay, so I got one person I trust telling me that I can, and one person saying I can't. I will do a tiebreaker. I will ask Prusa himself. Since we talk all the time on Signal, I'll ping him and ask him. When you take the cover off, the gears can get slightly misaligned. Your extruder will break unless you calibrate the gears again. Oh, then it ain't worth it. If I have to fuck around with calibration of the gears, I'm not. It's not worth it to me. Yep, still live. I'm gonna shut it down though, because I'm getting super tired. I didn't sleep last night. I don't know if I told you guys that earlier, but I did not go to sleep last night. So I have not slept. I've been up for 36 some hours now, so I'm pretty freaking exhausted. So I'll probably wrap up here in a few minutes. I just like to hang out and shoot the shit with you guys after Aux leaves for a little bit. See where things go. Things usually slow down a lot after he leaves. Because a lot of people like to see the banter between us. That's why they come here instead of the Twitch stream. Also, if you take the cover off on the XL machine, it voids your warranty, actually. Oh, no shit. Really? Damn. Well, I don't have an XL. I'd kill for an XL, though. The Prusa XL is dream machine territory. But the price is also dream machine territory. So, but yeah, no, I'd totally be all over that shit if I could get my hands on one. Oh, you got your XL 2 days ago? Oh, dude, mad flex. I would absolutely. Okay, so Prusa said 90% alcohol is the way to go besides soap and water. Yeah, I mean, I used 99% isopropyl alcohol. It worked great. It did the job. My sister said, heading to get my car aligned after crunching my right front tire on my vehicle. Ah, crap. Hope you get some sleep now. I was just there. I truly enjoyed the stream. Hugs, bro. Aw, thanks, sis. I appreciate it. I love you. Yeah, we'll talk in the not too distant future here. I'm glad that you could stop by and watch the stream, though. It's cool having you here. So sorry that I'm not the greatest brother in the world keeping in touch and everything. Life's just been rough. I'm trying to do my best right now to not become other people's problem. So that's my primary goal at the moment. That and getting back on my feet. Let's let's see here. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm gonna wrap up because I'm starting to get like really loosey goosey here. Like I can tell I'm getting tired because I'm getting like the hot and cold flashes, and I'm like, where am I? What am I doing? Am I catching the month of freedom? Of course I am. Come on. I might not agree with old Cletus McFarland's politics, but I do enjoy his content. So, yeah, of course I'm watching the month of freedom. Does bear shit in the woods? No, I just watched the B2 Spirit video the other day. That was, dude, the balls on that kid. Jesus. Like, I don't even know how much that thing costs, but I know the turbines, like each turbine in that thing's like $3,000. So I'd have to imagine that the kit and assembly and time it took to build it and everything, that's got to be like a $20,000 RC airplane, at least. Like 15 or 20 grand is what I'm guessing, without the radio. Like with the radio, more than that, probably another 5 grand. But I couldn't imagine flying a 15-foot wingspan RC jet. You gotta be nuts. You gotta be knucking futs to do something like that. You know what I mean? But it is fun to watch his antics. So, yeah, that thing is wild. That B2 Spirit is just dude, I'm surprised he didn't crash it. He's crashed every other airplane he's ever debuted on the channel. And this one had the worst failure out of all of them. Like this one, he actually lost one of the rudder-ons or whatever. And the front gear was stuck down, creating massive drag. And it was missing one of the panels on the engine, causing it the odd left. And he still managed to land it safely. Like that shouldn't have happened. That was pure fucking dumb luck. That wasn't like skill. That was just he got lucky. That would have been an expensive write-off, seeing that thing slam into the ground. But the thing that's funny about him is, you notice every time he wrecks something, he goes out and buys a bigger, better one. That's what I think's funny. And I mean, granted, he's in a position where he can do that, right? Because like when he crashes something, the video goes viral, he makes more money. Now he can buy a more expensive thing. That's kind of how the internet algorithm works, right? In its prime. But I do think it's ballsy of him that it's like he crashes a foam airplane, so then he goes and gets a nicer, bigger airplane. Then he crashes the nicer, bigger airplane, so then he goes and gets like the bigger airplane. And then he crashes that one, and then he goes and gets like the ultimate, like ginormous fucking like airplane that you can fly a child on. You know? You know, and then he goes and buys an RC airplane that has pontoons on it. And so what does he do? He goes and puts pontoons on his own airplane, like his real airplane. The dude is like, he must have 9 lives, because you know he dodges a lot of bullets. That guy, he does a lot of dangerous shit and manages to survive. Oh, Joe, thank you for the $20, man. I appreciate it. Say, hey, Barna buddy, hope you're doing okay. I've been lurking, listening, gonna start prepping for Linux. Love your face. Aw, thank you, Joe. I appreciate that, brother. Oh yeah, did I do the Suno AI song for you? I don't remember if I did or not. Yeah, let's go look at the old library and see if it's in there. Let's see, what do we got here? I don't think I did. Well, before I wrap things up, we need the AI song, Mr. Joe Taji there, to grease him for that $20 here. Okay, we're gonna do let's see here, song about Joe Taji tipping $20 on Tech Talk live stream. In the style of an angry mom yelling at a PTA meeting. Let's see here. Okay, Tech Talk live stream, and then I'm gonna say music style should be an angry mom yelling at a PTA meeting. I don't know. I'm curious to see what this does. I don't think it's gonna understand what I'm really saying, but we're gonna try it anyways. We're full send at this point, boys. We're just gonna go for it, and girls, and everybody else. This is a very inclusive environment. This is an inclusive environment and safe space for everybody. Because fuck angry people that are always mad at everybody for just being themselves. All right, here we go. You guys ready? This is the Tech Talk tipping fiasco is what it's called. Here we go.
Angry mom with fire in her eyes, PTA meeting. She ain't telling no lies, talking about Joe Taji tipping 20 on that Tech Talk live stream. It's plenty. Raising her voice, he won't be quiet. Said it's a fiasco, not worth the time. She's had enough of this unfairness. Tipping big bucks ain't bringing lungs, no more silence. She's speaking in tongues, Jotashi. You better take a seat, your generosity ain't what we need. No more silence, she's speaking in tongues. Jotashi, you better take a seat. Your generosity ain't what we need.
Oh my gosh! Too bad they don't have an API to automatically generate a song tip. I can do that, vintage gamers. I can just use I can use auto hotkey. I can use Salinity with Python. There's a million ways I could automate the shit out of this, and I plan to. It's in the plans, my friends. It's in the plans. I think this is proven cool enough that I'm going to automate it. By the way, that's the song for you, Jotaji. I'll link it to you so you have it. Dude, it's so good at making catchy songs. Like seriously. Oh, I thought I said Selenium. Did I say Salinity? Oh, sorry. That's just my brain not working. No, I meant Selenium. Let's see here. I had a brain typo apparently. Let's see here. Okay, I'm gonna write a song called Salinity. Just to rub this in since you're trolling me. Not Serenity. No, Salinity. Salinity. Motherfucking Salinity. Shitty poopy butthole Salinity. Salinity. But it's really right? So but it's really well, I am so tired. The fuck is it called? Yeah, Selenium. But it's really Selenium. Selenium. It's Selenium. Okay. Let's see here. Punk, rock, rave, techno. Let's see what else can we throw on there. Pop, country, opera. Generate. Oh, style of music. Hold on, okay. Punk, rock, rave, techno, pop. Okay, I'll put that in there. So anyway, okay, I'm gonna do verse 1. That's verse 1, and then for chorus, I'm gonna do. Let's see. I'm writing my own song instead of letting it write it for me. Okay, here we go. Let's see if it does it. I don't think it's going to do this. I put way too many cuss words. Okay, what's the title of the song? Poopy Selenium. V1. Create. Okay, let's see if it does it. Is this from a website? It is. This is suno.ai. Oh, well, the moderator has... Oh, no, it says couldn't generate that. Prompt flagged for moderation. Well, it just said it created it, right? Or... Oh. Okay, so it didn't like me saying penis a whole bunch. Maybe if I spell it differently. Hold on. P-E-E-N. Here, we'll do penaz. Okay, let's do penis, and then instead of vagina, we'll do vagina. There we go. All right, we're going to try that. Penis, vagina. All right, there we go. Penis, vagina, ride lightning, penis, vagina, selenium. Okay, let's try that. Let's see if that'll get past the mods. My sister's like, you're so entertaining. As her brother just types a bunch of cuss words into an AI. Oh, couldn't generate prompt? Come on. Stop being a prude. Do it. Create it. Oh, is it doing it? Come on. Did I just have to keep pushing generate? Nah, I didn't do it. All right, let me change this to... okay, we're going to change that to fuking. Okay, we're allowed to have that word. Okay, mother, let's do maybe the fuking. Butt, I'll change ass to butt. And biatch. Okay, is that enough? I'm trying to defeat the moderation setting on this AI before I go. Will it let you sing with accents? I think it does. I think I did get it to do a song with a slight accent. Yeah, that's right. No, we did an opera. We did an opera in and it was like Pavarotti, in the style of Pavarotti, and it sounded like Pavarotti singing it. It was pretty cool. Poopy Selenium V1, it worked. Okay, guys, ready to hear my song so I didn't let Suno create the lyrics. I created the lyrics for this one, okay? So here we go. Wait, sent you a link Twitter to something we are testing on Positron Wiki. It's super cool. Embedded Fusion. Oh, awesome, dude. Yeah, I'll check that out. All right, here we go. This is Poopy Selenium V1, a song written by yours truly.
Lenny, Selenium, Selenium, but it's really Selenium. Selenium, Selenium, motherfucking Selenium, and you, but Selenium, it's Selenium, the M shit Selenium.
Catchy, huh? Oh, is that it? All right, song number 2. This is version 2.
Salinity, 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 motherfucking salinity, shitty poopy butthole. Salinity, salinity, but it's really selenium, selenium, motherfucking selenium in your butt, selenium, bitch, selenium. Penis, vagina, penis, vagina, cooch, shooting the cooch, riding the lightning, penis, vagina, selenium. I said motherfucking selenium.
Actually, that's a banger. We're keeping that one. All right, I'm going to thumbs up that one. Set it to public and ship it. All right, here you go. There you go. There's my masterpiece. Yeah, Mo World, I'm just super tired and we're doing stupid shit before I leave. You guys have been awesome today. Honestly, this is the most successful tech talk we've probably had in the last like 20 tech talks. So super, super grateful. I want to go through and thank all the contributors today because there was a lot of you guys and you were really fucking special and I appreciate you greatly. The Tech Chef 420, thank you. I Love Scotch, thank you. My own sister became a member today. Thank you, sis. I appreciate it. Love you long time. Daniel Terry, thank you for the $20. Said love watching you guys. Meat Puppet, thank you for the $10. Nigel Watton, thank you for the 5 poundaroos. Don Kellogg coming in clutch with a hundo. $100. I haven't seen a tip like that in fucking ages. You are a god, Don. Okay, Don, if you're still here, I would the things I would do to your butthole if you were gay and I was gay, like, and I wasn't married, like, consensually. I'm just saying, bro. It'd be like up here, just so you know. Christian, thank you for the 100 Danish kroners. Mark and SRQ, thank you for the $10. I Love Scotch, thank you for the $2. Daniel Terry coming at us with $20, and Elvis Stooges also coming at us with $20. We appreciate it greatly. And I Love Scotch, thank you for the $2 buckaroos. And Joe Taji coming in with the last 20 of the day. Absolutely love you guys. Thank you so much for the support today. You've been amazing. I am going to get some sleep. And then tomorrow, we'll see how things go. We'll see how things go tomorrow. But I think if I can get DaVinci Resolve working on the phone with a 3D printed mount, with the iPad as the remote viewer, I might try to shoot some footage to start playing with DaVinci Resolve tomorrow and see if we can't get some semblance of a YouTube looking video together in the next couple of days. We'll see though. We'll see. Hey Theodorus, thank you for the two euros, brother. Said let me leave a tip before I leave. Ladies, just the tip, right? All right, guys. I'm going to get out of here. You guys have been amazing. Please give me a follow over on X or whatever social media platform you're on. If you're on it, I'm probably there too. It's most likely me. And I will see you guys again on Monday over on Twitch. I'm supposed to stream Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but that's been falling apart lately. But just I'll announce on X, Discord, or Facebook when I'm going to be streaming, if you guys want to know when I'm going to be streaming. And I will catch you guys later. Oh, you want me to play the song again? All right. We'll give it one more go. One more go. We'll play me out. Okay, here we go.
Salinity, motherfucking salinity, shitty poopy butthole. Salinity, but it's really selenium, motherfucking selenium in your butt, selenium, bitch, selenium, bitch, selenium, penis, vagina, penis, vagina, cooch, juicing the cooch, riding the lightning, penis, vagina, selenium, I said motherfucking selenium.
I like how it just ends abruptly because it ran out of lyrics. All right, on that bombshell, I will catch you guys later. Love you long time.